Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see y'all. I hope that you guys are doing well. I am doing okay. Oh, man. I have to give you guys a little bit of an update. My pupper. God, the millennial in me. My dog. My sweet lab. I'm unfortunately gonna have to put her down within the next few days. It sucks. She's having a rough go, guys. Today was a rough day, so yeah, this sucks. I know that I've talked a lot about the social contract of owning dogs here and animals in general, and it doesn't get any easier. This sucks, but you know what? She's had a great life, 16 years old, and I've talked to you guys a lot about her, and I think that there's been multiple times where I thought that I was going to have to put her down and didn't. So, don't want another false alarm, but this one, this seems pretty final. But Starman, oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's rough. She's not having a good day. She couldn't really get up, and she had a little accident, and yeah. It's rough, but thank you. I appreciate that. Is Stan okay? Yeah, he's fine. He's good. He's chilling. He knows what's up. He's been hovering around her. He had like a weird aggression thing outside where that we have a neighbor dog, right? And usually at the fence they don't get aggressive, but at one point the dog was barking at my lab, and Stan just went full aggression towards the fence, which he doesn't do ever. I think that might be the second time he's ever done it. So my Shepherd's 12. I'm starting to have to start thinking about that stuff. It sucks. But you know what? She's 16. She turned 16 at the beginning of September. I was kind of it was weird, because she also was giving last September. It was actually September 28th. I remember the exact date. We're almost there. That was the day that they told me I'd have to put her down. And they gave me an antibiotic, which it turned out that she just had a bad infection. And she was fine. The next day she was fine. But yeah, now it's a quality of life situation, so I have to pay attention to that. We have to respect that, and I think that it's just time. So, sorry if I get a little teary, or just a little sad, because right before I started stream, I kind of had a moment where I was just oh man, this sucks. This just sucks. But you know what? At least I think I get to watch Jimmy Kimmel with her tonight, so that's gonna be fun. I'm definitely gonna tune in. See what's up. Although I'm expecting a letdown, because I just do not like late night comedy shows, so it's gonna be just but whatever. I'm gonna check it out. I have to go do a shift. I'll check back afterwards. I did a bit of research on my 3-hour break, posted results in general chat. Yeah, I checked that out. It was about ivermectin. I think I'll cover that later. Yeah, definitely when you're in chat, because originally I did not have that on the agenda, but now why not? My metrics are when they lose agency. Yeah, and that's kind of what's happening. She's starting to kind of lose her agency. I figured out that she couldn't stand because she was having like issues with her like back claws, which before like she would not let me get to, but now, you know, I finally was able to do that. They weren't like they weren't like that long or anything. They were just to that point where they were starting to do like the like touch the ground, and I think that's like she has really sensitive paws right now. And then yes, she was eating and her back just like gave out. And that's kind of how I knew. Oh, man. Whew, I've had a bad 2025. I have had a rough year, guys. It's starting to hit me too, where I'm like, oh, yeah, I've dealt with a lot. Like, a lot. I'm still dealing with a lot. I think that I've been very open about the fact that my grief is still there, so. Oh, Eleni, sorry, I don't... keep forgetting to switch to multi-chat when I'm here. How you doing? I simply don't understand how a serious person can dislike Trump. Oh, no, your baby got taken away. Is Stan okay? When, dogs lose their pack members, they get super depressed. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's coming. But tonight we have a special guest that's going to be popping onto the show, so that should help Stan a little bit. Maybe. We'll see. I think you guys might have an idea of who I'm talking about. But I hope you're kidding about that Trump thing. Like, what? I simply don't understand how a serious person can dislike Trump. Like, what? You're meds. Jesus Christ. Yeah, serious people definitely dislike Trump. Most people do. He has a 37% approval rating, which, you know, most people in Trumplandia will just go, fake news, it's always fake news. I'm tired of that shit. I really am. I'm just like burnt out on their bullshit, where it's like, and I'm not the only one. Obviously, there's other leftists, and this is what sucks about like being so open with my politics sometimes. Is like, they would be more apt to listen if I didn't talk about politics and just said, shut up. You know, like, more of the normies needed to just be like, shut the fuck up. No, things aren't better. Things suck. You know, like, that's where I got to start pulling some, like, normies out here, where it's just like, hey, are you independent? Do you vote? Have you voted? Where are you at? Hey, what up, Try? How you doing? Sorry, I was talking about my dog, which I'm going to have to go check on her in a minute, just to, make sure she's comfortable. So, anyway, news and stuff. Yeah. Let's get to the show, because, well, the show is kind of talking about me a little bit, though. Oh, if you guys didn't check my hour out on this space, too, you guys can always go back on the VOD there. I highly recommend it. Today was a good show. I covered the First Amendment and where we're at with this whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, and I even watched some Fox News clips. Again, thank you, Sylvie, for putting those together for me. I really appreciate that. Not sure if you're in chat yet, but I appreciate you. Again, chat, shout out Sylvie. But yeah, I am kind of wrestling like with everything right now. I'm gonna be completely real. I thought that I could just jump back into it. Nah, it's not as easy right now. I don't know, guys. Let's talk about something. Let's try and get my mind off this a little bit, because, man, I thought I would be ready for this. Like, I've been preparing myself for this for a long time. Like, as I said, over a year. And it's not getting any easier to accept. So, what up, Ryan? How you doing? How are you doing, man? How you been? It's good to see you in chat. I know, guys, I know. This is one of those days where I was even toying, like, do I cancel stream? Nah, because honestly, that's where, yeah. I think I would be in a bad place. Plus, she's taking a nap right now, so. Mixed? Okay. Well, mixed is okay. You know? little bit better than where I'm at, I'll be honest. Because, like, right after I got off of my last stream, I went upstairs, and that's when I found it, like, a little mess, and just, it was, yeah. It was definitely an eye-opener, but anyway, guys, so we have multiple interviews to cover today. I have the Majority Report with Jennifer Welch from I've Had It. I did not get to watch that because I was doing my own show. So, I'm going to check up on that interview, and then I'm also going to watch I'm not sure if you guys knew about this one. Kyle Kulinski was interviewed by Pondering Politics. So, yeah, it's going to be an interview-heavy show. There is a fun bit where Piers Morgan, like, there was a huge crash out on Piers Morgan, so we're going to watch that. Gonna be a little bit more, clip heavy today. Hey, what's happening? I'm okay. Thought I was gonna be raptured. Yeah, so the rapture. I do want to talk about that. That's a good starting point because I'm not sure if like I had some underlying trauma here. You guys can tell me what you think. So obviously I've been very open with my school and my like religious trauma, which I definitely have some. I think that it came to a head today where I kind of started feeling the way I used to, where it's like, ooh, what if it does happen? Like I can't even lie. I had like that little bit, and it was a very, very like split second, but I caught it and I was just like, no. Hold on. What are you doing here? Where are you? What the hell? It was kind of like, I haven't seen you since I was in my teens. You got lifted. Yeah, like I just started like kind of levitating in my yard, and all of a sudden God was just like, never mind. Wrong one. No, for real though. I had to look into this. So rapture, like times and dates. Obviously, there's something very problematic about it because even in like, the New Testament, they talk about how you're not going to know the date and time. Like, not even the angels will know. God himself will know. So I always took that as, the easy way where it's like, oh, anybody that says that they know is full of shit. But what has always scared me, and like I was this way when I was in Christianity, was how easily people get taken by like the most wacky parts of it. Very, very odd. Like, and it's consistent too. It's not just social media. I had a theory about how social media definitely plays a part in it now, but no, I saw this kind of level of crazy before where you would have like the normie Christians where they were essentially Christians of convenience that used their belief system to oppress others. But they would always also have this thing where they're just like, well, we're not as weird as Mormons. We're not as weird as Scientologists or, these wacky people that believe in the, the rapture happening at a certain date or time. And then they did a hard pivot where the 2012 thing, for some reason, they took that because like they applied science to Christianity, and they were just like, well, this just makes too much sense. So it became very doomsday. So, oh, he's scratching your chin. Oh, baby. So yeah. I had a lot of experience with that. I'm pretty sure that, my old church was having a day today where they all went outside and just kind of prayed, and they do this like hedging their bets thing where it's just like, if it happens, no, all right, let's sit here and wait. But this is also part of the problem is they do work on the 24-hour portion of this, so don't count your chickens yet, or don't take your W's yet, because like I saw a tweet from Hassan where he's just like, hey, we're still here, didn't happen. I'm like, it still could. Me playing the contrarian in this angle, which you guys know how I feel about contrarians, which sometimes you have a little self-hate, right? And he's down. Yes, he is. Yeah, dude. He's such a... He's so lazy. But yeah, here, guys. So I was wondering where this rapture phenomena came on. Where I was just like, why? Like, why now? Why Tuesday? Like, I was kind of taken aback by it. I was like, it's very random. So I did a little bit of looking into it, and it seems like this is one of the wackier ones where it was a random South African pastor that was just like, this is happening. And somehow, some way, the algorithm like got to a bunch of people, and they were just like, yes. So TikTok it like essentially changed everybody's mind about the rapture happening. Oh my God, I just realized that it is literally TikTok. God was created to keep man in check. Yes, Ryan Kennedy. Yes, I'm not a Christian. I need to emphasize that because somebody was asking. They're like, "Are you technically still Christian?" I'm like, no. I just emphasized that I was very, very into it. And I was also one of those guys that, like, I was not annoying about it the way that, you know, some of, like, I called them the dorks. You know, the ones with the flipped haircut. They were always in preppy clothes, carrying their Bible. I was never that guy. But I was always the one where it was just, I was prepared to have a debate about Jesus's, like, love. And I was really big into learning about Jesus as, you know, the person that he was on earth. Well, according to them. And then, because I had a lot of history hidden from me, I didn't know that there were other allegorical figures that matched Jesus. And I didn't even know about the Raw connection. I was like, oh. But I did notice a contradiction when I was in the faith. I was reading the book of Daniel by myself. And I started going to one of my teachers just like, hey, this is kind of like Christ. You know, like, did they just kind of, I don't know. It seems like they kind of plagiarized a little bit. Yes. Telling that to because my pastor was also a biblical scholar, so he was one of those types where, yeah, he won't go play that game. He would always tell me that too. He's just like, oh, you're coming in with your gotcha today. It's just like, no, remastered edition. Well, that's how I viewed the NIV that way, because I grew up on the King James Bible. Then my mom, she got back into Anglo-Catholicism like midway through my my childhood. So I started going to Catholic church. That was fun. And all this while I was going to an evangelical free is what they called it. Non-denominational. Yeah. It wasn't. It was very much based on just normal Protestantism, where all of a sudden they had the NIV Bible, which the NIV Bible was always kind of like the way that you would get like not Cliff's Notes, because Cliff's Notes there was another one that used to simplify Shakespearean language. I remember I read one and it was essentially like Romeo and Juliet, just be like, bro, why don't you come down here? Said Juliet. That kind of thing. Mercutio, where are you, bro? Come on, we need to go fight the Capulets. They all talk like Ted from Bill and Ted. And I said, doth marry me. I'm just kidding. Marry me, Juliet. You're so pretty. Oh, man. Sorry. But yes, they had the NIV Bible was like the Cliff's Notes version of the Bible, in my opinion. Because, God, I had a few, like, teachers and pastors that were the same way, where they were just like, the NIV Bible makes it easier for you students to get it, but when you grow up, you're gonna be more into the King James stuff. It's just like, okay. And then, because I was in a mixed situation with the Anglo-Catholic church, you know, every other Sunday, I got to learn some, alternative tellings of certain things. Also, they didn't really recognize, obviously, the Protestant Reformation. So that was always a little odd, where, like, my school was pretty much based on that. And meanwhile, I'm going every Sunday, and they're just like, no, we don't talk about that. But you want to confess your sins? Which, as a Christian dash Catholic at that point, I was always, like, really interested in the fact that, like, hey, you guys have, like, therapy here. I saw the therapeutic value of that, but at the same time saw, like, how that can be abused, and then you learn about the fact that they do, and you're like, oh, well, that's maybe not a great thing that they know all the dirty secrets of everybody. Well, I remember I think it was one of my cousins. He was just like, yeah, dude, you get the same value if you do Dear Penthouse. I was like, I guess you're right. I grew up on you can eat kosher like dad, or you can share this super good lasagna in Italy with mom, and I've yet to look back. I think I was like 6. Really? Interesting. Lasagna is good. I will say that much. But yeah, here, let's see, let's check this out. All right, South African pastor's apocalyptic prophecy. Yeah, I was right. Has sparked widespread panic and ridicule across social media. Some Christian believers brace for the rapture. Some. The viral claim was made by Joshua Malakela. Malakela. Whatever. Joshua M. I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop myself right there. Who says Jesus personally revealed the day to... Okay. In a divine vision. Ayahuasca. Has led some followers to sell possessions and prepare for what they believe is the end of days. This is my favorite part. We used to study this, where certain people would like sell their possessions. That was one thing that even my my school was not about that. They were not about like the whole, hedge your bets thing, which that always spoke to me, where I was like, wait a minute, you guys are not willing to put your money where your mouth is? Interesting. All right, so the rapture is the belief that many Christian, evangelical Christians, in which, the term rapture does not appear in the Bible, but the concept is largely based on interpretations of passages of their First Thessalonians and the 1 Corinthians 15. Some Christians believe rapture will occur in a period of global tribulation. There's always global tribulation. Phenomena. Gain momentum on TikTok. There it is. With the hashtag rapture talk. I should have seen this coming. Okay, so I don't even really need to read more about this. It's exactly what I thought it was. It was the TikTok algorithm picking up this rapture bullshit. So, yeah, it used to spread a lot slower. And then on top of it, if you have a bunch of impressionable kids, oh man, I can only imagine if we had TikTok when I was like in. Oh my God! I know certain girls that would have been their entire identity would be doing like Christian TikTok. Wow. Glad that I didn't have to see that, the rise of that. Oh, by the way, did you see that Trump also now believes that Ukraine can beat, like, something happened. Him and Pootie Poo had a big old falling out. Because now he's not using that language of just like, you know what, me and Russia, I like Putin. Like, he's not doing that anymore. Now he's using the language of just like, I think that Ukraine could take all their territory. It's like, what? Can we go back to just a few months ago? And like, I'm all for people changing. I really am. Even him. But god damn it, you can't do this thing where it's just all over the place and you really have no consistency, so I can't believe anything you fucking say. Good evening, y'all. What's up, Zach? How you doing? Happy birthday. How you doing? I thought you weren't going to pop up. I thought you were going to be completely, as we say in Chicago, schlitzed. Head hurts? Balls. Sorry, man. I don't mean to laugh at that, but that sucks. Your 21st birthday and... Oh, man. Oh, you have been drinking since 9 a.m. Well, welcome to life, man. Puke twice. Yeah, that'll happen. Man, that's a problem. You need to... All right. You got to listen to the old head here, all right? Listen to Uncle Pep. Because Uncle Pep's about to teach you how to drink properly. And these are the things that I wish I knew when I was your age. And I'm dead serious. So, number one, when you get the spins, put your foot down on the... One foot specifically down on the ground flat. It'll stop the spins. That's number one. That was one that I was taught by one of my friend's moms, who I may have come to their house a little tanked, and she knew what was going on. So she was just like, all right, well, when you lay down, make sure you put your foot down. I'm like, huh? She's like, put your one foot down. It'll stop the spins. I'm like, oh, cool. Another thing is liquid IV. I'm dead serious about this. You need to get a giant water, like you need to either get a gallon of water and then mix in, I think it was 3 or 4 liquid IVs, and just like shake it up and just drink that. Liquid IV is my dad. Well, I'm telling you right now, you need to drink that shit. Like I'm actually probably gonna go grab a glass of it because I'm kind of feeling a little just not right. So yeah, make sure that you drink, liquid IV. You want to, like, if you can, in between drinks, drink your liquid IV. Just like take a nice swig. Eating is important. Make sure you don't drink on an empty stomach. That's a dumb move, because if you're gonna just like that's so dumb. Because if you're doing it on an empty stomach, number one, you will start puking up bile a lot sooner, and that's when you're not going to feel very good. That's probably why you have the headache. If you had something in your stomach, such as like a nice, like I usually, if I know I'm drinking during the day, which I don't do very often, but there have been like concerts and stuff like that where I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna have a nice hearty breakfast, and just in case, and then yeah, it's liquid IV all day. And you had breakfast and a burger at 11. Okay, well, the hell, man. You should, well, wait, 11? Yeah, you need to, like, also eat between if you're going to keep drinking. I mean, I also don't know how many drinks you've had, but order Subway? Subway might help. Yeah, like a sandwich that, yeah, you ordered Subway. Okay, cool. Too many people smoking on the Rapture OG today. I put it in the title just because I thought it was kind of funny, and I knew I was going to talk about it like right away. Wait, you're drinking White Claws? I don't know why I just got a little bit disappointed in you, but I did. I'm sorry. Really? That? At least go Happy Dads. What? Oh. And I don't even like that shit. At least that has some type of flavor. Oh. I don't, man. Like, my mom, like, she didn't have soda in the house, right? She had the Gold Diet Cokes, which I would never drink, so. And then she had LaCroix. So, like, I grew up drinking LaCroix because it was the only thing in the frickin' fridge. So every time I crack one of those and take a sip, I'm just like, eh. Frickin' LaCroix. Which, I like carbonated water. But flavored carbonated water can just, I'm over that shit. I actually have one of those soda streams specifically to make carbonated water. I don't really use it for the soda aspect of things. I barely drink soda. I think I've covered this, but I pretty much just drink Canada Dry. I guess hangovers aren't caused by dehydration, but it is a big factor in causing them. Yes, it is. What is the main factor? If you don't, like, do you know? Because I thought it was loss of electrolytes. But I don't know. My last hangover was a weird one. My last hangover did not make sense. That's what I thought I had. Like, I was sick. Like, I thought I was just sick because I didn't have the telltale headache that I usually get. So I was told by a bartender when I worked as a bouncer that generally you mix brown liquor and with brown mix and clear liquor with clear mix or colored mix. Yeah, that makes sense. Whoa, sugar. That was another one. Yeah, if it's high sugar. That actually might make sense why. Okay. Okay. I don't know, though. Here, let's see. What is the underlying cause? Let's do some science. What is the underlying cause? Dehydration from alcohol, diuretic effects, acute toxicity by... Oh, so it is literally just your liver getting nice and poisoned. Disrupted sleep. Inflammation caused by the body's immune response. Blood sugar and gastrointestinal... Oh, GI. No shit. I did not know that. Came home around 2, just woke up, so drinking again. Wait, you had draft yin yang all day? Draft, you mean Yingling? Yeah, that's a good one. A spoonful of sugar makes the poison go down. Yes. I actually heard that like at one point. I think it was the same lady that told me about the foot on the ground. She did tell me like if you have like a bad hangover to have a spoonful of sugar. Pepto-Bismol tablets help with the GI stuff. Yeah, I do like Tums. Okay, I shouldn't say this because Zach is at this point where this could be this could be bad for him. But I did learn that if you have like that full feeling from drinking, that if you take a Tums in the middle of it, you will not feel full anymore and you can keep going. I'm a bad influence. I really am. Don't take that advice. Trust me. That's serious too. Gatorade are the best hangover cures. Ish. Actually, I don't know, man. I go for a large fry, large Coke from McDonald's. It's worked almost every single time. And it helps with the, like, you know, a little bit of grease and a little bit of bubbles. But I don't know, man. There might be like a psychosomatic thing, or it might be placebo, but it works for me. Don't drink. No, it doesn't. Hair of the dog is bullshit. It only works in certain cases, like if you're still like, you know, a little bit tipsy from the night before, but I'm trying to like teach you guys. I'm trying to teach one person here to drink responsibly. Because for real, I wish I knew half this shit. I used to take Pepto tablets and I would down 151. This is how I know. No hangover until you stop. Nah, that's not how it works. Plus your body eventually will just give out from, like, I don't think that you've had actual alcohol poisoning yet, and if you have, then it was a problem. It was a light bout. I don't know. If you have real alcohol poisoning, oh boy. Yeah. That'll take you out. I quit drinking for a long time because I had that bad of a situation where I was just like, okay, once you end up in like the hospital with an IV, it wakes you up. Well, some people. This is where I kind of also learned that I don't have alcoholism the way that like some of my friends do, where it's like, oh, you guys like can't stop, oh shit. That's when I kind of recognize that. So, but yeah, Zach, that's a dumb way of looking at it. And no, like I said, make sure that you're drinking plenty of water, and yeah, pace yourself, dude. Like, Jesus, I know you're 21 and this is literally the first day that you're able to buy it yourself, but chill. Trust me, man, I don't want to be the old head that's just like, take care of your body, but you should. One time I drank a good amount and the next day my stomach was in pain the entire day. Yeah, that's where I'm at that point now. Like, I'm at that age where I'm just, nah, it's not even worth it. So when I drink, I have to just maybe 1 or 2 beers. And then if I'm going, like I said, if I'm going hard, me and my friends have like a game plan. So, but anyway, enough about the drinking. A lot of people decided just to dip off for that one, which I understand. I understand if they didn't want to be here for that. But yes, happy birthday, Zach. Just take care of yourself and behave in chat. Long and short of that. Blue collar work goes hand in hand. Yeah, because they're miserable. The thing is, they want at some point you start realizing that you're being exploited, and this is the only way to keep yourself from like really, really going crazy. And trust me, there's also the side, like there is the side where the government knows this, and that's why they are very okay with it being legal. That got me to stop drinking a while ago, a long while. Yeah, see, and that's I always feel so much better when I don't drink. So. Yeah, really? Man. I don't know. At least go Turk. See, I don't know. I need to stop because, like, I'm going based off of, like, my old opinions from when I was a shithead that just did not take care of my body. Hey, what up, Fred? Did you, are you now in, on the whole Twitch is a lot faster than YouTube? Because I noticed that people tend to switch when they realize like how much quicker YouTube or Twitch chat is. Anyway, also, yeah, guys, follow me over on Twitch if you have not already. I appreciate that. Actually, you know what? Do all the socials. Let's do this. All right, because you can follow me on X and TikTok. I'll be making more TikToks. Patience on that one, though. Still trying to figure out the X thing, okay? But let's get the channel out there, guys. Share the stream, like the stream. Come on. We got one person that is still up like the stream. Appreciate it. But yes, I'm not going to really talk about this anymore, except for, like I said, just making sure that he has a little bit of guidance on this one. If you guys have something to say to him also, feel free. I only really drink at birthdays. I want more, but it's expensive and I dislike parties. Really? You dislike parties? I get that. This is when I learned that I really am kind of a social butterfly. I always fancied myself a introvert. But I think that it was because I was more like forced introvert because of my school and like how small my class was and just we knew each other. Like I never had a chance to reinvent myself for any of that. So I was always kind of like the quiet kid that just, you know, occasionally made a funny comment and then I'd get out of school and they'd come up, like they would come up to me at like a concert or something. They'd just be like, whoa, you're way different. It's just like, yeah, I know. By the way, that was usually a big one. I switch around to whatever one Pep happens to look at the most that day. Oh, I see how it is. I have both up right now. The thing is, I think Top Chat for some reason is still enabled when I have live chat on over on YouTube. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I have odd taste in music, so it's never my vibe, and it's always too loud. Go to a jazz bar. I mean, it depends. I'm not sure what your taste in music is, but jazz bars are great. I used to go to, well, I'm not sure if you have any around you, but I used to go to a piano bar that was really nice. Did you harvest your chili pepper plant? Not yet. I'm going to pickle half of them, and then I have a few red and oranges to clip off. Actually, that should be tomorrow. So Kirk comes into chat. I'm not here. Can you tell him I said happy birthday? What? What is going on? Okay, anyway, I'm moving on. It's Kirk's birthday. Oh, shit. I didn't realize that. Well, he's 30. It's his 30th birthday? Oh, dude. I like how you're the one telling me this. All right, guys, if Kirk shows up, you know what to do. We need to make him feel embarrassed because I'm sure the fact that I don't know this tells me that it's like, oh, he was hiding that, wasn't he? Acetaminophen. Haha. I got it because I don't want to be embarrassed anymore. And after watching Trump struggle, I was like, hey, we have a similar situation here. Oh, damn it. Alrighty. Anyway. Sorry, a little bit of a headache just from dealing with my pup. Kirk, if you're watching the VOD by chance, happy birthday. Love you, dude. Yeah, dude. Yes. Yeah, if you're watching the VOD, you know what? Happy 30th. If you're here and lurking, happy 30th. And in general, guys, go follow him. If you guys can do anything to help him out, that's it. Here, let me get his linky. All right. And then you can follow at Kirk's official channel there. All right. Moving on from birthday shout-outs and all that fun stuff. We're almost to the end of the first hour. So what I want to do here is, number one, welcome back everybody that has decided to join us. I appreciate you guys always hanging out here. Sorry, I'm realizing that something may have... no wonder this has not been working. There we go. I had to change a setting that I didn't even know I had off. Oh, man. That explains why my chat was always in top chat over on YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to be watching Jimmy tonight. I'm at least going to DVR it, so... Because, yeah, that's a thing. Pep, what are you doing if you start flying away? I will... Well, number one, it's going to be funny, just the whole... you know, I'm sitting in a sub-level, so that could be problematic. I remember having that conversation when I was a kid, and my dad, he showed me, he's just like, yeah, that's what, or he had a joke where he, skylights, he's like, yeah, if you ever see a house with a skylight, those people are really into God. And I believed him for the longest time. That was one of the ones I hate to admit. I think I was like into my teens when I asked my buddy, where I was just like, oh, is that like a rapture light? He's like, a what? I'm like, a rapture light. It's like a skylight, but it's... And he just looked at me like I was the dumbest person ever. I was like, my dad was, he was joking, wasn't he? What if Jimmy came out? Yeah, I'm not even doing that. You'll phase through your clothes. Oh. You just phase. I just remember that too. Like, I remember asking, like, so wait, is everybody in heaven like just a bunch of old people walking around? It's like, no, it's your ideal form. I'm like, what? Doesn't make any sense. We still have tomorrow? No, we don't. What do you mean we still have tomorrow? For the rapture? It's over at, It's over now, actually. Because, no, for real. If it didn't happen in the middle of the day. I don't know why I'm talking about this like it's a real thing. I Jesus Christ. I hate the fact that I came from a stupid religion where they believe this shit wholeheartedly. It's weird to have that too, where it's like, guys, you know, there was a point where I believe this. Still reconciling with that one a little bit. Still reconciling with the fact that that was kind of, you know, my mom's fault, and that was also, you know, the whole them scaring a little kid into worshiping. Like, that was 24, 23. What? What if it's not? You actually get raptured? Can we have your house? No. I won't get raptured. I'm not a Christian. I have denounced, I formally denounced Christ because I had like a tribunal. I got excommunicated from my church. Like, I am one of the few who, yeah, because I was pretty vocal about my whole dissension from the church. Yeah. Fun times. Real fun times. Biggie said it best about heaven. It don't make sense going to heaven with the goody goodies dressed in white. I like black Tims and black hoodies. Heaven just doesn't make sense. I mean, when you really start thinking about like afterlife kind of stuff, none of it adds up. It's all just, you guys are probably like, if you guys are religious in any way, yeah, I'm already seeing people that are like, I'm out. I get it. All right, guys. I get it. But I really do think it's just like lights out, boom, done. Whatever. The TikTok alien got released. Eleni, you're being fucking weird today. You started off with your Trump thing, and honestly, like, I'm just reading your comments. They're just all over the fucking place. What's going on? Would Trump have been arrested if he wasn't elected? Yes. Plain and simple, yes. He would have at least gone to court for the... Not the classified documents. It was the one... I forgot which one was in the jurisdiction of Washington, but I'm pretty sure that was the election interference one. I'm not a fan of Trump. I know. I'm just saying. I'm just playful. Sorry. It's okay. I'm not used to it. Coming from your end, as far as like that kind of stuff, and honestly, that kind of threw me. Sorry. I'm also in a weird mood. Gonna be completely real. Apparently, yeah. I'm kind of confused by the Stephen Miller speech. That was weird too. Yeah, it was ripped off from Goebbels. It was literally ripped off from here. I actually saved this as a comparative because when I was reading it, I was like, "What the fuck?" It's literally. So, "The Storm is Coming" by Joseph Goebbels, Charlie Kirk speech. So our dead comrade Horst Wessel, on the day that Charlie died, the angels wept. Okay, so let's do his quote first. "And we are fulfilling his prophecy. The others may lie, slander, and pour their scorn on us. Their political days are numbered." So that's where he comes in. "The day that Charlie Kirk died, the angels wept, and those tears had been turned into fire in our hearts, and the fire burns with righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. They promised you workers, citizens, and creative Germans a Reich of freedom and beauty and dignity. You are nothing. You can..." Wow. "You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones that build. We are the ones who create." Yeah, that's why you're good. So good at creative expression. Yes, there's one thing that the right wing is known for, and that's creative expression. "People rise up, storm, and break loose. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength, and the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm." Hey, you are the witnesses, the builders, and the will bearers of our idea and our worldview. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, and to Monticello, or Montecillo. You don't get to do that. Or our ancestors built the cities. Yes, they also were empires that collapsed, you dumb fuck. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. White nationalism really does breed just absolute stupidity. Well, we the people have awakened. We will rise against the oppression. 15 million people have joined in an army of revenge. And this is Stephen Miller. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive the army that they have arisen in all of us. Dude, he literally like went point for point. It was just like, how can I put this in your own words? It's literally, can I copy your homework? Just change it a little bit. You men, women, and comrades are the bearers, witnesses, builders, and finishers of the unique people's uprising. We have served the truth and only the truth. For 12 years, they have insulted, outlawed, and slandered and persecuted us. Again, Joseph Goebbels. We will achieve victory for our children, our families, and our civilization for every patriot who stands with us. Like, bro, I was right wing at one point. Even I know that's nonsense, right? I have a few people in my life that they flounder back and forth where they'll go like, this is nonsense, don't worry about this, to like, yeah, you know what? I think that they are right, you know, the left is radical, blah 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 blah. You know? One of my friends was talking about the Antifa thing specifically, where he was just like, this is good. This is good. I'm like, for who? For what? I'm like, can you explain who's the leader of Antifa? He was just like, well, who's the leader of BLM? I'm like, they voted for Trump. And he was just like, what? I'm like, look it up. They endorsed Trump. Sure shit. Oh, that and Ezra Klein being like, we need to promote pro-life Democrats. Ezra Klein's a moron. I don't know why all of a sudden people started listening to him like so religiously. Like, what's up with that? He was just a columnist. And not even a great one. Like, I don't know, man. Him and Taylor Lorenz definitely got some things in common. I'll say that much. They can be annoying, pretentious, and just kind of, I don't know, have some really shit opinions that all of a sudden, you know, get lumped in with the left. AstroTurf. Yeah. Could be. It could be. Here. Let's see. Now sober and humbled, his lawyers asked for a lighter sentence. Hey, brother, can you comment on the on Omar marrying her brother? What? That sounds fucking fake as shit. Here. I'll entertain it for just 1 second. Yeah, definitely not. The fuck are you talking about? There's nothing here that was like comedy gold. You remember the Norm Finkelstein versus Rabbi Shmuley debate on Piers Morgan? No, I really don't. I don't really compartmentalize that shit. I kind of forget about it, and then boom. Oh. Did you say AOC's Kirk speech? No. Should I have? I mean, what of substance was there that I need to check it out? I'm actually genuinely curious. While I do that, you know what? Fuck it. We're 2 minutes out from going into the hour. And then, you know, the second hour, I'm going to cover some news. Is Applebee's coming to Gaza? All right. I mean, if it's up to Trump, he's definitely building McDonald's there first, but... Oh, wow, yet again, the actual story turns out by all evidence to be completely different from what most credulous, illiterate, impulsive, and dishonest people alive claim. Amazing! Yeah, no shit. Here if I want it. I'll check it out in a second. Let's see. Anything? Oh, shit! Yeah, it actually did. Got a Snorlax card. And a Golem. Hey. Not bad. Not bad. Oh. Let's take a look.
I think the gentleman, Representative Green.
That's only 3 minutes. Take a look at it. Honestly, I'm over this shit. What is the gold Labubu of Pokemon cards? I don't know. Right now? I actually don't even know, man. I know that, like, the Umbreon is one of the big ones. Like, if I got a full art Umbreon, that would be money. I already got my full art Dark Charizard. I have, like, one of the rarest cards that I'm happy to, like, that I wanted. Back in the day, it was holographic Charizard. It's usually a Charizard. Charizard's, like, one of the most sought after. Here.
For his graciousness. Today, the Republican House majority brought to the floor a resolution honoring, quote, honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's assassination was a horrific and vile attack and incident of political violence.
It's one of the things that's never made sense to me. He's not actually a dragon type.
And condemning the depravity of Kirk's brutal murder is a straightforward matter, one that is especially important to help stabilize an increasingly unsafe and volatile political environment where everyday people feel more at risk. We can deeply disagree and come together as a country to denounce the horror of this killing. And it is not a license for the abuse of power and whitewashing of American history. Today's resolution only underscores the majority's recklessness by choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy with one of the many bipartisan options to condemn political violence and Kirk's murder, as we did with the late Melissa Hortman. Instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured
did one of the mega evolutions get
segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake, who after the violent attack on Paul Pelosi claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant, and accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it, unquote. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working, quote, working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution. It is equally important that Congress does unite to reject the government's attempt to weaponize this moment into an all-out assault on free speech across the country, all in the name of Charlie Kirk. President Trump and the FCC are now cynically threatening to shut down ABC and any outlets who give airtime to the administration's political critics. This is a disgusting attack on the American people and the very First Amendment rights that define us as a country. It is also the ABC Corporation's responsibility to refuse to embolden and participate in this corruption and escalation of censorship. We continue to pray for Mr. Kirk's family and loved ones in the wake of this terrible act. I am thinking especially of his children and his wife, whose grief cannot be measured. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
I bid the lady good day, and would
Okay. Right. Let's get to some news. News. Fun with the news. There we go. Mega Charizard X is Fire Dragon type. The Charizard we deserved as kids. Ugh, of course he is. And he's one of the new cards that you can't really... Yeah. The Mega Evolutions. Good luck. I don't play this game anymore, dude. Like, honestly, it kind of got me out of the game when scalpers started doing this shit. I went to a GameStop to try and get just, like, you know... not Mega Charizard, but the Charizard EX. Because they had the holographic card, and they also had like the alternative art card that I really wanted. Because, yeah, that's like the one deck I care about. I want to keep my Charizard deck going. I also have a Alakazam and Mewtwo deck that I would love to keep going, but, like, I don't know. That's also what sucks, is every 3 months they release a new set. So if you have anything from Sword and Shield, ban cards unless it's like, you know, your standard, like, Professor's Research bullshit. Sorry, I'm still locking on Charizard on Pokemon. It sucks. Dude, collecting cards in general sucks. Like, I love card games. The new Gundam card game is a lot of fun, but everybody's just buying up shit because cards are like the new fucking investment because, I don't know, like they do better returns than stocks apparently, according to some of these assholes. So I just don't know anymore, and honestly, I kind of give up. Yo, what up, Hermit? How you doing, bro? Nice to see you. I felt the same way about Funko. I like got out of Funkos when people just started fucking doing like resale bullshit. You'd see the lines at Target where they would like bring their kids. That happened to me once where I went for a release and they brought their kids and I didn't end up getting it because they bought them all out. And that's when I decided, I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. I played Gen 4 onwards. I played the handheld games. Yeah, I'm gonna play the new one. I'll play XA because it's a Legends game, and I like Pokemon Legends. What is it? Arceus or Arceus? Arceus. That was a good one. Doing all right, you? I'm honestly having a rough day. I'll just be honest with you guys. I'm trying to get through this. I can't stop thinking about how I'm gonna have to put my dog down. So I'm having like a rough day. You understood that? Get it? Rough. Ugh. Can never turn it off. No, but I'm doing okay. It's just kind of sucks. Flavortown, why does AOC suck? Why do you hate AOC? What is your gripe with leftism? Since you all seem to have one and you're all gung-ho to be, you know... I hate the other side, Axel Baker. Hey, thank you. Yeah, this sucks. That's my baby, dude. 16 years. 16 long years. I've only had her for 8, though. Yeah, 8 years. Something like that. She was my family's dog. So, like, she's been in my life since she was a puppy, but yeah, she lived with my family for a while, and then they moved out of state, and it was one of those things where, yeah, she was already kind of like part of the pack here. You know, Stan and her, they did immediate bonding. So, yeah. And she helped me get over the loss of my other dog. So it sucks. So thank you guys. I appreciate that though. Also, yeah, my tolerance for shit right now is pretty low. That's why I'm just like, okay, Flavortown, what the fuck? Like, I'm burnt out on like the whole internet troll bullshit. Like, if you want to have a conversation, fine, but explain why. Like, don't just do this fucking, bullshit where it's just, I'm gonna say something to try and piss them off. It's like, not even pissed. More so just annoyed. Slightly. That's honestly why, like, I am more open to just being like, all right, if they're that annoying, ban them. Just done with it. And yeah, this is also kind of making me realize, like, yeah, everything's catching up to me, guys. I'll be real. Like, I could use a little cheering up. That's why the fun half tonight will be a little bit more fun. I have a Sammy Obed. I don't know how to say his fucking name. I'm having one of those days too. At least it's not acetaminophen. You want lighthearted news? Sure. Yes. I always like lighthearted news. Actually, you know what? Here. I haven't done this in a while. Let's look up. Good news today. Positive stories. Let's see. Citizen scientists makeshift coffee filter arcs help prevent sparrow chicks from drowning. Nice. 112 million-year-old amber samples preserved in snapshot of ancient forest. Deep-sea divers recover Bell, other artifacts from Titanic's sunken sister ship, the Britannic. Oh, no shit! Ooh. I wonder if there's a video about that. I'm into maritime stuff. Feels like everyone is depressed now. Well, sorry if I brought down everybody, or like brought you guys, with me. No, it does. It feels like everybody's depressed, but dude, it's because everything sucks. Everything fucking sucks, and then you have our administration gaslighting you every fucking day going, everything's awesome. What are you talking about? Totally not our fault. Everything's great. Keep just fighting amongst yourselves, guys. Keep fighting amongst yourselves, guys. Don't look at us. Hey, MAGA, keep being the useful idiots that you are, because we're going to use you. And once we're done with you, we're going to throw you in the garbage and have fun and go into war with these assholes. Like, for real. You are being manipulated by the powers that be, and you are just like, woo! Deep state, yeah! It's fucking insane. I was trying to infiltrate Steve's chat this morning, and I got timed out for telling them not to take Tylenol. Not sure how they sense my sarcasm. That's just called the general population understanding the reality. The general population's understanding of reality catching up to facts. Yep. Well, again, when you go to the fucking grocery store and you can't afford anything, like, seriously, dude, I spent like $100 at the grocery store the other day for just basic shit. Basic shit that would be I'm talking like about $60 for all of it. Like, it is fucked. It's fucked. And you have these assholes out there gaslighting us going, no, MAGA man is awesome. Donald Trump is awesome. When he literally said it today. He literally said it. He came out and he's just like, inflation is gone. The economy's doing awesome. I'm saving the economy. I'm saving it from the bad economy that I inherited. I'm saving it. It's awesome. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. He said gas is down. No, it's not. It is still over three, well, okay, again, city area, but it is still above the prices that they were during the whole fucking Biden era. Sorry, just a fact. Inflation is literally stagflation right now. So we have seen these same inflation rates, and then they're still raising prices and then saying tariffs, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We are getting fucked. The consumer is getting fucked. He said groceries are coming, we're down too. Yeah. Yeah. Preach, brother. Thank you. It's frustrating. It is frustrating. And, like, I have every reason. What's really frustrating is I feel like I don't have the ability to grieve my dead mother. I don't have the ability to grieve my dog because I have a bunch of these assholes that are waiting for that kind of shit. They are just waiting for us to fall into depressions. They are and like most people are doing it just out of the economy, realizing that their future isn't going to be fucking obtainable, realizing they're not going to be able to get a car, which again, I have heard this argument. Well, interest rates are going down. Uh-huh. Cool, but are the prices of cars coming down? Does that mean that we're actually, like, I don't know, gonna be able to afford this shit? Oh, no? You're telling me that we're still gonna have these fucking astronomical interest rates on our loans, regardless, because of how much you're charging us? Sorry. Right? Can't even take the time to catch a breath. And that's the point. That's what sucks, is it, like... And then they tell us that we're being hyperbolic by calling them Nazis. It's like, no, dude, you're using the Nazi playbook. Like, I read history. I know. My God. Any of us that have, like, a more comprehensive, did a more comprehensive study of history than you would have just in your average high school, we're all fucked. Because apparently, we're being alarmists. How dare you do this thing where you compare a historical fact to everything. Like, dude, Stephen Miller, I pointed it out. Stephen Miller came out and was just talking about Rome, Greece. Like, what do all of these fucking places have in common? Besides just being like, I don't know, white men fucking sitting there thinking that they were going to be like the top. Again, they have no idea. That bald motherfucker would have been in a pit. That bald, skinny motherfucker, like, he thinks that he would be at the top. Uh-huh. Yeah. Just because he's there now doesn't mean that, like, if you want to think about that, like, you're an alpha male. Yeah, fuck you. Yes. If you think that Stephen Miller's an alpha male, and I don't care, you are one of the dumbest, certifiably dumbest people on the planet. It's unironic. It's unironically, why would you say something so controversial yet true? Yep. Yeah, he's out of line, but he's right. Don't be sorry. A good rant is good for you sometimes. It is. But I'm more so just like, I'm very over the gaslighting, and I'm over it from, like, I get it coming from Trump and his regime because we've expected it. Again, I read Project 2025. What I did not expect is the just idiot sycophants in my everyday life that, number one, like, it's insane how much they care about Charlie Kirk, which, if Howard Stern passed, I would not be freaking out the way that they are. Like, it's crazy. And they're trying to say, well, it's because he was taken from... Yeah, shut up. It's fucking weird. People that are getting his tattoo. You know, as somebody who, you know, I'm not exactly thrilled with the next wave of Charlies to come out of this fucking next generation. Yeah. Yeah, the forced performance of Solemncy is jarring, or, yeah. Well, yeah, again, Trump had, I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen Wedding Crashers, because this has been making the rounds on social media. It's crazy how much Trump's energy with Erica Kirk was essentially just like the... It was gross. It was gross. My mom apparently watched Charlie Kirk every day. Well, who's she watching now? See, that's the thing. She's just going to start watching somebody else. That's just what happens. Let me guess. Actually, is it between Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder? the right have an outrage fetish. They're constantly looking for an excuse to be upset and to retaliate. That's why I've been saying, like, and I've been trying to explain to these guys that even if every leftist was out of the country and they got their way, they would start attacking each other. You know, you got the Myron Gaineses out there that are like, they think that they're one of the good ones, you know, and then they get shit like shocked Pikachu face when all of a sudden they're just like, what do you mean you're racist and you got, why did you just say that black people, I'm Syrian? It's like, no, because they kept saying like non-brown, like you're brown, like non-white, like sorry bud, you don't have a fucking place in this. It's just like, and then they're just like, oh, Candace Owens, same thing. It's just like, I think that she's waking up to that, though. I think she's starting to realize that it's like, maybe lumping in with all these racist fuckers who are also, you know, chauvinists, too. Good job. I know that they gave you, like, a lot of money, and they're good for that, you know. Yeah, you know, if they're, hey, simps are gonna simp, fucking do it. Probably Ben Shapiro. She loves Dan Bongino. Yuck. Well, Dan Bongino's doing a bang-up job in the fucking FBI. But yes, their outrage fetish is pathetic. It's the same way that I look at Christians and they're like the way that they seek outrage. They seek to be constantly just, you know, oppressed. They seek oppression. Oh, hey, by the way, Mountain Time. I noticed I missed my own 420, so we're going to hit this one because... yeah, I think I need to chill. I need to chill out. So yes, let's tread on me, daddy. Yeah, I mean, for real. They went from don't tread on me to tread on me, daddy real fast. And we can do all like the, you know, the memes about it we want because it really does dilute it. But seriously, it's pathetic. Because some of these guys, they might have enough self-awareness to go, maybe I don't, you know, I really am in this weird place of like, I guess I need a father figure and Trump is that? Hey, give me 1 second. Yeah, photo ops. He said central casting. We covered that yesterday. Give me 1 second. Cheers. Solid. Nerd alert. That one I'll take. What's up, Terry? How you doing? Yes, he does. Terry, I'm not sure if you're new here, but welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying the content and the rant. I tend to do that. But I'll say this, if you have not already hit that like button and subscribe button, please do. It helps out the channel, guys. If you guys have not hit the subscribe button, please do that. But hit the like button. It helps me out so much and makes it that much cooler. So, fist bump. Digital fist bump for everybody that is, hit the like. Also, double points if you shared the stream. Gonna say that much. Alrighty. Quadruple points if you follow me on Twitter. God. The fact that I'm just like, follow me on Twitter, like, damn near 20 years too late. It is not lost on me. I quit like a month ago, and then quit my Sherm vape about a week and a half ago, feeling good. Hell yeah, man. No, I support that. Like, going completely dry and just, you don't need it. Totally. I hate being the guy, like, that when my friends do quit, that they kind of say, like, I can't come around. So I try to be better about that, where I'm like, no. We'll do something else. We'll, you know. A lot of times it's, hey, let's go do something because, yes, smoking and watching stuff is, you know, it's a good mix, but at the same time, you do kind of realize that you're like, oh, best use. But we got on simulant. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I have a... Wait, do you... I think I know which one you're talking about, because there's one specific one where they tried to put me on. They're like, you gotta stop smoking. I'm like, nope. Not happening. Plus, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. All right, let's do the news. The news. Educators fired after Charlie Kirk posts alleged free speech violations in federal lawsuit. Hey. It's almost like there is precedent for people saying stuff outside of their school grounds, and you can't do shit about it. It's almost like teachers can have private lives. And with the social media sphere, it's because again, that's a slippery slope. If they start firing teachers, then those teachers can spend again, they have a lot of time on their hands, and I would go after every single parent. I would put every single one of them under hard investigation, especially if you teachers know what's up. Let's see. Yeah, no way this doesn't end in a massive lawsuit. Well, it's the same thing with the Kimmel stuff. It's the same thing with pretty much all this. The Tylenol one's going to be huge. Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay. Interesting. All right, so let's get to the Candace Owens thing. Reported on by our man Kyle Kulinski. It's got a funny compilation of Candace going kind of after MAGA, but specifically just MAGA, not Trump, which...
Owens, in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting, she decided, much like Tucker, to go after some of the Trump regime hacks who are politicizing this in the worst way possible, right? So you have Pam Bondi, who now is out there, the attorney general out there, going after hate speech, saying we're going to prosecute people for hate speech. Well, guess what? That's not a thing in the U.S. Yep. We have the First Amendment. We have free speech.
Which, again, what really bothered me was how many people jumped on that and just didn't. They could care less.
And who would determine what is and isn't hate? It's just in the U.S., there's just a category error. We don't have laws like that like they do in many European countries, for example. So Tucker went after Pam Bondi over that and basically said, that's not how this country works. That's not how the First Amendment works. And now...
Y'all think they paid Nintendo to use that the song in their little ice drop they did? Or do you think that they're way too boomer to have any fucking earthly idea how litigious Nintendo is known to be and just assumed it was cool?
Candace does...
I'm going to go with that one.
The exact same thing.
What up, Anna?
And she sort of snaps on the Trump regime here. So let's watch.
Pam Bondi, who is a complete loser and a tool, is trying to use the assassination of Charlie Kirk to lay the groundwork for hate speech laws in America. The very thing that Charlie was fighting against. They all just got right to work trying to pass laws. Well, Charlie Kirk is such, now we got hate speech is something. Exactly what he's messaging me about that he doesn't want to happen. They're trying to use his death to justify. Listen to what Pam...
Is it bad that I just want to take a ruler and measure her eye to eye and just see how much more of a gap? Dude, her eyes are super far apart. Am I wrong? Or do I just have a warped perception here? Because I don't know, man.
Pam Bondi said to Katie Miller on her podcast. Take a listen.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech.
No.
And there is...
she almost has iguana eyes.
No place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society. Do you see...
She's sloth from Ice Age. Yes.
Law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action.
Oh. We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
So to be clear, that's the feds telling you that they want
The distance is fast.
to pass speech laws, which will basically just give them the full power to go after you for
Okay,
wrong
that was on
things.
something.
Okay. And they're doing it in the most disturbing way ever by going after Charlie Kirk's legacy
When she gets her eyes checked, they need a special machine.
and using his assassination to say, oh, well,
It's like the way that they have to double cuff people. They have to bring two of them together for her.
now we've got to get hate
All right,
speech done.
I'm enjoying this.
It's actually worse than that. What does she mean when she says we're going to go after hate speech? Well, the answer is simple.
Anyway, if Kirk comes around, tell him happy birthday for me. Take care. Good night, Ryan.
She's going to go after what they deem hate speech on the left. I know she says, oh, that's on any side of the aisle. No, nonsense. They're not going to do that. There's no chance. They would try to use basically slap lawsuits against people on the left who say things that Trump doesn't like. We already saw Jimmy Kimmel get fired for a joke Trump didn't like. The FCC put pressure on ABC, and ABC fired him over that. That's only step one. Step two is let's start doing lawsuits against people who use rhetoric we disagree with, that we're going to pretend is incitement, even though it's not. So you all saw the list. They came out with Charlie's Murderers, this list that was made where they put people's phone numbers, people's addresses, people's employers, and they said, hey, here are people who said bad things about Charlie Kirk after.
Again, the anti-cancel culture people, and I know it's been over. I hate when these stories break because on YouTube specifically, it gets overstated by so many people. It almost becomes passé.
He died. And they basically wanted right-wing mobs to get these people fired, to have these people get threats against them, to ruin their lives because they said something about Charlie Kirk after he died that wasn't pure, unadulterated fawning and adoration, right? So to them, hey, is quoting Charlie Kirk hate speech? Does that count as hate speech because you're not singing his praises? What about saying, hey, I condemn the murder, but I disagree with Charlie, and here's why? Does that count as hate speech? Because there's a lot of that on that list, the doxing list of Charlie's murderers. How about calling Trump a fascist? Well, I saw this the other day with my own two eyes at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Trump was up there, and he was going after influencers who call us fascists. That's what he said. Almost certainly a reference to Destiny, to Hassan Piker,
nice.
Potentially even to me as well.
Enjoy.
So this is what they do. And now, by the way, think about how much they flipped on a dime. For 8 straight years, all we heard from the right was free speech, free speech, free speech. We believe in free speech. We believe in the First Amendment. The left-wing mob is against it. They want to make sure you censor us at colleges and don't let us speak, and that's unacceptable. And we're on the side of freedom, and we're the edgy outsiders, and come be with us. 8 straight years, all you heard was free speech, free speech, free speech from the right.
Honestly, I mean, this is where guys like Joe Rogan, I haven't heard any word from them yet on the Jimmy Kimmel thing or the free speech attacks, but I would like to. Those are the people I'm most interested in. We got kind of Andrew Schultz because he's filming Street Fighter, so his show is kind of there. But they were even saying like, no, this is crazy.
Then Trump gets in power, and on a dime they fucking flip.
Yep.
And now Trump has always been anti-free speech. He would always like nothing more than to crack down on the people who fucking disagree with him, right? He said we should open up the libel laws. He wants libel laws more like the UK, where you could like sue journalists if they write articles you don't like. He's threatening to take the broadcast licenses away from people who don't give him favorable coverage. Outside of that, they're consolidating the media. Right-wing billionaires are consolidating the media to make most of the media pro-Trump and pro-MAGA. And this would be the final piece of the puzzle, where it's like, if you're outside of that system, if you disagree with them, if you talk about how MAGA is terrible and MAGA is fascist and MAGA's decisions are destroying this country, like kicking 17 million people off Medicaid and starting all these new wars and everything, if you do that, we'll just say it's incitement, it's hate speech, we're going to take you down.
That's the way that they're trying, like, look at the way they're trying to even classify Antifa.
And so,
it just isn't working, by the way.
It's ugly, man. This is fucking ugly. And, I have no doubt about it that she means it. But the other thing is, and this is what Candace needs to understand, and this is what Tucker needs to understand, is if you think that's originating with Pam Bondi, I got a fucking bridge to sell you. No, she's only putting out there what Trump wants her to put out there. It reminds me of the Epstein stuff, when you'd have Kash Patel or Dan Bongino or Pam Bondi, you know, all of a sudden do a 180 and say, well, we're not going to release the files, or, well, there's nothing to see here. Well, there's not even a list. Remember that one? Oh, there's not.
Yeah, shit doesn't roll downhill in MAGA world.
Not even a list. That's not. I saw all of MAGA going after Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, and it's like, hey, Dippy, they're just saying what Trump wants them to say. They're not, you know, freewheeling it, shooting from the hip. They're not doing that. No, they're getting the marching orders from the big guy, and then they go out and parrot what he wants them to parrot, which means that this hate speech line is coming from the big guy. No doubt about it. It's just what he means.
I mean, it is still a small win that she's, like, calling MAGA out as a whole right now because, yes, she could do more with calling Trump out, obviously. But the administration is still, like, that's the dangerous part here. That's the part that's being enacted, and that's where even people like Candace Owens and, you know, with their grifty audience, they're going to at least, if they're going to give us this bit and just be like, no, this is an attack on free speech, this is bad. No, she's wrong. Like, I'll take it.
Means when he says hate speech is
Small
just
W's,
don't
right?
criticize me. You're not allowed to criticize me. If you criticize me, I'm going to say it's defamation, it's libel, it's slander, it's hate speech, it's incitement, it's this.
Because you also have to think about how only the most hardcore MAGA, which I do think that we have a misconception on how big MAGA is because of their online representation. Just remember, like, the most online, and this is for the left and right, I will say, like, I think that this is where we have to start just adjust your perceptions.
It's that. That's the goal.
Especially if you spend a lot of time online. You just have to admit it.
Oh,
like, I admit that I spend a lot of time online, so yes, my perception's a little bit different, and I recognized that when I was in the middle of a conversation with somebody where I was just like, oh, okay.
And so here's the question. Will Tucker and will Candace, when it's clear this is coming directly from Trump, will they be like, hold on now, I didn't sign up for that? My guess is no. Because they're good at doing, we'll criticize MAGA, we'll criticize certain characters in MAGA, but when it's directly from the big guy himself, do they start walking on eggshells quite a bit. They really reel it in. When it's not, you know, some MAGA B-team player. When it's the main guy himself. That's why you had Tucker call Trump and apologize over the Iran war thing. Because Tucker was going a little too hard against the Iran bombing campaign, and so he had to call Trump tail between his legs and say, hey, I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see, but look, this is untenable. This is unacceptable, and everybody on the right.
That is kind of funny that, like, even so, do you think Megyn Kelly is going to come out and be like, hey, my bad?
Pretended they were about free speech. I feel like a sucker, man, because I actually am principled, and I remember defending Ben Shapiro, saying he should be able to speak at colleges, defending Ann Coulter and saying she should be able to speak at colleges. And I remember saying, like, look, I actually believe in free speech. They should be allowed to speak.
What's wrong with still holding those values? I know that these people suck, but...
And then, look...
You know, you can still hold those values, but you can get a little more vigilant.
If we start getting censored in the same way, then, you know, hopefully there will be principled people on the right who say the same thing. Like, hey, I was for free speech before, I'm for free speech now. Turns out I was a sucker. Turns out that's not true at all. Turns out when it's right-wingers who get their speeches canceled, they'll scream and whine and bitch and moan about it. But if it's left-wingers, and it's literally worse than that, it's not some grassroots pressure saying, hey, let's deplatform this person. It's the literal FCC, the government, cracking down on free speech. In that scenario, it turns out all these people go, who cares? We like Trump. Trump's doing it, so it's whatever. In fact, they cheerlead it. It's worse than that. It's not even like neutral. It's like, no, they fucking cheerlead it. And so I was a sucker for
He needs to be a little, or put a little more emphasis on the fact that they're like, when the FCC is, what they are doing is threatening to not allow mergers and get involved in the business side of things, which, again, there are laws against.
Defending those people on the right, thinking that there'd be some sort of, you know, they would reciprocate in one way or another. They didn't at all. They flipped on a dime and didn't fucking think about it twice. Didn't bat an eyelash. It was nothing to them.
It's kind of funny. The same people who were like, I should be able to spread vaccine lies during a global public health emergency, but the president's feelings were hurt.
To flip on a stated principle.
Yeah.
And so here we
Good
are.
point.
Now we got the right talking about fucking hate speech. Now you tell me, who's the snowflake?
Dude, I think it was a legit argument. I am very wary about anybody, obviously, that doesn't have a face in their profile. But she kept saying specifically, oh, hate speech isn't protected. I'm like, yes, it is. Holy crap.
Now, bitch.
Like, this is what it's just blatant. She's like, no, it's not. Not if it incites, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no.
We already know, don't we? Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
There is, misunderstanding, but then there is just blatant ignorance and then doubling down on their ignorance. That's kind of, insane. How comfortable they are consistently doing that. Unfortunately, like I said, we've been seeing that a lot. And before I was talking about like how online we are. Like with the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, that was more than online. I can say that much. Because like that was all over the papers. It was all over, legacy news. I had, people in my life that don't even watch the news. Oh my God. My dad. So I need to tell you guys the story. It was pretty funny. So my dad, I was talking to him the other day. And, we're kind of bullshitting about, just the state of things. And I brought up the interest rates and I'm just like, yeah, hopefully, something good comes of this. And he's just like, probably not. And like, my dad, he's not MAGA. He's a little bit more right wing in his, like if he had a political, compass. But it was just so funny because he starts talking about, my YouTube stuff. And he's just like, yeah, how's your YouTube stuff going? Blah, blah, blur. And he's like, yeah, I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. He's like, but have you considered that Turning Point has an opening? I was like, what the fuck? Dude, that was legit. I have to give my dad some credit on that one. It made me just, it floored me. I was like, what? Happy birthday, Kirk. Gotta go. If it's your 30th, dude, happy 30. I think it's your 30th because you mentioned you were 29 before. But yes, happy birthday, bro. In your honor, I shall be playing something at the end of the show. It is, dude. Happy 30th, man. 30. Hell yeah, dude. Everybody, shout out Kirk, man. Yeah, have fun. Make it a good birthday. For real. You have been an awesome bro. And I wish nothing but the best for you. So have a good birthday. Have a great dinner. Grandpa Kirk. you did got, yeah, you hit that. You got in the 3-0. Hey, look at that. We're in the same decade. For a little bit here. Oh, God, that's scary. No, dude. Happy birthday. If the accounts was two names smushed together and then jumble in numbers. Oh, yeah. I have figured that one out, especially over on Twitch. Although I've had the one that surprised me, where it's like, oh, I don't think it was a bot after all. Whatever. I went back to this where it's just, dude, the trolling thing, it doesn't, you guys know that it doesn't really work here. I will get genuinely curious about them and then they're just like, wait, what? But yeah. With the blatant Nazi, well, not Nazi. Again, I don't want to be part of this because Dennis Quaid was just going on about this on Piers Morgan. I was watching this during my lunch. Which we're not going to watch Dennis Quaid go on about that bullshit. That was number one disappointing because I love the movie Frequency. That was like one of my favorite movies. Inner Space. I kind of liked some Dennis Quaid movies. And then, yeah. I mean, first Jim Caviezel, I was like, oh, okay. But still, I can get, but now both, it's like, oh, God damn it. I can't even watch Frequency anymore without just going like, these guys suck. QA, how you doing? Hey, what's up? First time chatter. Welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you are having a good day. And yeah, we're just chilling, talking some politics. Gonna watch a fun interview here in just a minute. It's between Emma Vigeland and Jennifer Walsh of the I've Had It podcast, which I have become a big fan of the I've Had It podcast, I will say. I call them, you know, my favorite aunties. They really have that, like, vibe. Yeah, no, I'll turn out Randy is the good one. Can you imagine? Boy, I'm back! Dude, will he be let back into it? Didn't he run to Canada because he had, like, outstanding warrants? And isn't he, like, I don't know, man. Nah, I just caught the stream of a super dumb guy who streams politics as well. Oh, interesting. What was his super dumb takes? So I have an idea of what you think super dumb takes are. Actually, no, genuinely. What was he saying that you were just like, you're stupid? I've become a fan as well. Hey, cool. Excellent. I know that you've already subscribed to the channel, right? I think you have. It's funny watching them all basically say, I wish everyone would stop calling me good. Yeah, well, the thing is, you got Steven, you know, Pee Wee German out there literally using speeches and just being like, yeah, compare me to Goebbels, even though I'm using Goebbels verbatim. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You don't get to do that. I mean, again, gaslighting, term of the day, because that's what is happening. It's not even sophisticated. It is just blatant. Like, if you have ever had anybody just go, nuh-uh, you're wrong, because just you're wrong. And then you're like, yeah, I guess, like, whoa, yeah. Don't be weak-minded, guys. Keep your strength. Hold steady. Know that these people suck. They are mentally weak, and that you can just weather the storm. I feel like it's Mysterio, like in Spider-Man. You know, I think we're at that moment where we're figuring out that it's all an illusion. Yes, there are projectors that definitely have stuff that it shoots electricity and it hurts you. So there's definitely physical consequences. So, you know, but now we're aware and now we're better. So use the Spidey sense. It was funny watching them all basically say, I wish everyone... Oh, yes. Okay. Already read that one. He kept justifying Russia's attacks on Ukraine. Maybe this place thinks the same? I don't know. No, Slava Ukraine. But for real. No, actually, Trump came out today and he was just like, I think, you know, it was one of the rare times that, you know, broken clock syndrome, but he was just like, you know what? I think that they can definitely take some of their land back. I have a feeling that they can get it all back, you know, Ukraine. We just sold them a bunch of arms. We're best friends, you know. Putin. You look who I'm with, Pooty Poo. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, finally, I found the right spot. Yeah, you did. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting that there's not a lot of, like, smaller lefty streamers over on Twitch. No wonder my numbers are just... I gotta stop that. My numbers ain't bad. Twitch is just... I noticed that the algorithm changed. Something... Or, like, not even the algorithm. Whatever they're doing as far as promoting stuff, which I would assume an algorithm, but they say they don't use one. So I don't want to get in trouble. Whatever they did, it definitely buries political stuff. Hence why, I don't know. Shit. I'm going to stay in politics for now. Screw it. But yes, thank you for the follow. I'm glad that you found a chill community. Also, 420 friendly, so we do, you know, little cheers back and forth, and just, we like to chill here. Or, as I say, we have fun here. Because we do. All right. Let's... Oh, hey, Kiwana. Cognitive dissonance. Yes. They actually banned me right away when I try to get their point of view? Really? How'd you ask it? Dude, I'm always so interested how, like, people will do Instabans. I'm not that bad. It takes a few, like I don't know. There's a few things that you can do to get an Instaban. Like, if you spam the N-word, that will get you Instabanned. Which, yeah, who doesn't, like, what are you doing? Trust me, you don't need this goes to any YouTuber or anybody that's streaming. You do not need the engagement that bad to ever warrant that. So, almost forgot one free Congo. Congo? What? What's going on in the Congo? Wait a minute. Seriously, what's going on in the Congo? Did they find the gray gorilla? Uh-oh. Oh, man. This became a Joe Rogan episode real quick. They actually... Oh, wait. Embarrassment is a stronger emotion than cognitive dissonance. It is. The thing is, that's why I think that they need to be shamed, but there's also a way to go about it, where instead of just rubbing their nose in shit, which that does not work, there is also, like, there's the fine balance between kids' gloves and rubbing their nose in shit. But yes, Kiwan, I agree with you. While we use them for glorified slave labor. Oh. We need to make shame great again. Well, again, I think they feel the shame. That's why they push back so hard. I mean, dude, you have some of these people that preemptively push back because they know their ideas suck. That's kind of funny. I will admit, where it's like, hey, what is it? It's internalized shame. Trust me, I know what it is, but let's get there. Come on, we can do it together. I've been a moderate here for a while, and I've never muted or banned, or a moderator here for a while, and I've never muted or banned anyone. Yeah. That is true. We've only had a few. Yeah, I really don't get that much. You know? I get people that end up either, like, staying or they just dip out and, like, hit the dislike button. For every time that my stream gets recommended to somebody, yeah, whatever. If I'm not their bag, I'm not their bag. I stated wanting to ban people, but I've never banned anyone yet. I'm trying to think. I don't think so. All right, guys. I did not watch any of this interview. I was busy doing my show over on this space called Pepaganda, which you guys can always check out on Tuesdays, every Tuesday at 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central, where I have a separate show. It's an hour format where I do 2 stories. I give my commentary on said stories, and then, yeah, I spread some Pepaganda. That's the name of the show. So check out Pepaganda over on this space. You guys can also check out the VOD. They're live right now, but if you want to, go right to the beginning of stream. There I am. But continue watching this. If you guys are enjoying the stream, also hit the like button and come interact with us. If you guys are just lurking, yeah. Oh, the Discord link has expired. Yes, I have an expired Discord link. Here, I will invite you, though. Because what I have is a private link. I like this. Like, I could fix this, theoretically, but I kind of like this. This has kept it from having a bunch of just, nonsense in my Discord. Where it seems like people kind of honor getting invited into the Discord. I've had one person where I was just like, okay, we need to ban them. You are welcome. Thank you for joining. Yeah, you'll definitely have fun. Feel free to share some memes on the meme page, and if you ever want to call into the show, just let me know in chat, and we can connect in the green room. I have my my chat set up through there. That's where I do most of my call-ins. But the lines are not open. Repeat, folks. The lines are not open. Exclusive club. It is an exclusive club. Also, you know what is also it. You know what is also an exclusive club? The membership club, where I have. I I'm honoring what I put out there. It was a little bit harder where people were like, you know, kind of just jumping on. But yeah, well, it's my memberships. I have my tiered memberships. I got my mild, hot, and spicy. Spicy will get you video game codes. I will, you know, play whatever game you want to play. Especially if you gift the game, I will play it with you. You know, I will also give you my exclusive Switch code and PS5 code. Well, PS5 name. So you guys can join me in some fun over on the consoles. Because, yes, I hate to say, I got into PC gaming a little late. I was into PC gaming back when Counter-Strike 1 and World of Warcraft, or not even World of Warcraft, Warcraft 3. Ugh. Yeah, kind of old. I got away from PCs for a long time, so. But yes, you'd love to call in again sometime? Hell yeah, dude. No, I'll do a call-in show. Like, I think I might even do that this week, where I just want to kind of focus on call-ins. Like, might not even do like segments. I'll build 2 just in case, and then have the lines open. The one thing that I want to try and avoid though is having multiple people jump in into the green room. So if that's like the main rule, I have to like see if I can even set that up where it's like one at a time. Because yes, I realized that was not exactly the greatest thing. Or wait, is it the Pepper Palace? No, it's Pepper Palace. My bad. Damn. Either way. Like I was saying about the memberships, though, you guys can get the single tier where you guys get access to the members-only shorts and videos that are dropped, and also just it helps out a lot. It all helps, but mostly the hitting that like button on the stream is the biggest one. It's free. Hitting that subscribe button, free. Come on, guys. Not trying to beg too much, but damn it. Damn it! We got to get this stream growing. What the heck happened to Mitesh? He's around. I'm not sure if he wants to sound off, but still here. Andrew Morzov, thank you for the sub, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I really appreciate that you guys are enjoying the content too. And I hope you like the noise. So, cheers. Oh, wait. Am I getting raptured? Am I getting Nope. Come on. My scaredy bear apparently got raptured. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, Try. Appreciate that. Oh, hell yeah. Jake got a membership? That's awesome. Thank you for that, man. Look at that. You're such a sweet kid, Uncle Pep. Oh, thank you. No, thank you. Jay Sands, hell yeah. He deserves that after his contribution with the Jimmy Kimmel thing. I felt bad because I felt like I might have gotten a little too aggressive about like, hey man, I'm not trying to report this as like fact right now because I'm not sure about what's going on. But yeah, they were 100% right about what was happening over on Twitch, which again, or on Twitter, which grain of salt usually, but yeah, we found out about the Jimmy Kimmel stuff at, like a good 10-15 minutes before anybody else, so incognito. Oh, that was wow. Scaredy Bear is hitting today. No, thank you for the gifted subs there, or the gifted memberships. Whew. Wait, duh. Most important part. Aha. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Oh, there's also count, so I'm gonna put that right. Put that in the goal. One. Oh boy. Yeah, you know. There Snack time. Yes. Got all the snacks. He needs to get those in because we, as I said, have a guest coming. I can't wait for my guest to be here. I really can't. Also, real quick, last a little bit about teaching you guys about the show. I have this wacky ass pepper hat that if you guys hit $100 during the stream, I will wear it for the rest of the stream. Doesn't matter what I'm reporting on. And then over on Twitch, you guys can claim channel points for an appearance from Tim Pepper. I'm Tim Pool's biggest fan, but for some reason I'm stuck with this shitlib. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. Kickflip. Get back in your little pepper hat. Yeah, we have a lot of just different things that you can do here. Oh, you know, $2 super chats give the dog a treat too. So I just got to get all like I got to get like a scroll on my screen where it's just like click here. Check this out. I like the bare bone structure of my stream. So, but yes, guys, you can do any of the fun stuff over on the channel, or you can just chill and enjoy the show. Tim Pepper might think so, but I don't think you're a shitlib. He's just staring at me. The funniest part is it's he's got those soulless black eyes. Look at him. He's trapped in the pepper. The pepper hat is ridiculous, guys. It's absolutely ridiculous. And again, thank you to the mod who sent that out. Oh, right. Man, I forgot to wear these. I was having some spicy takes earlier. Wait. I need to have a spicy take. Spicy take. The rapture. You know what? Didn't happen. You're all still here. Maybe you're all in hell. Spicy take. Oh, crap. Ooh. I got something here. I also have another thing where you can get an appearance from Macho Man. Yeah. Voice is doing a little bit better today, huh? Can tell you guys that I had a little bit of sickness, a little bit of a head cold. Yeah. Macho Man came in and took it down. Ah, yeah. Took it down with the elbow drop. All right. Hold on, guys. All right. Real hot take. We live in the Shepherd's Purgatory as told in the story of Cain and Abel. We never got past it. Somehow we're in the bad reality. I mean, I've thought that. Here. I will start this interview. All right, so I was not able to watch the Majority Report interview with Jennifer Walsh, again, from the I've Had It podcast. I really enjoy them, so I wanted to check this out with you guys. Let's do it. Oh, thought I had like the clean start here.
And back.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
We are back, and we are joined now by Jennifer Welch, interior designer, co-host of the I've Had It podcast, and co-author of Life is a lazy Susan of shit sandwiches. Jennifer, we've been meaning to have you on for a while. So thrilled we were able to make this happen.
Thank you so much for having me on. You know, I am doing a midlife gap year soon, and I'm moving to New York out of the Bible Belt. And I've raised my kids. The youngest one is at USC. And you and I were texting about my coming on. And I was like, this is perfect because I need friends in New York. So this is our first time meeting, and I'm going to be your new best friend.
I know. Well, I mean, I'm all for it.
Wait, midlife? 50.
And we have to have you on in studio once you officially move in, but I couldn't wait till you got here in October to have you on, especially because I knew Sam would be out today and I wanted a little bit of girl.
Ooh, new studio. Are they in the same building, or are they getting away from the the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal? Oh my God, I couldn't say it.
I hope that's all right with you.
Love it.
But we can bring you on with him as well, because he seemed a little jealous, honestly, when I told him you would be on today.
I love that. It's always when you're 50 and somebody's jealous they don't get to be with you, you just absorb that energy.
Can you honestly just tell us a little bit about your background? I had meant to ask you about this because I've been seeing, people will say you've got the liberal wine mom thing locked down, and I'm
wine mom. I mean, I don't know. She got the cool aunt vibe.
I'm 31.
Like, she just reminds me of my cool aunt.
I love wine. I hope to be a mom at one day. So mom one day. I wouldn't take that as something that's like offensive. I think it's actually pretty awesome. So I hope to be a future wine mom. Or do you find that to be a funny way to describe your demographic?
There's two takes on that. The first one is sometimes people refer to us as mom podcasters in a reductive way, and you would never hear anybody refer to Joe Rogan as a dad podcaster.
Right.
And so in that
No, I call him a
regard,
bro.
fuck them. In the regard that members of the LGBTQ plus or of the Black and brown community are refreshed to see a woman like me who meets the optics that you might think, oh, fuck, where was she on January 6th? And then you hear me advocating for you. And then my kids told me the phrase mother, like you're so mother. So in that regard, being like a maternal supporter or ally or an aunt or a big sister, I embrace that entirely.
And what do you think about I guess some of the reaction in the Democratic base to the way that leadership has responded here? I know you've been really vocally critical of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, as we have been on this show, but it's almost like they were surprised that your show would have this take, but it's actually reflective of what we're seeing in the base. Like, a majority of Democrats do not want this leadership anymore. And I don't understand why either of our opinions on this would be controversial.
Well, I think that Democratic establishment has a brand of pick-me politics. They want everybody to like them. And when you aspire for everybody to like you, nobody likes you because you're inauthentic and you don't stand for anything.
Honestly, that's why I literally just say if you don't like me, I'm not your bag. Cool.
And so now, what everybody wants to see is people that stand up and fight, that fight against this fascist regime. And when you see the word salad and the moral duplicity coming out of Jeffries, Cory Booker, Chuck Schumer, it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking because this is a moment where you have to set all of your PAC money aside and you have to get on your big boy pants and stand up and not be a pussy. And when I see these Democratic establishment candidates puss out, it angers me, but more than anything, it's heartbreaking because their positions, as a woman who lives deeply in a red state, we have had to rely on Democratic leaders from other states to protect us from MAGA and Republicans' worst impulses, which are putting the 10 Commandments in schools, no exceptions to abortions, very horrible education systems, Trump Bibles in schools, et cetera. I could go on and on. And so you rely on these certain politicians to be uncompromising when it comes to human rights. So when you see them compromise, I mean, it really enrages me / makes me sad at the same time.
What do you think of the "you get what you voted for" thing? Because when I think about red states, I think about some of the poorest states in the South. I mean, you're from Mississippi, right?
No, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, I'm so sorry. But I think about other...
I'm not that
others.
Redneck.
Not that, I apologize. I don't know where I
No, but you get tornadoes like a mofo.
got that from. But I mean, maybe I'm just thinking of Mississippi. Like
Look,
these
my
are...
husband's my third cousin, not my first cousin. Okay.
I got it. I'm sorry to let my coastal elitism slip out and blend all these states together. But it is like
self-deprecation is always welcome, but holy crap.
States. They just are gerrymandered out of politics, or they are in areas that are kind of so left behind that they're not considered as a part of kind of our active voting political community. And I don't want to leave those folks behind just because a bunch of, Christian white people in those states decide to vote for Trump.
Well, my response to this is twofold. On the surface, I totally get you get what you voted for, fuck around and find out. As an impulsive reaction when you see what this regime is doing. As a progressive person, once I get past that impulse of being catty and petty, which is fun to be for a few seconds, cooler heads prevail. And then I realize, like, let's take, for example, first and foremost, the Latinos for Trump. That girl had that big salsa rally. I will vote for Donald Trump, and they're woohoo, arriba, arriba. And then
the fuck,
her husband and her nephew, ice, scrape him out the door. She's bawling, crying. She feels betrayed by Donald Trump. And because I'm progressive, I have empathy
I did not see that
her,
coming.
even though she was a dipshit, even though she didn't watch the signs at the Republican National Convention that said mass deportations now, even though it enrages me that they were so stupid to think that they could align with people that were going to oppress your people, and at some point those knives wouldn't be turned on you. As a progressive person, I still have empathy for them. As it pertains to people in rural America, I have empathy for them because, like, people in Oklahoma, the only thing they have in their rural communities is church. And these MAGA politicians, let's just take our governor Kevin Stitt, who I refer to as Governor Dipshit. Governor Dipshit weaponizes Christianity out in rural Oklahoma, and he Christian signals and he Jesus signals, and he just throws out a few things to say, hey, I'm one of yours.
I think the other one's the convert.
And then he completely rapes and pillages.
I don't think she was ever religious.
Every sense of autonomy or any sort of social safety net they could possibly have. We've gone from 16 years ago, we had a Democratic governor. We were 14th in education. MAGA supermajority policies, we are dead last in education. So I have empathy for those people because they've been lied to and manipulated. The people I have no fucking empathy for are country club white Republicans that played a short-term game. They know Trump's a nut. They know that he's surrounded by a bunch of nuts, and they played this short-term, I want my 401k to be great, and I know he's a racist, I know he's a sexist, I know that, these women that are getting raped in certain states can't have access to health care, but I don't give a shit because I'm just a capitalist. When they lose all of their money, I'm not going to feel empathy for them. But the other two, I do feel empathy for.
I totally agree with you, and you mentioned some of the Christo-fascism of this administration. I want to play this clip from Charlie Kirk's memorial, which it was filled with pyrotechnics and.
Dude, watching Erica Kirk come out to pyro was, I don't know, as a wrestling fan, that didn't look right.
Speeches
just looked off.
By Donald Trump and other political figures, where it seems like everybody's last conversation with Charlie Kirk validated all of their politics prior to this. But Benny Johnson, MAGA influencer, who I don't know if he was responsible for the grinder outage at the event. I mean, it could have been him. It could have been anybody, honestly. Just due to overuse. Here he is speaking, and you can pick up on a lot of what Jennifer is saying here about like the Christo-fascist elements of this movement.
The Apostle Paul describes
Selling merch at an effing memorial is like a level of crass evil, and I can only that I can only expect out of the current Republican Party.
How God establishes the rulers of the nations.
Dude.
In the audience right now, there are rulers of our land. Represented right here is the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice, the Chief Executive. God has instituted them. God has given them power over our nation and our land. God saved our president, President Trump, from an assassin's bullet for this moment. And what does the Apostle Paul in Romans say?
A eulogy that includes the words influencers and commentators that has a merch table is such a fitting end for Charlie Kirk that I can't even be mad.
About a godly leadership. He says that rulers wield the sword.
Beware the false prophet. Yeah. Yes. Like, I don't know. Again, as an ex-Christian that was about Jesus, yeah, no, every time I can't help but think about that shit.
For the protection of good men.
That's why it's also disgusting where it, like, I, again, get that little bit of like, oh, ex-Christian just, oh, you are bastardizing Christ's message for to hate people. Like, this, he kind of was all about not that.
Men, and for the terror of evil men. May we pray that our rulers
That's
here.
So weird. Yep.
Okay, I think we get the gist. I like how men are both the protagonists and antagonists. Women are just along for the ride. God saved the president, but didn't.
I mean, so this is what they do. This is what is Christian signaling, Jesus signaling, and this is what, as being an atheist Democrat in a red state my whole life, I see that these politicians do. And when you think about people in rural America, they don't fucking know what's going on in Gaza. And I don't want to step
why are they so weird?
on anybody's toes. They don't care. That is the part of rural America is simply, you know, you get up. My husband's from rural Oklahoma. He's a criminal defense attorney. And he said, you get up, you try.
Doesn't the Bible talk about excommunicating, feeling no pity for the for usurping the greedy king?
Try to, you know, grind your way through your day. Nobody's making any money.
But then
everybody's broke. Half the people are on meth. And then you watch Wheel of Fortune, and then you say, who can I blame for my shitty life?
Sorry,
Fox News serves up who you can blame, who you're going to scapegoat, those immigrants, those trans people, those drag queens, those lesbians. We had a guy who ran for Senate in Oklahoma, and he called, he campaigned in rural Oklahoma that lesbians were a huge problem in Eastern Oklahoma, which I would say there is kind of a fine line between cowgirls and lesbians. Sometimes you're kind of like, could go either way. But they Christian signal, and it works with them because their only form of culture or home or social life is in these churches. And the churches are hell, fire, damnation. You're no good. You need to be saved. And so the two, for me, I was not surprised that Christians clung on to Trump, because I've always been at the top of prayer list. Everybody's always been trying to save me my whole life. And they are very primed for this type of cruelty talk. When friends would take me to go get me saved, the preachers sound exactly like Donald Trump. They sound exactly like Benny Johnson. So it's familiar.
I know you've spoken about this a bit with your co-host Pumps about, you know, her upbringing versus yours, her growing up in a more, you know, traditional Christian household in the United States. Like, how has your friendship kind of informed that, one? And two, if you could expand on the element about churches only being like the only form of community, because I think that's really important. It's why cities are so scary to, I think, conservatives, is because you interact with all different kinds of people and you're in such close proximity that you have more options to form community. Although I think capitalism largely limits it because we're so on a razor's edge about our next paycheck or whatever. But like that element, I think, is really important, and this is a very drawn out question, but when I used to go cover Trump rallies, I was going to one Trump rally a week in the lead up to 2020. And it felt like when I went to mega church with my aunt, it was the same vibe, and it is a form of community, a perverse one, but it's because there are no other ones.
Totally. So, I had a really unique upbringing. My parents, atheists. I don't know why we were in the buckle of the Bible Belt, but we were. I was born in Dallas, then moved to Oklahoma City when I was in grade school. And my parents traveled all the time, but I grew up around all of these really religious people. And so when I never fit in with them because I was never indoctrinated. You know how today the rapture's supposed to come on Christian Talk? They're talking about it.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if we got raptured just right here on air?
Love it. I mean, two Oklahoma atheists. City would be so tolerable. I want it to happen. But I remember when I was in 8th grade, I was a Brink Bobcat cheerleader, go Bobcats. And everybody that I went to middle school with was like, the rapture's coming, the rapture's coming, the rapture's coming. I tell my mom, she go, oh, for God's sakes, Jennifer, that's ridiculous. These Christians are so intellectually stupid. And, the football game came and went, the rapture never came. But it's this cult-like thing, and there's all this pressure to be involved in it. I'm so grateful that I was never indoctrinated in it, because what we have right now is a bunch of people that are suffering.
It's kind of weird to hear that, because I'm realizing that I used to I couldn't comprehend that thought process, where I was just like, what? You were given a choice? Wait, what?
The consequences of religious
indoctrinated
abuse.
From the age of 4.
And my co-host Pumps, she suffered the consequences of religious abuse. Now, her parents didn't set out to do this. The structures that they were raised in earnestly set her to be raised in the same structures. But if you're told when you're born that you're inherently bad.
Yeah.
And I had a boyfriend in high school, Emma, whose dad was a Baptist preacher. And he got grounded for 3 months for beating off when he was 16 years old. The shame of that is incredibly
what that does to you.
Abusive. And so then you see Grindr crashing, and you see all of these MAGA people that have all of this child essay stuff on their phones. And I think you have a mass psychosis of people that are suffering from religious abuse. So when they have things like this, where they can all get together to feel normal, and then the propaganda administration they know exactly what they're doing by using religion in this way. And there's so many people, this is all they know.
Social life destroyed for gooning is actual child abuse.
This is what's...
Dude, I can tell you just from my friends, yeah, most of these people abuse their kids.
So insidious about...
And it's not Esuel. It's just they abuse their kids.
What Charlie Kirk...
They abuse their authority. They also do this thing where they they keep them extremely sheltered.
Did.
And then they get shit shocked when they all rebel.
He knew, and the people that funded him knew, that for all of these megachurch people in suburban rural America, they did exactly what their parents told them to do. They prayed at the flagpole. They did Bible study, circle jerks, etc.
I prayed at the flagpole.
Pun intended. Pun intended there. Right. Yeah. And so then they go to college, and that's the first time they're free. They're liberated. They can maybe make their own script. And that's what's so dangerous and insidious about what Charlie Kirk did. They intentionally wanted him placed at a time where free thought could be uninterrupted. And he went there to interrupt it in Christian signal. And so, the right always accuses us of virtue signaling, and probably we're guilty of that.
Yeah, but even in Christian settings, that person was unpopular.
And I don't think that's something we should...
The person that was the sign holder, or the person that was always if there was no chaperone for these things, so we would all get, a little ooh, the adults aren't here. There would always be his name was Billy, where he sucked. He was the tattletale. He was teacher's pet. Billy and Sean, fuck you.
Necessarily.
If they ever come across this, you guys sucked.
Apologize for, but weaponizing your faith against...
Grounded for touching your own body is so fucked up.
People who inherently have some questions did Noah really load up all those animals and get on the boat. Like I had friends that literally believe that. Pumps, my co-host, she told me one time she thought people lived to be 950 years old. And she'd been to law school. Imagine that, been to law school, but was indoctrinated not to critically think, not to ask questions. And that's what's so egregious and horrible about Turning Point's activities is they're stunting the growth. And then you're going to have more broken, damaged people because that's the perfect petri dish
Saga origin story.
MAGA to get all of their supporters.
It is interesting to me, too, how the relationship with Trump
told on us for kissing at the pumpkin patch, got us all in trouble.
Also almost mirrors, not to psychoanalyze them too much, but it's kind of fun, mirrors a relationship with almost like an abusive father where it feels like love.
Bunch of Christian kids. You want to kiss me?
Where he's abusing them and you just take it because
Christian kids
there's
are weird,
no... I feel it seems
That's
like
what happens with the whole repression idea, by the way.
healthy emotional reaction or critical.
And that turns into, you know, oh, I heard that this chick Anna was giving blowgies in the field outside the school.
Thought that
But
could
Emma,
allow
I think
you.
it's bigger than that. I think it mirrors the relationship with the Old Testament God.
There you go. There you go. Well, I mean, he stands in as Jesus. And you heard Mike Pence. I don't know if you read that interview with him a few years ago, back when he was still vice president. He described how, you know, Trump is this imperfect vessel, but he feels like God is speaking through him, and serving him is like serving God.
Wow.
And I don't know how you get from point A to point B, except for the fact that Trump is like charismatic and omnipresent, charismatic in his own perverse way, and leading a coalition of religious fundamentalists.
Yeah, I mean, I was not surprised because when all of my friends were trying to save me when I was in junior high and high school, and I would lie to my mother and say, I'm going to go spend the night with this person. She'd be like, don't go to that church. Of course, I immediately went to the church because I wanted to fit in with my friends, right? And so I remember this one church I went to in particular. It was called Crossroads Cathedral. And my friend Shonda and her mother drove me there, and they were working class people. My family was more upper middle class. And Shonda's mom worked at UPS, really sweet lady named Debbie. And we pull up to 7-Eleven, and she has a cup in her car full of coins with a $20 bill at the top. And she said, you girls pump the gas and one of you go pay. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go pay. Shonda, you pump the gas. So I grabbed the $20 bill and I'm going to take it into 7-Eleven. She wanted us to put $5 in. She goes, no, Jennifer, that 20 is for the pastor. It's for the church. Count out the coins. And so I was like, well, that's fucked up. But I did as I was told. I counted out the coins. We pull up to Crossroads Cathedral in South Oklahoma City. And right at the same time, this white Rolls Royce pulls up. And this guy gets out, Pastor Schaefer is his name, and he has on a white suit and a white mink coat.
I mean, dude, it's literally the religious gemstones. That show nails that shit. Even like if you're from the Midwest, it really does.
Wife gets out and she has total Tammy Faye vibes, righteous gemstone. The big eyelashes, a white mink coat. We go inside and they start doing all this Bible thumping and talking in tongues and talking about demons and all this fucking crazy shit. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever been around. And here's Debbie, who had a black eye because her husband had roughed her up a few nights before, giving $20 to this grifter, this total lying sack of shit, Pastor Schaefer. And so when Trump started doing that, I thought, this is familiar to them. This type of abusive lying.
And they call it tithing, so they make you feel like you need to too.
Grifting.
They say like you need to give a certain, I think it was 10% of your income.
Relationship is familiar, and the cognitive dissonance that it takes to both love your pastor and overlook all of his moral, obvious shortcomings is very familiar to this base. So I think that my perspective, having been raised in the Death Star, I'm not shocked that Christians like him. I know people on the coast were shocked. I was not shocked one bit. He's mean. He traffics in cruelty. Every single church that I went to where my friends tried to get me saved, the same thing. It was the same kind of talking, rambling, whacked out shit that Trump does.
He is a glorified megachurch pastor, basically.
Yeah,
I mean, that kind of that is fascinating. That really solves a lot of, I think, questions, you know, that maybe people have about that relationship because of, you know, all of the things that.
Yeah, except he's not even good at speaking when you really break it down. If you transcribe anything Trump says, it's a lot of, well, yeah, well.
Should be antithetical because of his complete, you know, depravity individually.
And then repeating himself. Honestly, if you put Trump's words into Biden, it would all make sense.
That all got washed away.
Like, for Biden, in the context of Biden.
For that reason. Can we talk a little bit more about Kirk as well? Because I had forgotten, I guess, and this is, you know, my privilege too, but I remembered all of his bigoted statements, you know, towards black people, towards Palestinians, towards basically anybody, trans people, gay people, what have you.
Anybody that was not a white man, yeah.
But his anti-blackness was so acute. And I think, you know, back to what you were talking about earlier, about people being surprised that someone looks like you or even someone that looks like me is speaking honestly about what Kirk's legacy is and what the impact is of the right now. Like, where do you view your responsibility in that? Because our leadership isn't doing it. And the idea that we should just throw more marginalized groups under the bus to appease this fascist churn, it is going to gobble us all up. There has to be a firm line here. And I think that there were a lot of people that were genuinely hurt to see the whitewashing of the things that he said. I mean, black Americans in this country in particular, I think, because it was so horrific. And then you have the Senate unanimously voting to make a Remembrance Day for him, and just a few dozen Democrats in the House standing up here. But among the base, this is a consensus opinion, basically.
Yeah. So as a white American, I think all of us should aspire to be cookout approved whites. And I think we need to align ourselves with the black community the way you will your own. And until we have that type of rock solid allyship, you see people make excuses for the racism and that exists all the time. And as a white person who grew up in a white suburban world, I hear racism all the time. And you have to stand up and you have to defend your black and brown brothers and sisters. The whitewashing of his legacy is so abhorrent and hurtful. It hurts me to see it, but it's also a reminder of all of the white racists that I've been around in my life. And I think that what the
most of them in the church
Democrats have done by voting to honor is just an absolute, total fucking disgrace. I think they should be ashamed of themselves. I think that I do not understand how somebody like Hakeem Jeffries, that is a black man, can vote to honor a man who trafficked in racist cruelty and made black people less safe. And
because they didn't, again, they're so ineffective at politics that they were just like, well, we don't want to be seen as opposing this because that they could use that against us.
And who is this winning over? I mean, that's the
so
other thing.
weird.
Yeah.
Nobody on the right is going to just magically all of a sudden start giving them credit.
It's so weird. I just think that our responsibility is to call out what everybody sees with their own eyes and hears with their own ears, saying, you saw and you heard Charlie Kirk be a racist and you were correct. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to spin it. You don't have to revisionist history it. Let people know what you saw is correct. He was a man that profited off of racist. And then what you also saw is correct. Bizarrely, a black man just voted to honor him. It's fucking crazy.
It's crazy. But it shows, I think, the rot right now at the core of the Democratic Party, unfortunately. I mean, the reality is that voters, they're there. The voters are ready. The voters are ready for a transformational candidate. They're ready for a change in leadership. And yet the party's responsiveness has been non-existent, it feels like, especially at the very top. You have a select few. You have AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Zohran Mamdani, who you had on your show, which I'd love for you to give your thoughts on too. And you have governors, like I think Pritzker's done a good job, and Van Hollen in the Senate, and of course Bernie Sanders. But part of what is happening here is that Trump is able to fill vacuums because vacuums are being left purposefully. And all they're trying to do is hang on by their fingernails until the midterms. But the impacts are still going to happen. I mean, the Chuck Schumer is just waiting for an excuse to cave on the government shutdown right now. And I don't understand how you can demonstrate, like, the party is so unpopular, and part of the problem is that people don't think they stand for anything, and so their answer is,
to not stand for anything, consistently flounder in the face of adversity.
Not stand.
Yeah, no, they keep burying their own voters
for anything harder.
Like, dude, you have like the most center left people that are like they're sick of this shit. Like it's not just leftist guys. Your average liberal is even like, what the fuck are they doing?
I cannot understand it. I have been sitting here trying to understand it. And I think that they're basically beholden to the same corporations that got MAGA elected. And so you have a opposition party.
You're not alone, Dave.
That is MAGA law.
I think that most people do.
Right. And I think obviously the AIPAC money plays a huge, huge role in this. And I can always use Cory Booker as a prime example for this. You know, we've had him on our podcast. I liked him. He was feisty. He spoke about, equality, and he spoke up for democracy, blah, blah, blah. Then he did the 25-hour barn burner. I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to pee. I'm fighting for democracy.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go, Cory. And then he's playing peekaboo photograph with Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'm like, say what? Are you kidding me? So now everything that Cory says, he's not a credible messenger to me. And people say that, oh, the left, you want everybody, you have this purity issue. That's not it. We have a credibility issue. We want you to be a credible messenger. You don't have to be pure.
That's why Zohran is so popular.
If Cory Booker or Hakeem Jeffries right now, because we're so desperate and beggars can't be choosers, if they said, we're fucked up about the AIPAC money.
I was wrong.
I was wrong. We're in the fight of our lives. Please get behind me. We can duke it out later. I would be first in line because MAGA moved Trump far to the right. We can move our leaders further to the left. And we can't just be dismissive of them. But if they continue to dismiss us, then I'm going to go after them. I'm going to walk and chew gum. I'm going to go after Trump, who I call Kanks. I'm going to go after Little Smokey, who, of course, is failed drag queen, vice president, J.D. Vance, Smokey Eye sociopath, which we refer to as Little Smokey. And you can imagine what I mean by that, both a smoky eye and a small
I like
penis.
the visual you're giving right now.
And a small penis. And
thanks for the podcast audience so they know.
We can go after all of these things, but we cannot give these complicit Democrats a pass. We have to go after them as well.
Right. And it's about making the opposition party stronger. That's what it's about. And I think most people are kind of on board with that. It's just that the party apparatus is completely sclerotic right now. Hey,
this is coming from a Canadian in chat.
Lastly, you mentioned some of your favorite nicknames. I've been using Kanks in conversations. I've got my mom to listen to your show too, so we'll call him Kanks on the phone with each other. So thanks for giving us something to laugh about.
Yeah.
Kanks, you got a Little Smokey. Who are your other favorite? What's some of your other favorite
Eric and Don
nicknames?
are Dumb and Dumber. Eric and Don Jr.
Yeah.
Of course, Eric being dumber and Don Jr. being dumb. So Dumb and
Damn,
Dumber.
really? I would go the other way.
You really would? You think Eric's dumb and Don Jr.'s dumber?
I don't know. That's really tough. Matt's thinking really hard over there.
Usually you would say the blonde is dumber, but I think Eric is smarter than Don Jr.
I think Eric might be, but
Here's the thing about Eric.
Yeah.
You know that Lara Trump, you know that when she's sitting there at Fox News, Eric's balls are just right in her cleavage. I mean, you can almost just feel it. You know that she's just got them all twisted up.
Yeah. I mean, how else would they let a woman with the Trump last name run for higher office? She must just have to be that kind of woman.
Well, it's just amazing to me how easy these MAGA men either emasculate themselves or how easy they are to emasculate. Like, I just don't think we talk enough about,
I agree with this.
you know,
I said
JD
this.
Vance is a failed drag queen that changed his name 3 times as an adult. And in a normal world, that wouldn't, you know, whatever. But he is a failed drag queen, leader of a party that's anti-drag, banning books.
Yeah.
I just think, I mean, from time to time, I always just remind our audience, we need to remember that he tried to be a drag queen and he failed. And then we show the photographs of how terrible he was at doing drag.
Right, yeah, the match is set off. Camera. Hitler trying to be an artist, yeah.
Mike Johnson. I call him Moses Mike because he said on camera that, you know, when he was becoming Speaker of the House, that God, he says this, he goes, you know, God woke me up in the middle of the night and he's like, hey, buddy, I think you're going to be Moses. And I'm just like, the fact that we have the Speaker of the House
are so fucked,
who claims that God woke him up in the middle of the night, tapped him on the shoulder and told him he was going to be Moses and part the sea and be the Speaker of the House is fucking crazy. And we also have to talk about the fact that Mike Johnson lives with this evangelical preacher. They're roommates. The evangelical preacher was spotted by
I didn't know about this.
Neighbors answering the door in his panties one time as Mike got home from work. All right. This evangelical preacher is connected to this guy in Nashville who is a multimillionaire car guy, big Christian guy, who's, when his wife divorced him, accused him in the divorce filings of forcing her to watch gay porn. Mike Johnson also has all these pray the gay away conversion camps.
He has an app on his phone where he monitors, him and his son monitor each other to hold them accountable so they're not jacking off, which is normal.
So they're not watching gay porn.
Right, right.
So Moses Mike is a good one. We call Ron DeSantis Kitten Heels, Governor Kitten Heels, because he always wears a little booster because he's so
yes,
short.
He does. I forgot about that.
We call Mark Wayne Mullins, the senator from our state, when he questions people. We're ranked 50th in education. And he says, when was you fired? We call him Booster Box Mullins because he also stands on a booster box when he's at the podium. And they just the nicknames just kind of come to us.
Well, it's great because, go ahead, Matt.
Is there one for Ryan Walters, the superintendent that you guys got over there in Oklahoma? Because I really don't like that guy.
No, we hate him. You know, here's the thing, Matt. It's so awful to cover local politics. I don't watch it at all. So I only see Ryan Walters, and he's on the local news all the time when he comes on the national news.
Yeah, it has to be wild.
And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But here's the thing about Ryan Walters. There is a local blogger named The Lost Ogle, and he has these people that are called the Ogle Moles. Somebody sent him, and you can Google it and find the picture. Ryan Walters is sitting on a bench with this guy, and they're touching each other's inner thighs. It's totally gay. I mean, it's just as gay as it gets, right? Which comes as a surprise to no one that he's slapping, tickling when he's not.
There's no wonder in the world why Grindr went down.
Buying Trump Bibles, right? And so,
or accidentally screening
a
porn for the people that he works with, which is another story that accidentally screens retro nudie flick for school board members.
Accidentally.
Whoops! This just this was a glitch. That just happened.
That's amazing. I mean, the fact that you're combating Trump has really fallen off in the nickname game, so you're filling a vacuum here for righteousness. We'll read some IMs because people want have many thoughts and much love for you, Jennifer. Before we let you go,
I was wondering how long this was. I was like, was she on the whole show?
Hilarious. Feels like the fun half came early today. North Dakota Llama says, we don't catch
Mike Johnson's meat monitor should be my alt account. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Trump licking the coke off his teeth on camera like old Donnie Jr. So that's allegedly.
If you do an IM like to the Majority Report, that'd be a good one.
It's what it looked like gumming. Not that I would know. Britt, Jennifer's statement on mega church familiarity reminds me of Twain's easier to abuse people than to convince them they've been abused. Or paraphrase a little bit there. Nick09, Kirk was the perfect nice young man for conservative moms to fawn over. I feel like that's true.
Nice young Klansman.
Yeah. human phone book. If I were religious, I'd think Trump may be the Antichrist. But I also think the only people dumb enough to follow the Antichrist are the only people who believe in the concept of the Antichrist.
Can we talk about what's
what up,
his face that's having a conference on the Antichrist? Peter Thiel.
Peter
Yeah, it's going well.
Thiel. Well,
having fun.
That's J.D. Vance owes his entire. Speaking about what
Definitely in a better mood than I was when I started.
Smoky Eye.
Peter Thiel queer-eyed him.
But,
yeah,
it's mostly personal stuff.
That's how he
there
was
you go.
chubby and dorky and not attractive, and then he goes off to Peter Thiel gay.
Many uncritically parrot state-approved narratives meant to keep the working class in fighting rather than united. Yep.
Camp, and he comes back queer-eyed, thin, yassified
10,000%.
eyeliner. Peter Thiel, totally queer-eyed, smoky, little smoky.
Yeah, he's the scariest part of this is the idea that Peter Thiel, who brings up the Antichrist all the time, and it sounds as like he's describing himself, that he has, if Trump, ends up perishing of natural causes given his health situation, they have all of the mechanisms in place to have Peter Thiel just like completely.
I wonder if she regrets all that coverage about him being, dead.
Completely sees power through his, little bitch boy, Smokey.
Little Smokey. Yeah.
Because honestly, I hate to say that kind of played into a we do the alarmist narrative bullshit.
But I mean, I did a whole episode on the progression of J.D. Vance. Because remember when he was in the hillbilly elegy days, he wasn't that cute and chubby, and he didn't dress very well.
Right.
He goes off to Peter Thiel's boot camp, and he comes back queer-eyed and yassified, and we are one news cycle away from a smoky eye.
I hear you on that. I mean, people really, really appreciate your appearance here. I'll read some of these, more of these in the fun half, but I got to let you go. Jennifer Welch, everybody check out the I've Had It podcast. It's a great show, and we try to laugh about the news here too, but sometimes I need a podcast that makes me laugh independently of the show, and I always go.
That's actually how I feel. I do watch iHip outside of this. It's one of the few political shows that I'll catch.
To you guys.
I try to not do as much politics when I'm off stream.
Over there.
Unless I'm preparing for show. After show, no. I went back to DBZ Abridged, and I'm so glad I did that.
Say hi to Pumps for me, and thanks so much for coming on, Jennifer.
Thanks for having me on, you guys. Bye.
Of course. Bye.
I'm the hype. All right. Whoa. That was awesome. Okay. That was... I hope that she comes back on when Sam is on, because I would like to see what Sam's line of questioning and how that would go. But that was great. All right, so we got a 15-minute Kyle Kulinski bit here. All right, so I really have to pee. That's my one thing. So let's see. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Give me 90 seconds, please. Right. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Chair reacts. The chair is always twisted chair. All right. Well, chair 2028. I'm glad that everybody's liking the chair. Wow, chair gets more popular than I am. Oh man, this is a nice chair. It's a good chair. All right, guys. Let's see. We got the Kyle Kulinski interview that I'm not sure if you guys knew about, but he was on Pondering Politics, and I'm always interested to see Kyle talk to like a more centrist, style of commentator, to see if like he challenges them, number one, or if he can, change some of their ideas. So let's see what he has to say about that. But don't disrespect the chair by sitting on the chair. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to. It's my chair.
So here at Pondering Politics, we've been trying to have conversations with interesting people, and I am pleased to be joined once again by my friend and yours, Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk, and Kyle, Crystal, and Friends, and probably something else. I mean, the most unhinged progressive Twitter user in the entire universe, single-handedly waging war on MAGA. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing actually okay, and that's the first time you'd get an answer like that within the past 8 months, but I'm doing okay because they just brought Jimmy Kimmel back, so it's nice to have a little bit of a victory. That feels good.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about that. Let's obviously there's been so much going on since the last time you and I talked. There was Charlie Kirk's assassination, Jimmy Kimmel's cancellation. Trump is just vaporizing every fucking Venezuelan boat he can find, probably defying both domestic and international law in the process.
Mm-hmm.
But let's start with Kimmel because we just got some breaking news about that. He's been brought back. Is this because of a bunch of Disney Plus subscription cancellations? Is this because Kimmel's going to come back and kiss Trump's ass? What do you think? What do you make of the news, and what do you think is the basis for his return?
I mean, I just think it's the massive backlash. I think that ABC looked at it and said, I think we're losing more money by firing him than we would if we didn't. I think that's the bottom line. I mean, they lost $4 billion. The stock was down 7%. You had this massive exodus of people dropping their Disney Plus. You also had 400 artists who were basically we're not going to work with you unless you, you do the right thing and you bring them back. And they said this was an assault on free speech. And so, I mean, they were sort of asked out, what are you going to do if basically everybody in Hollywood's we don't want to work with Disney or ABC anymore. And you got this mass exodus from your platform. I think their hand was forced effectively.
Yeah, you had a bunch. So I think that was also underreported. You had some talent agencies coming out and boycotting.
Because at the end of the day, it's all about the dollars and cents. It's all about the money. And the same reason they got rid of Jimmy Kimmel is the same reason they brought him back, because they originally calculated, hey, we want the FCC to approve our merger, so we're going to do it because we got to please Trump and the FCC. So for our bottom line, it's best to get rid of him. But then when they saw the backlash, they realized oh, wait, this is actually worse for our bottom line. So I guess we got to U-turn out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it sure looks like a U-turn. He's supposed to be coming back at the time of recording. This is Monday night, so he should be coming back tomorrow, September 23rd. I'm sure this will be addressed in one way, shape, or form. I will be tuning into that fucking monologue. Hey, did you see Jon Stewart's skit in response to this?
I did. The Trump approved.
The Trump approved
where he was pretending
message. I can't play that here, but it was really funny.
Regime, yeah, that was funny.
I mean, it's funny, but was it? Was it? I mean, it's funny, but
darkly funny.
Or was it you could see some of that North Korean style bullshit coming down the pipe. That's the thing that I'm worried about. I mean, Brendan Carr, we should say, the most blatantly partisan FCC chairman we've seen in modern American history. You'd have to go way back, I think, to the days of the Hays Code or something like that to see Hollywood in such tight grip of the government. Do you think that this is a repudiation of Carr? Do you think he's going to tone it down, or do you think he feels, yeah, okay, Kimmel's coming back, but I scored my blood, I got my pound of flesh, I flexed the muscle of the FCC? What do you think is going to be his trajectory moving forward for the next 3.5 years of the Trump administration?
He is not an independent actor. He is a tool of Trump, just like Pam Bondi is, just like Kash Patel is, just like anybody in the Trump regime who makes any decision, it is coming directly from Trump. So my guess is, I mean, I think they might.
How is anybody questioning that?
Go on a crusade again.
That's weird. I thought that that was just something that MAGA accepted, was that it all comes from Trump.
Against ABC now. I think he might be petty. I think he might be vindictive. When I say he, I mean Trump, and he'll do it through Brendan Carr. But I think the FCC will probably reject the merger. I think they're going to try to take a pound of flesh from them because they also sort of humiliated them by bringing Jimmy Kimmel back. And so that guy, I mean, he's a real piece of it because he used to talk all the time about how much he believes in free speech. He has all these tweets like he's the biggest free speech bro in the country.
And I should say, for the audience's benefit, you went through and like resurrected a bunch of them and replied to them and shit like that. So like, what changed, man? What changed between the Brendan Carr of 2022 or 2023 and the Brendan Carr of 2025?
He was Donald Trump's handpicked henchman, and he cares about careerism and getting ahead. And he knows, just like everybody knows in DC, there's one rule. If you want to make it far in the Trump regime, you just got to do whatever the hell he wants. The more of a pathetic little loyalist sycophant you are, the further you go. And so any principles he had, any sort of philosophy he had was completely and utterly out the window. And he realized, I just need to satiate the ego of this one man, Trump. And so he basically did a 180. I mean, I know that Sagar knows Brendan Carr. And when Brendan Carr basically did this, Sagar was like...
Wait, Sagar knew him?
Just totally in awe because he thought like...
Hold the fuck... Whoa, breaking news here.
Wait, I thought we actually believed in the free speech thing when we talked about free speech. I thought we really meant it. But it turns out they didn't mean it. The right didn't mean it. And so, people like me, I feel a little bit like a sucker because I was out there when Ann Coulter was getting deplatformed from colleges and Ben Shapiro, they were trying to do petitions to get him not to speak at a college. I was out there as a lefty going, you know what, man, let him speak. Like, I might not agree with him, but I do believe in the principle of free speech. He should be able to. But here we are in a scenario where it's an actual violation of the First Amendment because the government is applying the pressure to get this comedian fired. And I'll be damned, virtually everybody on the right was like, yeah, no, we like that. We hate Jimmy Kimmel, so we like it when he's fired. So the thing that's been just such an eye-opener in every way, shape, and form for me is that these people really do believe in nothing. Like, they believe in absolutely nothing. It's all a power game. It's all about triggering the libs and owning the left. It's all about whatever Daddy Trump wants. And they will ride.
Think of this from a psychological point of view. This literally comes from them wanting to just be bullies.
That into the ground, even to the point where on the things that they claimed were core to their identity, that they would never flip on those things. They flipped on them immediately. It's just so disturbing to see.
Yeah, it seems to be, I think...
Think of the MAGA mean girls and the way that they talk to each other.
Here's what I'm hoping comes from this, that this is truly...
That's why I know it's never going to work, because they're going to eat their own. Like I've been saying, once they catch the car, they're going to just turn on each other.
Opener for liberals and progressives both in and out of power, and I think we're starting to see some signs of that to be the case, that this was never about principle to the right. This was not about principle to the Republican Party. It is purely about power. And so it's going to be a mad dash scramble for power future elections. And I think that's how Democrats have to look at it, whether we like it or not.
My favorite snack.
Like there's effectively, to use a really terrible metaphor, there is a weapon on the floor and they're scrambling for it, and we're going to have to scramble for it too, that weapon being power. It's something that we really have to look at. Now, I'm not saying that we have to sink to their level, but what we do need to do is keep it out of their hands. That's what we need to take that away from them. And I mean, people pointed out, can you imagine the shitstorm that would have ensued if President Biden had said in 2023, hey, assholes, you just had to pay $750 million for spreading defamatory lies about the 2020 election. Fox has affiliates. They're not, they're not broadcast, they're cable, but they have affiliates that the FCC can impact. So I'm ordering my FCC to start going after Fox News. Can you imagine the shitstorm?
It would be ridiculous. Not Charlie Kirk, excuse me. TJ Kirk did a great video where he was like parodying MAGA. And he was saying, like, you thought you can get away with killing Charlie Kirk because we're just these demure little angels talking about the right. Like, as if the right really views themselves as these demure little angels. And like you said, it's like, bro, Fox News, they're literally like a factory that pumps out lies 24/7. Like, their whole purpose, their whole point in existing is to lie on behalf of the Republican Party. And then you had people in MAGA sincerely making the argument like, oh, what Jimmy Kimmel said was factually wrong about the shooter being MAGA, therefore, like, he should get fired. And it's like, do you really want to open this door to factual inaccuracies lead to immediate firings? Because I got news for you, there wouldn't be a single conservative host left on the air if we did that. So the double standards are just out of this world. And yes, the Biden comparison is an apt one. There's not a single example anybody on the right can point to about, Joe Biden doing something as bad as what Trump did here. They try so hard. They go, oh, Roseanne got fired. And then you look it up and it's like, that was in 2018 when Trump was president. Obama had absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. They keep trying to find something that's analogous, and there's nothing analogous because no Democratic president actually flexed the power of the FCC and the government to try to force comedians not to make fun of them. And that's what we're witnessing now.
Yep.
So, again, we got some good news there. Obviously, other major news that happened in the past couple of weeks, and certainly since the last time you and I spoke on camera, was the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk, and then you had Charlie Kirk's memorial yesterday. I got to say, I was pretty stunned by his widow publicly forgiving his assassin, and then Donald Trump, Donald Trump 5 fucking minutes later going, yeah, that's bullshit. You know, Charlie wants forgiveness or whatever. Nah, screw that. I hate my enemy, and, you know, I don't wish them well. Can we all agree, just because there's so much discourse about what, you know, the Kyle Kalinskis, the Josiahs, the Destinies, the Mehdi Hassans, what everybody should be disavowing? Can we all agree that the sitting president of the United States just has objectively more responsibility than any other fucking human to tone it down, and he constantly defies that expectation, and we can't grade him on a curve, and we should call out the people who do? Can you imagine, bro, Biden or Obama or Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton or anybody saying something like that? And can we also agree that he was obviously referring to every Democrat in this country when he says, I hate my opponent? What do you think about all that?
I think you're 100% right. I think you're 100% right. I think that, you know, he likes to sort of egg on the idea of violence against the left. It's why he calls the left vermin. He calls us, you know, fascists and communists and vermin. He calls immigrants. He says they're poisoning the blood of our country. He has one gear, and that gear is to make everything worse. It's to inflame tensions. It's to take a side. And I have to say, that truly is unique among American presidents in my lifetime, where any normal president would at least come out there with the rhetoric of de-escalation and of equality and justice, and we're all the same and we're all American, so we need to make sure that we can get along and we can work together. And it is a nefarious.
Sorry, yeah, she has to go out like 3 or 4 times right now because she's got a little bit of a potty problem.
Force on American politics. And, you know, he gets away with it too, right? Like the right will defend him acting like an immature, like immature inciter of violence. And it's disgusting. Like, you know, I know people have been going after Destiny for what he's been saying here, but I got to admit, like, it's kind of refreshing to have somebody on left of center who's just like focusing like a laser on, hold on, you're going to berate me, a fucking YouTuber,
right,
before you talk about the president of the United States who's clearly inflaming tensions. It makes no sense. And I'm also sick of the, like, everybody has to go back to kindergarten when somebody gets killed. And it's like, do you condemn murder? Talking to, like, you know, any random Democrat or lefty. And it's like, yeah, I think that part is obvious. Can we now have the adult conversations?
Well, they did. They did, man. They did. Like in the immediate aftermath, you had every fucking elected Democrat.
Like
they're
never
Omar.
faith.
You had
They will always
AOC.
lie and just be bad faith about it.
All condemning the violence. Like it wasn't just the center, it was the progressive left.
Always.
They did their obligatory condemnation of political violence. But the expectation is, Kyle, you have to lionize who Charlie Kirk was. You have to beatify and sanctify and canonize him.
That's exactly right. And that's the part that is driving me crazy. I mean, they were making dox lists of people who literally just quoted Charlie Kirk verbatim and posted it. They were making dox lists of people who said, I condemn
Somebody
the
told
murder,
me I
but I
was on it.
disagree with him, and here's why. Like,
Pissed him off on a fucking
you're not allowed
Facebook
to say
comment, he's
that,
just like,
then like you
coming
pointed
after
out,
your
you're not
job.
allowed
I'm
to
like,
say
good luck,
anything at
fucker.
all except positive stuff. And that's does a disservice to the truth. Because now what you're saying is, let's just whitewash everything that this guy stood for and pretend like he's some sort of angel and he's some sort of hero. And this is who we should aspire to be. And it's ridiculous. What does that say? If you're quoting him verbatim and that leads to a massive backlash, what does that say about his own words?
Jesus, dude.
It says, like, hey, man, maybe he said some not so great things. And this is something that they will not reckon with on the right. They just won't do it.
So before we close on the big topic of 2026 and Democrats and progressive guys, I want to pick your brain about that. I did mention when we began this conversation that since again we last talked, Donald Trump is opening up another theater of foreign policy disaster. In this case, again, very likely, according to domestic and international law experts, committing, if not war crimes, certainly violations of the law by vaporizing, I think that were 3 or 4 speedboats out of Venezuela, which he claims are drug traffickers, but has offered no evidence of in public. What the hell is going on here? Do you think he's trying to provoke an actual land invasion of Venezuela? Is he trying to provoke regime change with respect to Maduro? Are you confident that he's killing drug traffickers? Not that it would make a difference with respect to civil law because they're afforded due process rights, but what do you think is going on there?
He's definitely not killing drug traffickers. He's shooting up fishing boats, and I think he wants regime change. I think I take him at his word the multiple times he said, not just about Venezuela, but
the second one, it definitely looked like a fishing vessel.
About a variety of different countries. We should take the oil. He said that about
and they're just
Iraq
blatantly
in his
like
various CPAC speeches before he was president. He would say, to the victor go the spoils. We should take the oil. He said that about Syria in his first term. He said, we're occupying a third of Syria and we're taking the oil. We're doing
right back to fucking neocon theory. The whole reason that we wanted to go to Iraq.
Take the oil. And I think that's exactly there's a video of him talking about Venezuela and about how they tried to do a coup in the first term. And he said, I would have taken the oil. We should take the oil. And I think that's exactly what's at the core of this. Not only that, he gets lobbied by Eric Prince, the former head of Blackwater. Now Blackwater has renamed itself because it's literally a group of war criminals. And this guy has, wants another contract with the federal government. And Trump would give him a contract to basically occupy Venezuela and help pick a new puppet regime to run the country after they get rid of Maduro. So I think what he's doing is basically he's mixing together the war on terror from the Bush years with the war on drugs. And he's making them one and the same. So now anybody he declares to be a narco-terrorist with zero evidence whatsoever, he reserves the right to vaporize them and murder them. And to your point, this is against U.S. law. This is against international law. And this is something where if it was any other country acting in this sort of a rogue way like he is, everybody would be absolutely furious. They'd be calling for, to topple that government. They'd be saying people got to get arrested immediately. Imagine if Iran vaporized 3 U.S. fishing boats. Imagine if Venezuela did that to 3 U.S. fishing boats, or China did that. Are you kidding me? We would absolutely lose it, rightfully so. I mean, that's literally an act of war. Here we are, you and I are talking. This is the 3rd boat that they destroyed. And the other thing is, Venezuela, the government in Venezuela came out and said, we think the U.S. is going to do a false flag attack against themselves, basically, to justify coming in here. So they're announcing it beforehand. There's also 10 U.S. warships in the region. First they said 3, then they upped it to 7. Now they say it's 10 on top of 4,500 troops on top of special ops that they sent there. So either they're going to try some crazy ass SEAL Team 6, like let's get in there and try to kill Maduro, or they're going to do some false flag attack, or they're just going to go straight to some land invasion with no pretext to justify it. But this is bad. This is really bad. And what drives me crazy, Josiah, is the lack of any talk about it. You would think, hey, we're about to maybe go to another colossal, horrific war, some massively illegal war. And whatever happened to America first? Here, they want to do regime change in Venezuela. They want to bail out the government of Argentina, Javier Milei.
I saw that. It's brand new, isn't it? That just happened.
Brand new.
Yeah.
And what happened to America first? I thought you guys, that would be your talking point as well. We have homeless people here. Why are we sending money to Ukraine? This is the stuff they would say. Now, all of a sudden, you want regime change in Venezuela and you want to prop up the Argentina government led by Javier Milei, who's a clownish
and also ignore the homeless problem
figure. It's
not like they've tackled that at all.
It's a joke. The guy is so pro-war, such a war criminal. He should be thrown under the jail.
Yeah, you and Destiny.
You don't go to jail. You go to under the jail.
The ones that have been leading the charge for years, debunking the idea that Trump is some sort of, dove, right? It's just total bullshit. He wasn't in his first term. He's certainly not been in his second term. I got to say, I was surprised pleasantly that Rand Paul spoke out so forcefully, actually calling out J.D. Vance, the second highest ranking person in his own fucking party. Now, again, Rand Paul hesitated to actually call out the dear leader. Again, their testicular fortitude only goes so far, right? Mm-hmm. But we'll see what happens. But I agree that this is not look good. It does not look good at all. Apologies for the abrupt ending there, but that concludes the first half of my conversation with Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk. The whole interview was supposed to only be about 15 minutes, but there was a lot to talk about, and we're both yappers, so it went for about 32, thus the need to split it in half. If you enjoyed the first half, I think you'll really enjoy the second half as well, in which we discuss the high-stakes government shutdown fight, which is just days.
That sucks. He's obeying the format because he usually has a 15-minute video. That kind of makes sense, but I don't know. For that, I would have just kept it together because I don't know. The view drop off for the second half is definitely going to be something. How's everybody doing? He's gone. You guys were having fun while I was not in my chair. I had to go deal with The poor pupper. Man. Yeah. She's doing a little bit better right now, though. When I let her out, she looked a lot happier, so. Oh, man. I got a special guest coming up here in a little bit. This is going to be fun. Let's see. All right. I promised this Piers Morgan thing yesterday. We're going to do this in a minute. But for now, I just want to hang. Hint, hint. Hey, Serena, what do you think about what's happening over in, oh my god, Brookside? No. The ice, place. What neighborhood is that in? We talked about it yesterday. I still think that guy who, threw Cat, I think she should definitely file a lawsuit, because he was on state property when that happened. Last time I checked, federal agents can't necessarily operate on state property, right? It has to be like designated federal property. The ICE protests, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I saw Daniel Biss got arrested too. I did note there were multiple of our candidates in front of it, including, very much to his credit, Biss. Yep. That was buried, though. I covered it. Yes, I covered his arrest. I covered Cat getting thrown to the ground yesterday. Happy to see everybody fighting, though. That they were on federal land blocking it? No, they weren't. No, I watch a lot of Audit the Audit, and I happen to know the difference between state property, federal property, and all that kind of stuff. The second that he stepped out off that curb, he was fucked. He came out into the middle of the street. Which is too much to Kat's benefit that she gets to be one of the ones who gets the most impactful images. It is. It is. I mean, I was a little bit cynical about it myself, but no, dude, she got slammed though. She dude, he picked her up and body slammed her like that. That was bad. There's something about being a 5'2" blonde girl. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, so intimidating, guys. So intimidating. Yeah, he picked her up, carried her forward, and then threw her down. It was crazy. Yeah, dude, he literally just and then walked her. That was the part where I was just like, dude, did she get hurt by it? She said that she had bruising on her hips, on her back a little bit. I don't know if she actually said if she was gonna try and sue or what she was gonna do there, but I would. I would definitely. Because it's all on video, so at least look into what you can do. But she did get hurt by it. That's what I thought. Oh, no. Weren't they also shooting pepper balls at the protesters? Yes. Yes, they were. That was weird. YouTube Studio just fritzed out for a second. Oh no! no! I just realized I was doing something completely wrong on this. Oh, crap. Alright. Sorry, guys. I just realized something. Well, that's good. So guys, I just got some good news. Here we go. You guys can do me a favor. Check out and see if this link works. Because I've been going back and forth. And I just got ground news. If you guys can check out the ground news link and see if it at least works. Also, while you're there, you can think about it. But no, for real, if you guys can just let me know if the link is live, then that's good news. That means that we fixed a problem that I didn't even realize I was really having because, yeah. Let's just put it this way. People need to get better at communicating. Somebody called ground news, the rage schmadoschmedgens of link does work. All right. We're back. We're back. Woo! Yay! Woo! All right, guys. So that actually means that Pep Talks can start promoting the ground news again. There was a little bit of a lull period that I wasn't sure, so if you guys don't already have it, check it out. Like, for real. Check out the link and then see if the 40% is up your alley. You know, I use it. I use ground news daily. It is one of the best things that I have ever used, and I have friends that unfortunately didn't use my frickin' promo code. One of my friends just texts me. He's just like, hey, man, I got this thing called ground news. I'm like, you son of a bitch. Sorry. It's kind of funny. Hell yeah, Pep is sponsored. Yeah, I mean, I've been sponsored by ground news for about a year now. So I just had to figure out some... It's just stuff. Yeah, it's just stuff. We had to get through some stuff. But yeah, thank you, Etch. I appreciate that. Yeah, I put it out there for some, you know, just feelers. But yeah, the ground news thing, I actually got to put like together something. Okay, I got a special guest. I need to go and hold on. I need to see if they just coming down or what's going on here. Oh, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get my guest. I'll be right back.
Oh my God! Yeah, I stand. It's Bassman. It's a Bassman. Oh, I know. Bexy. Hey, Bexy. Good boy. Whoa. Yes, we got Doggo. Oh, he's burying his head. Oh, you poor baby. I know. We gotta share. We gotta share. We gotta share, Daddy. You gotta share. Yeah, you gotta share. I know. Well, it's okay. It's okay. I know.
You guys never hear him bark. Specifically, wait. I'm gonna start going to protests. Bring a speaker with me. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, this is why I might not be able to live stream my protests. Is because if people start doing that on the en masse, then I'm in trouble. You know, I'm hoping that they don't pull that crap. Here, lay down, buddy. Epax. Oh boy. Oh, Stan's protesting. Your audio is good. It's amazing how much more I hear him from in the house than what the mic picked up. Oh, yeah, because it probably picked up really high. Oh, yeah. No, mic is good. All right, here. We got let's see. We got a little buddy. That's why I'd be careful with it. I'm specifically just going to do it if I see one of those people and see them taking advantage of people who don't know much. Yeah, all right. Well, that's fair. That's good. I just realized that my mic got messed up. All right. Well, we got Piers Morgan stuff to get to, and also, oh, dude. Right away. My nephew. He's going to be here for a few days, so we get to have the joy of PAX. So say hi to PAX. Now, if we do the dog treats, we're going to have to do that a little bit separate. Just going to let you guys know, because he is a bit territorial with that one. There's a local library board meeting at my district tomorrow night, and oddly enough, there's not been a whole lot of shenanigans going on over here yet. That's good. That's good. That, especially with the temperature of everything lately, that's good. Well, hey. Cheers. There we go. I was burning a little too high there. Oh man, you guys crushed it with the likes today. Appreciate that. Also got 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. I gotta tell Jake. All right. Yeah, I've been seeing a bunch of stuff. I don't know. October 18th is the big one, the No Kings. We'll see what happens with that. Okay, guys, let's get to some Piers Morgan fun. And then in an hour, we get the fun half, and yeah, we'll see what happens there. Okay, so we were going to check this out yesterday, but I ended up running out of time. So let's check out. There was a huge crash out on this panel. I have not seen the full clips of it. I just saw a clip from Pondering Politics and stopped it and then went right to this. So let's enjoy this.
The penalty will be, and I think you're confusing forgiveness with justice. Erica did not stand on stage and say, "I forgive him, now send him home." She believes in justice. I believe deeply that Erica would want justice for Charlie, and Charlie would want justice for...
No, hold on. Forgiveness means that you don't want him to die for what he did. That is part of forgiving. No, Carrie, you don't... This is cake and eat it too shit.
His life taken. His children's father were taken.
That doesn't matter. You're more out... this is where... Wow. You should know this. If you're a Christian, you should know this. That's not how forgiveness works, where it's based on your feelings.
So,
No, once you forgive, and especially if she actually did, then it's no, she actually forgave him for doing that.
Forgiveness does not mean you don't want justice. Forgiveness is actually a way to heal your own heart. Because if you hold on to anger and forgiveness, it hurts the person who holds it more than it hurts the person you're angry with. And so for Erica to
this pseudo psychological bullshit. I'm so sick of people like Carrie Lake.
I forgive.
I really am. Can we just why? Why does she keep getting bookings? Like, dude, she is a failure like 4 times over in trying to run for office.
Him, as Christ showed us, will actually help heal her heart faster. But under no circumstance did she say, or would she say, she does not want justice for her husband's assassin.
Okay, let's bring in the other members of the panel. Tim Miller, let me start with you. There's been a lot of fallout from this Charlie Kirk thing. It's been a
whoa, that guy needs to lay off the Botox. He looks like he got stung by a bunch of bees.
huge story. That we can all agree on. You know, the number of people here in the UK who've been talking to me about Charlie Kirk, someone that most of them had never heard of until, 10 days ago, has been really fascinating. It's a global story with real impact. And at the heart of it, to me, is this, which is that Charlie Kirk may have had views that you may not have agreed with many of them. I'm sure you didn't. He was a conservative, Christian, right-wing person to his bootstraps. But he was also, almost uniquely, actually, out there every week, deliberately going into places where many people didn't agree with him and encouraging open, free, democratic debate. Prove me wrong was his mantra. And when you watch those debates...
No, actually, that was Steven Crowder was the one who did that, but yeah.
Respectful. He was.
Do you know how bad Steven Crowder wanted to really hammer that point home that he started that, but he couldn't?
Polite.
Because he didn't want to come off as super disrespectful, which was surprising in that moment, I gotta say.
He tried to help the people on occasion. Why did that guy become this hate figure so detested that a 22-year-old wants to kill him?
Well, Piers, I guess I don't completely agree with the whole premise of your question because, this 22-year-old, look, we have this deep problem in this country. It's something that you agree with, Piers. Like, it's very easy for people who have mental health issues to get access to high-powered weapons. And like this kid, this 22-year-old.
You can shake your head all you want. You actually, like, Arizona is one of the easiest ones there, Carrie.
He wasn't watching cable news.
I don't know. Did we forget about that Vegas guy? Like, the dude that just, like, sniped people from a freaking hotel room in Vegas? Did we just forget about that?
Listening to Chuck Schumer, probably. He's a 22-year-old. If you look at the amount of hours that this kid was spending on social media, he is, like, deep in Discord chats. He is deep in text messages with his various friends. He's playing these VR games. Supposedly he has this.
His friends should release text messages just to like do a comparative to see if the text messages actually do kind of, because that would be a little bit of a bitch, I have to say, if he did just text really weird.
Roommate that is transgender, that he's in love with based on his texts. And he's seeing these.
As a local resident of Nevada, I can confirm pretty easy to get a gun.
Clips of Charlie on TikTok. And some of them are Charlie's own words that he expects to. Some of them are misleading. Some of them are taken out of context. And you become radicalized and you get easy access to guns. And he goes there to this school. And I think it's part of a deep cultural issue that we have to address in our country is that for people who get radicalized online.
He does text really weird. Watch the deposition. He just talks like that.
For people who get who find themselves filled with hate towards someone either from a different political side or a different race. We've certainly seen this with racially motivated.
Nice. On your way to last client. Cool.
Violence as well. We've seen we've seen this from all stripes, right? Like to act like this is one particular thing, I just think is wrong. What we have in this country is that people get radicalized, have easy access to guns, and they went after them. And I think it's horrible.
Was it 55 to I think it was like I'll go with the higher number, like 13%.
And I wish that everybody would take more to heart what Erica Kirk was saying at the memorial yesterday than what some of the other folks have said. And I think that by sometimes, because it's like a political talk show, you want to make people want to make this about us and like navel gaze about all this. But I think that Tyler Robinson was radicalized in a very different way, and I think we have to really think about. Again, weapons, social media, what's happening online, how young people are consuming information, how young people are getting radicalized online. It's a real big challenge for the country, and it's just a tragedy that Charlie was a victim of it.
Eric Bolling, I want to play a clip from Van Jones from CNN, which went viral, which I thought was really powerful. Let's take a look at this.
I mean, this is extraordinary. So this was received the day before he was killed.
Yeah, look, I mean, we were beefing. I don't know, we were going at it online, on air, and then after he died, after he was murdered, my team called and said, Van, he was trying to reach you, man. What? And what was he doing? Dialogue. Let's be gentlemen together. He says, let's disagree agreeably. So I'm sitting on this and I'm watching the whole country talk about civil war, censorship, justifying murder about this guy? This guy is reaching out to his mortal enemy saying we need to be gentlemen, sit down together and disagree agreeably. And the next day he's killed. And I've sat on it long enough and I just said, you know what? We're going to Memorial Weekend for this man. We disagree. Everybody knows we were not friends, okay? At all. But you praise the good when it's time to memorialize somebody. And what he did, and I didn't even know it, was good. He was not for censorship. He was not for civil war. He was not for violence. He was for dialogue.
Now, Eric, I found that really powerful because that's somebody who, by his own admission, was no friend of Charlie Kirk. In fact,
this is part of the problem.
Was,
yes,
as he said, the sort of mortal
what the fuck is
opponent.
this? Yeah, that was part of the problem.
But
that's
found
what that
it
was.
in his heart in the last few days to understand that there was a lot of good in Charlie Kirk. Putting aside the views he didn't agree with, that there were things that you could look at him and applaud and feel these were things worth noting in the wake of his murder. What did you make of what Van Jones did there?
So, well, a couple things. So why didn't he take the call? Why was it after Charlie's death that his staff had to tell him Charlie was trying to get in touch with him? Look, Van Jones happens to be probably the most moderate progressive I know, and that's great. And Charlie maybe was reaching out to try and extend an olive branch. Van Jones is not the rule with the liberal left. The progressive left doesn't position themselves where Van Jones. You know where they position themselves, Pierce? They position themselves, and I'm talking about J.B. Pritzker, I'm talking about Jasmine Crockett, I'm talking about Ilhan Omar. The leaders of the Liberal Party, the Democrat Party right now, are positioning themselves as Trump is Hitler. Anyone who follows Trump is a Nazi. They're bigots. They're fascists. The shooter had "Hey fascist" catch on the bullet casing. I mean, of course they're being radicalized because they're hearing the leaders of the Democrat Party say, "Hey, that guy Trump was in office, and anyone who follows him, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna come after you and kill you, or put you in encampments." Of course, people who are easily radicalized will get radicalized. Van Jones is a sensible liberal. Why didn't he take the call from Charlie Kirk prior to Charlie's death? Maybe he wasn't going to. I don't know yet. I will also push back a little bit on it's time for unity. You know, I lost a child. You go through the stages of grief, right? It's shock, it's misunderstanding, sadness, and anger.
Aww.
When Charlie was killed, I announced it. I was the first one to announce it on air at 4:13 that he was pronounced dead. 4:13 on last Wednesday, week ago Wednesday.
Way to make this about you, weirdo. Dude, this is actually part of the problem is all you conservatives are fucking so ghoulish that you can't see that, like, you just made that about you. And you're normalizing that shit. You look at what Donald Trump did with Erica Kirk and you're just like, yeah, that's completely normal. It's completely normal to have pyrotechnics to celebrate a widow.
And I will never forget.
Literally, I mean, especially the fact that the pyrotechnics, I will say this much, it reminded me of Shawn Michaels. It's literally
that moment that I didn't pass through sadness or disbelief. I went right to anger. And what I wanted, I want a certain amount of people who listen to me certainly to understand, I'm angry, I'm going to stay angry, because if we start playing this game of, okay, you did it, progressive lefts, now you want to play nice, you want to say peace, we should come together, kumbaya. Bullshit. We just lost one of the thought leaders in our party, in our movement. I'm original gangster MAGA. We lost someone very important. I'm going to stay mad. You know what? I'm going to stop being mad about this right after the midterm elections.
Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night. But isn't that slightly contrary to the message that Erica Kirk was conveying yesterday so powerfully, which particularly was powerful given that she was still obviously in enormous grief, lost her husband just a few days before. I thought the message she wanted to convey clearly was one of forgiveness. And yet here are you, Eric, for reasons I completely understand, you know, in the same way that I understand why Donald Trump says he hates his opponents. And I like people to be honest about how they're feeling. I think it's important. But do you not think there's a conflict between your desire to be full of anger and want to make this a political battle now, and Erica making it clear that she had found it in herself to forgive this person?
It's got a weird smell to it.
Erica is a better Christian than I am, Pierce, no doubt about it, and she will probably forgive the shooter. I'm not ready to do that. I'm not sure TPUSA will be all about.
Well, then read your Bible harder, dude.
You know, forgiving people who are killing people on our side. I think that you're going to see TPUSA.
Dude, literally, the widow of the guy who got shot. Oh my God, I have to give her credit in this because we know that I have not been doing so. I was attacking her pretty hard for the Instagram bullshit, but at least she did try to bring down the temperature by saying, I forgive this guy. This is insane. This guy claims to be, I'm trying to be a good Christian, but I just can't forgive,
Say becoming a
No, dude, just admit that you're a fucking vengeful dickhead.
major. If they weren't already, they will become probably the most efficient, most effective political force on the planet. Money is just flowing into this group. I don't think it'll be all about, let's forgive our opponents and let's forgive our people who are killing us.
I have to stand up for Erica right now. I think there's a difference. I know there's a difference between forgiveness and let's let the guy go and not have any accountability.
No. That's not what they're fucking saying, you dumb motherfucker.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that, yeah.
Erica... No, stop letting Carrie be this stupid. It's actually it's unbecoming of everybody on this panel to let her do that.
Wants justice,
including her, where it's like, come on, Carrie, you know how much shit you're full of.
I mean,
you have to.
Forgiveness is, as I said in the interview earlier, it's a way to heal Erica's heart. If you're holding anger, and I sense the anger, I feel it from you, Eric, and it's totally understandable. But when you're harboring that anger, it hurts you.
Were you married to him? Dude, okay, can I just say this with all due respect to my gay audience? Nobody is gayer right now than dudes who, their entire identity is tied to being mad about Charlie Kirk dying. It is weird how much they love that guy. I have not seen that level of man love, ever.
More. And so Erica has to be able to free that and allow her herself to forgive, and then justice shall come. Under no circumstance will the person who killed Charlie Kirk be let go and not seeking justice. The harshest justice will occur, and that's going to happen. But when it comes to unity, unifying doesn't say, okay, we're going to take these radical leftists and we're going to do a kumbaya. No, they are radical and they are violent, and we cannot allow that. Unity means people who have woken up. If you've woken up, hold up. If you've woken up to that.
Okay, so you're simultaneously going to use the scaremongering language, but then you're going to also do the thing where it's like the left needs to tone down the language. They need to stop fighting back. That's what all this is they're trying to disarm us with their stupidity, by the way.
Madness. If you've woken up to that madness and you say, I don't want what the left is pushing, I recognize now it's violent. We welcome you into this party. If you wake up and say the
good luck with that.
Left has gone mad, we're done with it. We welcome you in because we need.
Again, good luck with this. This is the side of the propaganda that I don't want you guys ever being afraid of, because this is one of the dumber parts where it's just like they're overplaying their cards here.
Need to come together as Americans.
I can tell you right now, there's a whole sect of the Christian community that does not like the way that they're handling this.
But we don't accept and will not tolerate this hatred, this crazy agenda.
If I may, you're being logical. They're not being logical.
This dude's in his freaking millionaire backyard getting his hedges trimmed, sitting here being outraged by Charlie Kirk's death.
With 12 days since
Let them eat cake.
Charlie's murder, they're still saying the same things.
Grift maxing. This is definitely grift maxing.
literally said Charlie's likely killed because of his thoughts and the way he
I'm trying to cry, but it can't make it through the Botox.
he delivered them. Across the board, J.B. Pritzker continues to call Trump Hitler to this day, or Nazis, or fascists. Calls any.
Yes, calling them fascists is actually dead on. He doesn't call him Hitler and he doesn't call him a Nazi, but he has said, yeah, he's using fascist tactics. What you guys are doing with this whole dilution of all this, what I'm really sick of is how Piers Morgan is just making his channel part of Fox News. Like, is this what he's trying to do? He wants to be on Fox News now?
MAGA person, fascist. They haven't learned, Kerry.
Alex Jones is a better crier.
If they learned and they all came together and said, you know what, we've heightened our rhetoric on our side. We're going to tone it down. Hopefully you do on the right. That's not where they are.
Okay,
they're getting more aggressive.
Let me bring in Wajahat. Wajahat, I responded to you, as you know, on X yesterday during the service. And it's because you were on this sort of constant stream of consciousness of live posting during the memorial service in a way that I just found increasingly uncomfortable. You know, you just kept pointing out all the bad things about Charlie Kirk. Okay, you're perfectly entitled to those views. Free speech means you can think what you like about Charlie Kirk. He would be the first to say that, by the way. But did you not, just on a human level, serious question, because I've got a lot of respect for you, we've had a lot of debates together, but I was really shocked that during a murdered man who's 31 years old, 2 young children, that during his memorial service, you felt the need to just live post a lot of crap about him. Did nothing make you think, hang on, let's just let them have the memorial service, then we can get back into this stuff? It looked to me like you weren't prepared to give Charlie Kirk a beat of humanity.
So I've heard a lot about mercy and love and forgiveness today, except also a desire for vengeance for the left. So let me do something different. And in response to you, Piers, let me actually unify all of us and let's bring the temperature down. First and foremost, I think every single person on this panel condemns the horrible murder of Charlie
Carrie, she's like, shit.
Kirk by a 22-year-old white man from a conservative Christian family who was apolitical, according to all the evidence, and was radicalized online, as Tim said, and most likely radicalized because he heard or thought he heard homophobic comments by Charlie Kirk, one of us, as the Republican governor of Utah said. Not a lefty, not Antifa, not
Actually, that's not what the governor said. Sorry, just to be clear. No, just to be clear, the governor, Spencer Cox, hang on, just to be clear, because I had this debate a couple of days ago, just to be clear, I went back and checked, and the governor, Spencer Cox, was crystal clear that the investigators so far are working on the belief, from what they've found out, that this kid had been radicalized by a leftist ideology. That was what he said. So when you say there's no suggestion of that, that's not true.
You interrupted all of them. Let me just say my piece, and then I'll lower the temperature. And facts matter. As of just 2 days ago, the FBI sources have said that they find no credible evidence that he was far left. And I'll be fair, no credible evidence that he's far right. This was a man who was radicalized online, 22-year-old white man, not the left. He wasn't transgender. He wasn't Antifa. He wasn't progressives. That's a fact.
You don't know any of that.
Temperature.
You don't know any of that. Just as much as you do, you dumb motherfucker. But here you are comfortable with promoting the idea that he is on the left because it fits your narrative. See, this is where, again, being called out on your disingenuous bullshit really does throw you off, apparently. Wake up, bud. You want to get down? Yeah. Woo. There you go.
Let's lower the temperature.
You're not dialing down the temperature. You're
Absolutely. I'm saying
you're removing any accountability for the way that some of the investigation appears to be leading. I think we should wait, but I don't think that when someone puts anti-fascist on the bullet casings, it's a bit of a clue.
Can he answer your question, Piers? You asked him why was he a scumbag yesterday by live tweeting and saying horrendous things on Charlie Kirk's memorial.
That was Carrie.
Yeah,
Carrie,
no,
listen, lying is a sin in Christianity. Carrie, lying is a sin in Christianity. So let me respond. Let me respond.
No,
lying is a sin
I
in
called
Christianity.
you that. And why
I also
did you
believe
do
in
that
Jesus,
yesterday?
and Jesus doesn't like liars. All right, now let's listen to this real quick. The person who used the word scumbag, and this is where I'm going to say I defended Charlie Kirk because he is a free speech maximalist. In his life, Charlie Kirk used his words to mock the living and the dead. He had every right to. He used the word scumbag to describe George Floyd, who was murdered by a cop. He had every right to. He said MLK was an awful person. He has every right to. He said he was against the Civil Rights Act. He had every right to. Charlie Kirk would also agree with me and other Republicans right now, including Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, other conservatives or those who are loved by conservatives like Tim Dillon, Ben Shapiro, in that the president of the United States, President Trump, the leader of the country and the leader of MAGA, should not abuse and use his death to do what? Abuse his powers to cancel critics like Jimmy Kimmel. I think Charlie Kirk, in his words, with his life, if we look at what he said, would say, you know what? My critics can debate me, they can mock me. His producer said that Charlie Kirk actually enjoyed South Park criticizing him, and that South
but that
Park's
wasn't
not-
my question. And to be fair, hang on, everybody. Hang on, just to be clear with Jahat. With Jahat, like I said to you at the start, Charlie Kirk, right, would not be the one to complain about this. I was simply asking you that you wanted to tone things down. Do you not think, on a human level, it was just inappropriate? Never mind anything else. It showed a lack of humanity to just be bombarding on your X feed endless trash talk about Charlie Kirk as there was a memorial service.
No, because like he was just saying, he was pointing out that Charlie Kirk would do the exact same thing. That was the broader point.
To his life.
I mean, apparently, am I getting this right, or am I?
Kirk, I think one of the most beautiful aspects of yesterday, and I think another thing we'll all agree on, was Erica Kirk, a widow, using her platform at that moment to ask for what? Love and forgiveness. Now, if you were offended by me bringing out Charlie Kirk's own record and words against him, you have every right to. Charlie Kirk.
No,
did
it was
that
your
in his life
timing.
against
I
people
said
who
to
were
you,
dead.
it was your
But then
timing.
Donald Trump, the president of the United States, what did he say? You quoted. I'm going to quote him again. This is Donald Trump right after Erica Kirk, in a humane Christian way, asked for forgiveness. You know what Donald Trump, the leader of MAGA, said? And I'm going to quote him. Charlie Kirk, did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them.
Yeah.
That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. He then spent the next 45 minutes at Charlie Kirk's funeral using and abusing his murder
as just a rally for himself. That was the grossest part. I have to be real.
Have to do with you.
That was insane. Oh, fuck you, Piers. Fuck you. Oh, what's that have to do with you? Oh, why did you exercise your free speech? Why would you do that, Adjit?
That's a good question.
Come on.
What does that have to do with you, with Jahat? I simply asked you a question.
I'm perfectly fine.
With Jahat,
using my
I simply
First
asked you,
Amendment
do you not
speech.
think, on a human level,
I'm perfectly fine.
do you think
using
it
my
was
First Amendment
inappropriate
speech.
for you, on a human level, to be...
Yes.
What? It was inappropriate or appropriate?
Charlie Kirk did the same thing in his life, and you guys treat him like Jesus.
Not during someone's funeral.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
During someone's memorial
Yes, he did.
service?
Yes, he did.
Wait. Let's bring up facts.
Uncensored is proudly
Let's
sponsored
bring
by
up facts
Cozy
as
Earth,
I go
which, like
do
me,
my ad read.
Charlie Kirk
Wait a
had
minute.
every right.
Can you just
every right which
apologize
he
for
used.
doing that?
No. Stop it. Apologize. Apologize.
You have an opportunity
Apologize.
here.
When David DePape, a Trump supporter, beat up Paul Pelosi, Charlie Kirk asked his followers to pay for his bail. He had every right to. Charlie Kirk mocked and ridiculed George Floyd, who was killed.
It's almost like, I don't know, he did a bunch of this really bad stuff, and now you're just sitting here trying to whitewash it.
By a cop, choked to death. We saw the video.
Piers,
called
this
him a
is
scumbag.
nonsense.
He had every right to.
Piers.
And Carrie Lake, I want to ask you this, because you're a person who's allegedly Christian. You didn't blame Tyler Perry. You were very forgiving. You blamed the indoctrination camps. You said at Kennedy Center, you blame colleges. You said they're indoctrination camps. You said the one semester that Tyler Perry was at the indoctrination camp, your quote, that was the one thing that was responsible. And then you said people should not send their kids to colleges. Can you look at the camera right now, and tell your Republican colleagues, elected officials who have sent their kids to Ivy League colleges right now, take their kids out of college? Have the courage of your convictions, Carrie Lake. You called them indoctrination camps.
I would.
Ask your Republican colleagues. Right now.
I think college, just like Charlie, I think college is overrated. And in many cases, I know many of my friends have sent their children off to college, loving children. They come back, they don't like their family anymore. They've completely...
Yeah, it's almost like they get, you call it indoctrination, but you were doing the indoctrinating. The weird thing is they start getting exposed to alternative ideas and alternative ways of life that you sheltered them from. So then you, as the parent, can't handle the fact that your kid didn't turn out the way, like, dude, Christian parents suck. fuck. They just cannot fathom the fact that their child might turn out to not be a little them. They use their kids as this it's an immortality thing, or what are you gonna do? Who's gonna take care of you? Meanwhile, also ignoring the fact that they ship their parents off to die in a nursing home alone.
Become politicized to a almost violent.
I can't stand these people.
Level.
Especially when they do the little concerned eyebrows and the pretending that, oh, I'm offended. You need to apologize. Why are you being so mean? You need to stop it. We need to bring the temperature down. But I can't forgive you for doing that. Fuck you. Fuck the left. Fuck everybody else. You know what? No, my family matters. I matter.
I stand by exactly what I said, but
then that's it.
It goes a step further.
Do you ask your Republican colleagues to take their kids out?
Frankly, it's people like you who spread lies in the media, who have done more damage to this country in the minds of young people. And you had a chance to apologize. What you did yesterday, I didn't see it.
Apologize.
Thank goodness. But, Pierce just asked, did you think that was appropriate? I really question
well, let me ask. Okay, let me ask.
Person you are.
Let me ask Tim Miller, because I can see you pulling a few faces here, but I'm just not entirely sure why. So explain what you're feeling right now about this.
I just think this is one of the most depressing 35 minutes I've ever spent in my entire life being on with these people, and I think that this is a big tragedy. I think in a liberal democracy that we all should agree that people are responsible for their own actions. That people should be held accountable for their own actions as individuals. That this is not, I don't want this country to become Yugoslavia, where the Serbs hate the Croats and every Croat is bad and every Serb is bad and every non-MAGA is responsible.
That's exactly what they're doing, though. You want to talk about division. You want to talk about turning the temperature down. Again, when the president of the United States is saying that every leftist is a fucking radical and we need to do something about them, that's a fucking problem. And these people, they can't cry bully their way out of this one.
Responsible for Tyler Robinson's actions, and every MAGA is responsible for David DePape's actions. And
this guy is the riz of an apple.
Come on here and we shout at each other and we say that, oh, what did Kerry just say? Oh, that the liberals have become violent. It's a violent movement. It's that is not true. Or that Wajahat comes on here and starts not answer the question, shouting what is the point of this? What is
him, but okay.
To come back together. We should be able to come back together and engage on the merits of what happened. Every liberal is not violent. I know lots of liberals. I talked to a lot of liberals don't own weapons, don't want to have weapons, preach peace. There were obviously a lot of Christians and MAGAs and conservatives that preached peace yesterday, including Charlie's wife. We're going to come on here and smear everybody from the other side and incite and have Eric come on and say, I'm angry and I want to go at war with the left. I'm sorry. I'm signing out from all this. I'm checking out from all of it. Tyler.
Wow. When the,
Robinson, what he did was horrible, and he's responsible for his actions. People are responsible for their words if they're lying.
When the gay lib kind of outdoes you with the whole, Christian speak there, Carrie and Eric. I mean, this is actually perfect. This is the perfect pause face right here for this entire situation.
And they should
they understand exactly how right he is.
Be called out for it. But why are we doing this? I mean, Megyn Kelly yesterday was tweeting at me. Carrie, we retweeted it. She said to me, you gleefully canceled all of us for 5 years. One of yours killed Charlie, and then you laughed at our pain. Carrie just said they did this. She used the word they. I don't.
Yeah, it's almost like they understand pronouns now.
I didn't do any of that. I didn't laugh at Charlie. I didn't kill Charlie. I don't take any glee in his pain. It's really affected me emotionally in a pretty deep way. And I think that the way that we've all decided to treat each other on these panels, we're enemies.
All right, hold on. The Tim Dillon take is that we are not, one person is not the political party. So that means that we got to tone it down. When you hear somebody trying to say them, they, all of a sudden from the right, you can assume that they're trying to other you.
Okay.
Civil war, when like the
Catch me in Saudi Arabia making my $250,000.
reality is a deranged
Okay. I'm just a silly Billy. I'm going to go buy some polo shirts.
22-year-old that got radicalized, did something really bad, and we should all fucking condemn it and say we don't want that to become a country where people do political assassinations. Unfortunately, I just don't think that we're up for that, and I've got to listen to like this clown show, and it's pretty frustrating, frankly. And it's not frustrating, actually. It's really sad. It makes me sad. I'm depressed by it all.
Do you know, that's very honest. It's a very honest thing.
Can I respond just a little bit to that?
I mean, he did kind of just cook you. So.
I mean, I think I got dragged there, and I agree that the person who shot our friend is the one responsible. You came on and tried to blame it on guns. It is a madman who did a terrible thing. But where did he get indoctrinated? Where did he change his view?
You are trying to like obfuscate away from the obvious counter narrative on this one. Like, come on, man. It's obvious. Yes, we can make this about guns the same way that you're trying to make it about fucking mental illness. But you're disingenuous because you don't actually give a shit about mental illness. You just want to prosecute people who you deem mentally ill. That's the fucking difference here. You're not trying to help anybody.
Points. And it has been a constant. And Tim, you're in the media. I assume you would agree that you're in the media. I've seen you on all kinds of many different shows, and you have espoused many viewpoints that have been very, very hateful toward the right. And so I think it's time
to pick apart every fucking transcript from these motherfuckers. I am tired of this, and I got the time to do it. That's it, Carrie. You just became the target of my ire.
Time to take.
Bad time to have pep talks get a fucking Twitter account.
Responsibility for it.
No, this is the thing, Carrie. This is the game you're playing. Is that people have said things, and that we need to figure out where this guy got radicalized. That's true. We need to figure out where he got radicalized. I don't think that there's if you have kids, you know what 22-year-olds watch. I don't think there's any reason to believe that this 22-year-old was like watching MSNBC or something. Like we should figure out where he got radicalized. I agree with that. If you look at the carvings on his bullets, like this guy was deep into gamer culture.
He's trying to pout, but again, his face can't say it.
Like this guy was I'm deeply concerned about the social media companies and TikTok and YouTube and X feeding people very divisive stuff.
Why are we hiding the elephant in the room? Why are we hiding the elephant in the room? What can we say?
Like, just to say, oh, you've said mean things about MAGA, so you're responsible for this. That's crazy. That is not.
I do have kids, though. I have a 21 and a 22-year-old, so I have kids right at the
Yeah, and you're worried that they're gonna hate you if they already don't.
age of
They probably make fun of you mercilessly.
the killer. And you know what my kids tell me? Mom, the garbage that's been in culture, what they've taught us at school, what they've taught
Oh, no, she's got good Christian indoctrinated kids.
us at summer camp, what that has played into many people in their
Let's have a faith off.
generation hating folks who are conservative. They've seen it. My son's at school. He talks about
I mean, she didn't listen to the Sermon on the Mount about turning the other cheek.
the radical teachers. I said, okay.
Yeah, she's just lying. Yeah, she's full of shit.
You've talked about the leftist teachers. Tell me you've got at least one or two who would be conservative. He said there's 0 professors who are conservative on our campus.
With this murder,
Carrie,
this
the
guy
number one killer of children and young teens.
Also, he went to a community college for 6 months. How much radicalization do you think really happened there?
In America.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? It's almost like you're trying to disingenuously scapegoat something. Weird.
America, tragically, in the past 2 years, is guns. We have more guns. I'm just saying this. This is the fact. The number one killer of children and teens in the United States of America, and I think this is a sobering moment for everyone, because I got kids too, is guns. We have more guns, Pierce, than people. Now, I'm not saying that there's a lot of people who have Second Amendment. They're very responsible for the guns. But this 22-year-old Tyler, who was radicalized online, like Tim said, we don't know what's happening with him. He had clear access to guns. And I would hope that this is a moment where some people say, you know what? A majority of gun owners are very responsible. They are in America. That's also a fact. But maybe having this easy access to AR-15 style weapons, maybe just having some
Except the difference here, everyone knows my view about the gun issue, and ultimately I concluded this is an issue Americans have to work out themselves in their own country. And I got that
Absolutely.
message, which I think is completely reasonable. I'd feel the same way if Americans were telling us how to lead our lives here. So fair enough. But Eric, one of the things about that argument, which I think doesn't really apply here, is it looks like he just took his grandfather's old rifle. It wasn't a high-powered AR-15 he had personally gone and bought from a store where you could have a debate about whether someone like him
with a $2,000 scope
should have had the access and so on. He just took his grandfather's old rifle. I'm not sure how you stop that happening, however many new laws you bring in for
gun safes,
gun control.
Literally, gun safes. Charge the grandpa.
But Eric, your response...
That's how. I mean, you guys are so outraged by Charlie Kirk's death. Why wouldn't you want to try to prevent something from like that from ever happening again? Wouldn't you want to punish the people that, were irresponsible in him getting the gun?
To Tim in particular.
Yeah, the instant contradiction. Seriously, this is what I also hate this because of the way that it's framed. Like, look, like literally the way that's framed with the meat, like the news, and just he keeps going, and like the lighting, all of it. It's all, dude. It's all kayfabe. It's all fucking kayfabe.
Particular, right, Tim? That was a powerful thing that Tim was saying there, and I completely understood what he was saying. It really resonated with me because the Charlie Kirk killing moved me a lot. I'm sure it did all of us in different ways, but it profoundly moved me, not least because, a bit like Tim, a bit like others on this panel, we've all got to go out and take part in debates and events and so on. And I defy anyone not to...
You all put yourself in that position because you realize you're public figures and it's scary out there. So there's some real fucking wackadoos. It's almost like you're acknowledging that, yes, guns are an issue. Mental health is an issue, but you guys don't care about any of it. You want to just disingenuously use it for your fucking political talking points.
Been thinking or talking to their families.
Because I hate to say it, Wadjet, what's like, I get it, but he's not even offering like the hey, we should definitely have some common sense gun laws. I mean, I think he said something along that line, but just hammering that point home where it's just like, not trying to take your guns, but common sense gun laws, locking things up, having people be responsible for these types of things, having parents be responsible for the actions of their children is probably something we should look into. I don't know why that's the one that we always pussyfoot around. It's almost like people inherently know that their kids are kind of assholes and they may have fucked up and they don't want to they never want to face that.
What this means, right, going forward. Right? If we can't have debate in public without people wanting to kill us, where does that take us? However, Tim, with respect, however, lively these panels get, and however much you may just...
Ace Freydon. Hey, how's it going?
Like the tone of it. At least we don't want to shoot each other, right, and kill each other. We're prepared to debate with each other. But Eric, what did you think about what Tim said?
I think Tim is being an opportunist.
Welcome to the show.
Right now, as I've seen Tim all over the media trashing Republicans, certainly.
Dude, I want you just to take a few steps back and just fall into that cactus. I mean, watch your face just go.
Trashing.
It'll be like a Tom and Jerry cartoon.
People like me, MAGA first people, America first people. I remember Tim, this moment of inflection, retrospective inflection on your part, admirable. Okay. Here's the problem, though. It's not the guns. It's not the radicalization in schools. It's not the hyper rhetoric that the left is delivering. It's all of it, Pierce. It's all of it. You want to talk guns? You want to talk?
He just said it's none of it, but it's all of it.
Talk about in the state of
this man gets paid for his opinions.
Many states, but in the state of Florida, if you have a medical marijuana license, you cannot get an open carry. You cannot get a gun. You cannot have the same allowed gun control laws that other people have because you may be under the influence of marijuana when you're holding a firearm. If you've been mentally
Yes, but they don't have the same laws for alcohol. Weird how that works. And alcohol actually cancels out your inhibitions a lot more. Whatever.
Institutionalized. You cannot.
Dude, these motherfuckers are going back to the 80s for their talking points. That's kind of wild.
Get a gun. There's the elephant in the room here right now is that this guy, he said he had access to guns. He had proximity to guns. He also had proximity to the trans community. His boyfriend was transitioning. Okay.
And that, oh my God, guys, the pheromones from from the hormones must have, it must have ruined his brain chemistry.
There is
what the fuck is wrong with these people? What the fuck? They can never just say, oh yeah, crazy dude, yeah, gun might be an issue.
There is a common denominator here almost too frequently, certainly if you take it by the rate, number of actual trans people in the world or in America, it's like 1.5%. The shooters, you have this shooter had access to or proximity to a trans boyfriend who he may be been radicalized by him. You had.
Well, wait.
Minnesota.
I'm just going to let that one slide.
Recently, trans shooter. You had Nashville.
These people are certifiably some of the dumbest cocksuckers out there.
Trans shooter. It goes on and on. So the
What do you think about the Russian drones in Poland and the Russian jets over Estonia airspace? What should be done by NATO? Well, Trump literally said he's just like
murderers is a much higher
if Russia
rate than
interferes, they should shoot him down.
Actually, are in the general population. It's
Eric, that's a lie, and there's no need.
It's
There's
not
no
a lie,
need to.
Roger.
There's no
It's
need
not
to
a
attack.
lie.
Look, you just literally have increased the temperature. If you want to lower the temperature, and I think we all agree on this, Erica Kirk, what she said was the following.
I don't want to lower the temperature.
She said forgiveness and love.
You missed my
Donald Trump.
opening comment.
Wait.
I don't
Speaking
want to
of
lower
lowering the temperature, Donald Trump. I don't care if he's MAGA. He's the president. He's the president of all Americans. He could have and should have used that.
Yeah, weird
moment.
Weird how you guys kind of forget that he's not just like the public figure that it's us like, oh, he's the guy who's
in front of the world to follow Erica's lead and just
gotta go
lower
upstairs.
the temperature.
You have
What you have failed to do today is you have increased the temperature and now you're attacking transgender people.
Wajahat, let me just jump in. Let me just jump in, Wajahat.
Threat in America
Let me just
is
challenge you on that
right-wing
point.
And the DOJ just scrubbed it.
Wajahat, let me just.
If we want to keep our kids safe,
let me just jump
confront
in.
the problems,
Wajahat,
lower the temperature.
I'm hearing a lot of people. Destiny did this as well last week. A lot of people on the left coming on, and they justify their own behaviour by using Trump, right? Well, if Trump's doing this, and Trump's doing that, to which my response is, and I think Tim hinted at this earlier, everyone is accountable for their own behaviour.
Doggo says now.
You shouldn't have your behavioural pattern dictated to by what the president does.
You notice how much more vocal he gets when he's here? Yeah.
Or anybody else.
He's showing off.
You, Wajahat, right? You're a smart guy. You're a passionate guy. You have a lot of strong beliefs, just like Charlie Kirk did. They didn't always interlock. Fair enough. But
what you guys are saying is that his views are dangerous. See the difference here? We're calling out some of what he was saying as like kind of fucked up, kind of, a little bit inflammatory. But no. It's only one side, Piers. Shut up.
I found what you did yesterday was this mindset of if Trump does it, I can do it.
Tim, will you hand over your pearl necklace to fucking Piers so he can ruin it with that giant fucking neck he has and just let him clutch those? Because seriously, he needs them. He clutches his pearls so fucking hard.
And where's the high moral ground in that? Where is the intellectual honesty?
President Trump consoled the nation yesterday.
I'm not the one.
No, he did not. What in the fuck are you talking about, Carrie?
President Trump consoled the nation yesterday. He consoled a grief.
And he made it about him. If anything, no. It was disgusting.
Let's facts matter, Carrie, real quick.
He brought
2 weeks
the country together.
He did not bring the country together. He literally, after Erica said a beautiful statement, he literally increased the temperature.
Yeah, I hate my opponents. I disagree with Charlie on that one. I'm gonna shit on his memory by having a disagreement with him posthumously.
He said the following.
No, we know you read it already, but you've done the same.
We know what it is.
Listen, this is what Donald Trump said. I hate my opponent.
You've read it already.
I don't want the best for them.
You've changed my mind. Oops, he can't.
Read it
and
already.
Then, as we know, he has asked Pam Bondi, his DOJ, to go against all Democrats. This is a man who is the president of the United States. Lower the temperature. And I also want to say, because facts matter, 2 weeks ago, there was no suspect. 2 weeks ago, there was no motive. Irresponsibly and recklessly, it was Donald Trump who took to the world stage and irresponsibly and incorrectly blamed the radical left. And you also had Stephen Miller yesterday say them. They were responsible. I'm not responsible.
Again, understanding pronouns.
Tim's not responsible. It was Tyler Robinson.
But you called Stephen Miller a Nazi yesterday.
Yes, because he's literally he's using Goebbels as his fucking my inspiration for my
You call Steve
my speech at something that is very much like the Reichstag fire.
Temperature, guys. Look to your leader, Donald Trump.
Right. It's almost like we're disingenuously using this to attack our political opponents.
I look to you, Wajah. You called Stephen Miller a
not
Nazi
the president,
yesterday.
Piers Morgan.
You called him a Nazi.
I know the Bible, my favorite book, very close to my second favorite book, Art of the Deal, but I disagree. I hate my opponents.
Nazi yesterday, effectively. You said this sounds
I did
like an
not call him a
unhinged
Nazi.
speech
That
in
was
Germany
J.D. Vance.
from
J.D.
1939.
Vance called Donald Trump
Fine,
America's
but here's
Hitler,
my point,
and Donald Trump
Wajah.
rewarded him by making
Wajah,
him the
you
vice
want
president.
you want the right to brand Stephen Miller a Nazi in the middle of his speech at a memorial service, and then whenever you're challenged about you raising the temperature to such ludicrous levels of comparing people on the Trump MAGA right to Nazis and Hitler and so on, whenever we say to you, well, why are you doing that? You say, but Trump does this and Trump does that, and Stephen Miller does this. What you don't do is look at yourself and go, how should I behave? I don't think it's appropriate.
Walks like a goose.
For you to be calling people Nazi.
Steps like a goose in the boots fizz.
On stage at a memorial service.
So, Piers, do you think it's appropriate for the president of the United States, who is far more powerful
He
than
just
me,
did
the
it
guy who
again.
drives a
It's
minivan,
you I'm talking to.
reduce
He
the
just did
stage?
it again.
Furthermore, I did not call Donald Trump America's Hitler. That was RFK.
No,
and
you
J.D.
called
Vance,
Stephen
and he
Miller a
rewarded
Nazi.
them with influential positions.
Why are you doing this thing where just because they call him a Nazi, you are uncritically looking at why they would do so?
So what are we doing?
You know what? If anybody ever goes on Piers Morgan, if anybody happens to see this that would go on Piers Morgan, expect that type of shit and be ready for it. Just have that, actually have a good answer.
Piers,
what we're doing here is
Yeah, he's getting ambushed.
this guy is.
As Donald
What
Trump,
I'm doing.
I mean, Tim's not going to fucking help him. He's literally an ex-Republican that is just like, no, I am willing to sacrifice. I am not here to support this man. So literally, it's Piers, Eric, fucking Kerry, and just. Well,
Here
yeah.
is
not
reminding
asking
you of
Donald
what
Trump
you
to lower the
posted
temperature.
during the
Ask
memorial
Donald Trump to lower
service.
the temperature. Tweet that out.
You
Tweet
keep
that
talking
out.
about lowering.
What you just said
but
to me,
Wajah,
Piers, ask Donald Trump.
Wajah, with respect, you keep talking about lowering the temperature. You're the guy who, in the middle of the memorial service.
That doesn't matter. He's a guy on fucking Twitter. The fact is, they were using the bully pulpit from doing this. Donald Trump said this on fucking stage in front of thousands of people. Millions if you count all the fucking people that saw the fucking clips. Piers, you're being a disingenuous cunt about this. I can't stand it. He is an asshole on Twitter that has maybe a couple thousand fucking followers, but you're gonna hold him to the same standard as the president of the United fucking States? What in the actual shit is this motherfucker contributing to our society except for just adding more fire to this? He literally is going to get he won't even get a presidential medal of freedom because they're gonna go right back to the fucking Iron Crosses.
Call one of the speakers a Nazi.
And you're gonna be wearing it, you dumb fuck.
Who did
Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller quoted Goebbels. He quoted.
So you
Goebbels'
think he's a
speech.
Nazi?
And he, by the way,
yes, Stephen Miller. Yeah, it's almost like Goebbels was a fucking Nazi.
Is in the Trump administration.
You think he's a Nazi?
So
yeah.
About not lowering the temperature.
Is he a
why
Nazi?
Did he quote Goebbels' speech?
Is he a Nazi?
I call him a Nazi, but he did quote Goebbels' speech.
Is he a Nazi?
That's terrifying.
Okay, is he?
Wadjet needs to get better at this. He needs to just go like, I don't know, Piers. Is he if he's quoting Goebbels? What was Goebbels? Is Joseph Goebbels someone that we should really be quoting openly as an American populace? Is that something that's you're now fine with?
See.
Okay.
No, he's not Nazi, but he seems to love Nazi talking points.
They're probably not helpful in terms of lowering the temperature to brand
Maybe
him
it's
one.
not helpful.
No, because what you are doing is so disingenuous. You are trying to stifle his free speech by literally saying like, oh, I don't like the term you use. It's a little too extreme. You know, the Nazis weren't exactly good people. It's like, yeah, you do understand that there is historical context that they can do like an analysis on and go, hey, look, this is very similar. But then we have assholes like you in the media, specifically Piers Morgan. You're the fucking problem.
Memorial speech. Let me bring Tim Miller. Let me bring Tim Miller back in here.
Tim, I hope you say something like halfway of substance.
Tim,
this is shameless, Piers.
It's actually, it is shameless because you keep deflecting from any accountability.
No. And dude, are you going to apply that to the other two dipshits that are right here? What?
For what you yourself have
holding
done.
me at the same responsibility.
All right. Thank you. You are literally holding him to the same standard as the president of the United fucking States.
Tim, let me bring in Tim. Let me bring in Tim.
Let me bring in Tim before you make too good of a point. Let me bring in Tim. I got you flustered. I got you to say what I wanted. Now you can just make the point that I want you to make, because this is how I run my show. And if I don't get the hits that I want, then I'm going to sit here and pout like a little baby.
And you do not ask Donald Trump and Stephen Miller
Okay, it's fine.
to lower
I
the
asked
temperature
those guys-
when they are leading the country.
Yes.
What are you doing,
Okay,
Piers?
Tim.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to follow. I mean, Wajat's made the same point several times. I just want to respond to something Eric said, because I do think that it is important. Where Eric talked about how I go around in the media and I criticize Donald Trump and I criticize MAGA Republicans. Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be completely fine. The fact that you guys cannot take criticism and your first reaction is shut it down, you need to look in that mirror and go, oh, they are calling us Nazis for a reason. Oops.
That I have like very deep criticisms of the policies that Donald Trump is putting forth. I have very deep criticisms of the policies that Kerry put forth. We've argued about that before in several different forums, not just here. We've had debates. But like, here's the thing
yeah, in 6 months when it's undeniable that the right is the one who is ramping up violent rhetoric, Piers will pretend he didn't do this woke scold bullshit.
The game that is being played that I don't like, right? Which is like, Charlie was able to go out and have these debates in public, and that was good. And in those debates, he smeared the left. He went at him hard. He went at him really hard. He attacked people from the left. He attacked Joe Biden. He attacked left politicians. And that was good that he was out there having those debates. And that was a value that he was having those debates. And he didn't deserve to die because of that. And that is something I 100% agree with. But then you flip it on the other side and say, well, Tim or whoever is out there and they're criticizing MAGA and they use harsh words and they criticize MAGA harshly.
Chair?
And that they're responsible then for the violence. And I just don't agree with that. That's kind of a leftist view, really, that like words are violence.
But do you not think, Tim, on that point, Tim, do you not think, because I got into this, there's a political show in the UK called Question Time. It's the most watched political panel show. And I was on it last week with Bonnie Greer, who's an American political commentator, who just has repeatedly called Trump Hitler and MAGA supporters Nazis in the last few weeks. And I simply...
Yes, because everything they are doing is straight out of the fucking Nazi playbook, bro. Like, if you don't want to be called Nazis, and I'm going to keep reiterating this, and I'm not going to mince my fucking words on this. If you do not want to be called Nazis, stop doing Nazi shit.
Said to her, you're talking about...
That could be a pep talk shirt.
About lowering the temperature. Again, the sort of theme, which is fine. But how does it lower the temperature to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler?
Because he keeps doing things that are historically comparative. That's why.
To compare his supporters to Nazis.
My God, the anti-intellectualism in this fucking country and in these media spaces is insane.
And so I think language, like you said, language does matter, right? I do think when an impressionable young damaged mind puts on his bullet casings anti-fascist slogans, he's probably having that put in his head that Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump...
Oh my God, so we should be pro-fascist, Piers? That's where you're at, you dumb motherfuckers. Seriously, you guys were there when you were just like, Antifa? Ah, we are anti-Antifa. It's like, then you're pro-fascism. How dare you?
Trump and all the MAGA right.
Dude, that's who we're arguing with constantly. My biggest problem is it's like, how do we constantly just keep going back to this?
Are a bunch of fascists, Nazis, and Trump's Hitler. He's probably hearing that a lot because you know what?
Please somebody point out that he's doing that. No, nobody on these panel shows is ever going to do that.
A lot of people on the left.
The one person that would is Franny, and Franny's never getting welcome back. So
continue to call them that. And I think...
Yeah, Tim, call him out. Get some fucking balls, dude.
That's wrong.
Well, okay, sure. I guess my point is that
get some balls.
I don't think any of us would disagree with the fact that Charlie Kirk used some very heated, intense rhetoric and leveled some very extreme allegations at the left.
Can we stop trying to blame this on Charlie Kirk?
No, you just because he's dead doesn't mean that you don't get to use his direct quotes. You guys keep trying to do that where you're just like, you're disrespecting the dead by using direct quotes that they said in a media sphere as a public figure.
He asked you a question.
It's crazy.
Tim, are you going to take any Are you going to take any risk? Whenever you're asked a tough question,
Whenever you're asked a tough question, you start doing this thing where you start getting a little bit too spicy.
It goes back to what Donald Trump did and what Charlie Kirk did.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're in a debate, you dumb broad. Like, oh my God.
What about what we've all said?
What is... Hello? I'm actually having a hard time with this one because I can't stand Carrie Lake. I'm sorry. I really can't.
Done. And do you take any responsibility? That's what
Because the point about the fascism, racism. Well, the thing about the Hitler. Look, Tim, let me just put it this way. Tim, the reason I mentioned the Hitler-Nazi thing, and the fascist thing, that this constant use of this language, is that it's entirely consistent, logical. That if you're a damaged young mind and you genuinely think that Donald Trump is Hitler, or Charlie Kirk is a fascist, or MAGA.
You did the same shit with Joe Biden. You somehow tried to convince people that Joe Biden and the Democrats in his administration were radical. They were the radical left.
Supporters are Nazis. It's entirely logical if you're a disturbed mind that you might think, well, it's my duty to kill these people because they are the new Nazis. They are the new Mussolini.
Well, that's kind of weird. Do you actually lob the same criticism to white supremacist, militias that have also been accused of terror?
And it's like, no.
How about the guy that, shot up that synagogue? What about him, Piers?
No, they're not.
I hear what you're saying, Piers, and I promise I can answer it. I got cut off when people were saying when Carrie was saying I was trying to Charlie for this. I just want to be 100% clear. I was making the exact opposite point. I think that everybody should be careful about their language and accurate. I don't support hyperbole and smearing people falsely. I'm not for that. Okay, but here's the thing. That same logic, right, that because somebody on the left has called Trump a Nazi or because people have called him a fascist, that means they're responsible for this murderer. That same logic would
can be easily applied to Donald Trump.
Would rationalize any murder, right? I mean, Donald Trump uses the harshest language about his opponents. He calls them the enemy of the people. He's called them communists. He's called them fascists. He's used the word fascist.
Dude, Eric's literally blowing up as we're watching this. This is kind of funny.
He
keeps getting redder and redder, and when he gets redder, he looks more puffy.
Extremely nasty rhetoric all the time. Would that justify a right-wing person killing a left-wing person? Of course not. No, and that would be crazy to say that. So here's the thing: speech is not violence. Charlie would have said that. We all should be able to debate in the public square, sometimes intensely, but we shouldn't then go and say, okay, that means you are murderers. And we need to have literal civil war. And that is what I'm starting to hear out there from people on both the right and the left. And I fundamentally reject it. Okay, speech is not violence. We should all be more responsible. We should all be more respectful. I don't think we should, sorry, Wajahat, I don't think we should have been live hate tweeting Charlie during his memorial. We can be more respectful.
Thank you, Tim.
But words are not violence.
Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome. Words are not violence, though, and we shouldn't be accusing the other side and smearing everybody on the other side of being some evil enemy.
I don't know. Maybe Carrie should apologize to Tim for the stuff that she said about him.
Because of one deranged kid.
Sit here thanking him disingenuously because he made, thank you. Thank you for being on our side of this argument.
It's actions.
And now I'm going to point out how radical you are and how,
this is going to end really bad in this country.
Yeah,
if that's
I
where
don't disagree at all. Eric, final word to you. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I'm going to point something out. So everyone here we're pundits, guys. Across the board, we're pundits. Carrie works in the administration. Other than that, the rest of us are pundits. So for Wajahat to say, we want unity or tone it down, but if we don't, it's because Trump says a lot of things. Trump was almost assassinated twice. Charlie Kirk was assassinated
by a white man who came from a Trump voting family.
For their thoughts and for their words, okay? My point is this. until and unless, and I'll say both sides, you want to have Trump tone his rhetoric down. You don't have J.B. Pritzker calling Trump a Nazi. You don't have the leaders on the left, Ilhan Omar, Jazzy Jasmine Crockett, AOC saying, oh, if it weren't for the...
Because, you know, threatening to use the military against the state and their governor, yeah, perfectly fine, dude.
Gun, he wouldn't be dead. Bullshit. It was a rifle. It wasn't an automatic or semi-automatic gun. It was a rifle, a bolt-action
Okay, so we're going to get rid of those, right?
Rifle. It had nothing to do with the gun. So those folks are using it to further divide, I'll say on the right and on the left, further divide the country because it gets people. As for the pundits, the people here, and Piers, you point out the most popular show in England, it was hosting someone who called Trump a Hitler over the last couple of weeks, repeatedly, Washahid, calling us, you know, fascists, whatever, gets you booked. Hate tweeting while Charlie's funeral is on, got him booked.
It wasn't his funeral, it was his memorial. I mean, I literally had that lobbed at me, so Eric, that's from your own side there, pal.
His own words.
That's next level depraved.
That's next level depraved to quote him directly.
Yeah, you did. But it was by that. That says a lot about you. I used his own words.
You know what?
But
Jaha, it is true. You did use his own words, but you did it to trash talk Charlie Kirk during the memorial.
I used his own words.
And I got to be honest,
the man that you adulated,
honestly,
I used his own words.
I thought what you did was horrible.
By using his own words.
On a human level. Okay. On a human level, I just found it
by using
horrible.
His own words.
Whatever, just horrible.
By using his own words.
Okay. By using, like, literally, by using his own words. Oh, so you're telling us that the timing to literally quote Charlie Kirk wasn't the time where it's his memorial and people have the most attention on the name? So go fuck yourselves. Okay. This is called marketing, dude.
I found it horrible. You know what? It's my free speech right. Thank you all very much indeed for joining.
Actually, Piers, you're in the UK right now. You don't actually have that.
Right, too, Piers.
I've got to, Carrie, I've got to leave it. Else we run out of time.
I love the show Piers Morgan Uncensored. I know this is a new version, Piers Morgan Censored, but
when have I censored you?
The old version.
When have I censored you? When have I censored you?
This guy is depraved.
I haven't censored you.
Wait.
I never censored anybody. I just told you I found what you said horrible. You know.
So that means that he shouldn't say it. That means censorship. Come on, man.
What?
This isn't that hard to... Oh, my God. All right, bro. Here I am, high as balls, and I'm like, dude, my synapses are firing just like enough to get that. Are you kidding? Or are you guys that stupid?
Free speech lets me do that with Jaha.
Can we...
Again, you're in London.
And on Unity? Do you agree with me and Ted Cruz that President Trump using and abusing the power of the FCC to cancel his critics is terrible for all people, all Americans? Yes?
You know, we talked about wanting to unify, but honestly, I don't know who this guy in the middle is other than he's written for the New York Times.
I'm literally agreeing with Ted Cruz. Do you agree that the president using and abusing the FCC to cancel all critics is terrible?
You're a depraved individual. Like, for what? What is depraved about him literally just bringing up points to be like, hey, do you agree with this?
The good news, Jimmy Kimmel got canceled.
The good news, everybody, is I'm about to start another panel debate about the Jimmy Kimmel saga. Wonderful. So thank you all very much indeed. You have all served your purpose. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Rest in peace, Charlie, and God bless Erica and the children.
Hear, hear. Well said, Carrie. Thank you very much.
All right, well, fuck it. We're going to go into this. We're not going to listen to the Dennis Quaid portion, but we're going to listen to Dave Smith and this guy argue about Israel and Palestine.
Hosted Part of the Problem, and Brandon Tatum, better known as the Officer Tatum, both join me now. Well, welcome to both of you. No strangers to the show Uncensored, or indeed being uncensored, so it's good to have you both. Dave Smith, first of all, there is a sort of growing sense that Charlie Kirk was wrestling with the war in Gaza. He'd gone from a position of being a bit like I did.
Oh, God, this guy.
Being very pro-Israel's right.
Trust me. They're both, like, there are three very hateable people on this screen right now. 4 if you count me.
Right to defend itself. To getting increasingly concerned about the scale of what has been happening in the last few months in Gaza. What is your sense about that, and how significant is it?
Carrie effing Lake calling someone else depraved considering her activities in Arizona just made me have an irony stroke.
Well, I mean, I think it's significant. I think it's really a fascinating story that maybe it would have been appropriate to wait a few more weeks before we really started getting into.
I hate you a little bit for subjecting me.
But everyone dove into it, including the Prime Minister of Israel, right away.
Well, like I said.
And I'll tell you what I know for sure, what I think most people know, is that, look, Charlie Kirk was in a different position than, say, just a commentator like Ben Shapiro or like me or you, Pierce, or he was organizing a youth movement to, support.
This is Oppo research? Yeah.
Support Republican candidates. And the youth are really abandoning support for Israel. And so he had a very difficult job as like the movement guy who's trying to keep a big tent going. And so he was attempting to do that. And you could see this at his last big event where I debated there. Where
Pam Bondi confirms that the Epstein files got raptured.
He had speakers like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly who said some things, and I'm sure myself too, who said some things that really upset some of his backers and some of the more hardcore Zionists out there. And he was quite open in his interview with Megyn Kelly about talking about the dynamic that you've experienced. I had a post on Twitter that or X that went viral about you, which I believe you reposted.
I did.
But I was just using you, like you were the latest example in this trend, which a lot of people have experienced, where people who are generally pro-Israel, in many cases have been pro-Israel their entire lives, have an issue with something that Israel does. They go a little bit too far for them, and they start criticizing them for that, and they're immediately met with accusations of being an anti-Semite and essentially the new Adolf.
It's weird to actually agree with Dave
Hitler, and I do think that that's very jarring and often has the effect of just pushing people further away from Israel. Now, I don't think that was happening in Charlie Kirk's case, but I do think he was certainly grappling with how do you keep this movement together when the young people who you're trying to galvanize and organize are abandoning Israel at an incredibly rapid rate.
Officer Tatum, what's your response to that?
Yeah, my response is very similar. I knew Charlie very well, and I know a lot of people that know Charlie. And I think that Charlie was wrestling with this conflict. I don't think that in any way he was changing his.
I wish politics were more about happiness and less about being miserable. Well, you're in the right place there, Carl, because I try to make politics a little bit happier just by being a goofy goober.
Perspective on Israel, because Charlie's love for Israel goes beyond who's running Israel, goes beyond Benjamin Netanyahu.
Thank you for being here, by the way.
It goes deeper. It goes to a spiritual level. And Charlie was unwavering on that. But I do think, and I know this.
Subscribe if you do have fun, and hit the like button if you haven't already.
For a fact.
Really helps me out. Appreciate it.
That he was getting a lot of pressure because the youth was abandoning Israel to a certain degree, and it bothered him because he wanted Israel to do better with their PR to try to capture these young minds so they don't fall or be against Israel, because Charlie...
He's not an officer anymore. Stop calling him that. Yeah, he's not the governor. That's not how that works.
Deep love and respect for Israel. So he was feeling the pressure. And
I'm just trying to bring fun vibes. Now here's Piers Morgan.
A lot of people can't handle that pressure. And I think that Charlie was in a unique position, unlike...
Hey, we find adversity through putting ourselves through the trials, right?
Me, I don't care what people say to me. I don't really care. But when it comes to Charlie, he does care about what the young people are saying, because that is the establishment of all that he worked for so many years. So I don't blame him for it, but I do know that it was the pressure that he was feeling. Megyn Kelly was feeling the pressure. And some people just, when that pressure is on, they try to move to a central point so they don't have to deal with it.
Dave Smith, there was Tucker Carlson made a pretty powerful speech, actually. I thought in many ways, certainly captivated the audience yesterday at the memorial for Charlie Kirk, but included what he described as his favorite story. Let's take a listen.
Ultimately, he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us. We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem.
Beck Manchu. Hey, thank you for the follow.
Dave Smith, what did you make of that?
I don't know. I mean, I see people freaking out about this on social media today, but I think what I took from the message was that, yeah, he's telling the foundational story of Christianity and making the point that obviously Charlie Kirk was, you know, when you're assassinating someone for the crime of trying to have open dialogue and discussion, the idea is you're trying to silence that guy. You're against this discussion taking place. And I think the point Tucker was making was that, you know, if killing someone silenced their ideas, then the last several thousand years of Western civilization would look quite differently. And that the idea being that Charlie Kirk's his ideas are now going to have, which is I think just factually true, a larger platform and resonate with more people than they even could have in his life.
As indeed did Jesus Christ's views after his crucifixion. Officer Tatum, I mean, a lot of people have tried to spin this as Tucker Carlson being anti-Semitic. Very predictable, because that's the stick used to beat anyone that does anything that may possibly be construed that way. What did you make of that part of his speech?
Well, I want to address the anti-Semitic thing. I think that people, and this is my advice to people who are Zionists or people who are Jews, you got to stop with the pushing the anti-Semitic thing every time somebody says something you don't like. You have to stop. I was just talking to a friend yesterday that said he just got bombarded with people calling him an anti-Semite because he shared a post of somebody who, you know, may have had a difference of opinion. So that needs to stop, or you're going to lose all credibility and respect from good people that love you. Now, Tucker Carlson, when I first watched it, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think none of it. You know, I don't really like Tucker very much, but and I do think that he has a lot of negative things to say unjustifiably about Israel, but he's entitled to his own opinion. But I can see why some people are thinking that he may have been subliminally saying things that were connecting Israel to this whole thing. Now, I don't go down the bandwagon because I can't unequivocally prove that, but I did find it interesting that he had made mention as if Charlie was really an attack or attacking the government, as if Charlie's death was directly associated with government officials, when in fact, it was really these narcissistic lunatics that are over-medicated that hate Charlie because he's countering the arguments that we see that's pervasive on campus. The government is not taking extreme positions.
Can we just hold on? I want to focus on that over-medicated. What now?
As the kids on campus.
Oh my God, his mom was taking Tylenol. We live in. Are
taking. They're brainwashed. I've been on campus. I've been to probably 40 years.
I'm gonna smoke something now to make myself. Just gotta bring myself down.
The kids on campus don't live in reality. They live in an alternate reality. They don't live like we do. We pay taxes. We have to go to work. We have to be nuanced about arguments and things that we get involved in. They are completely radicalized. So I think that people could take it a certain way. But let me tell you this. It seems as if Charlie was very good friends with Tucker Carlson. And it seems to me that Tucker Carlson can say whatever he want to say. And that may be the way he liked to grieve, or that's the way that he wanted to present himself at a ceremony. And I think people should leave it alone unless you have unequivocal evidence that he was somehow trying to do that, because you cheapen the love and respect and dedication that all of the people who spoke at the ceremony had for Charlie Kirk's life. People got to stop trying to go too deep on both sides.
None of his family spoke.
The man,
I do find that funny.
Be loved and
except for his wife,
appreciated by everybody who was on stage, and quit trying to conjure up controversial conspirations.
Piers, could I just add to that, because I do think there's something kind of interesting, like because you know, having a black conservative and a Jewish guy who's like a critic of Israel.
I don't know, man. Having my mom die this year, all of this is just like a sled race at this point.
There's always like some parallels that I see between those two. That
I feel like I'm already like, I'm watching everybody else. I'm already at the bottom of the hill where I'm just like, oh,
And I think maybe we could, like, across the board on all of these things.
So people utilizing this to take jabs. Yep.
People got to just stop making accusations of bigotry based off of what you're guessing the other person was dog whistling. Like, you're saying that there was that there was a secret message hidden somewhere in what the other person said.
Well, every once in a while, if a dog whistle's a dog whistle, then
listen, say what you will about Tucker Carlson. I know Brandon said he's not a big fan. I love the guy.
I just realized that Mike didn't pick that up.
Of all the things you could criticize him for, he'll tell you how he feels. I promise you. He'll tell you how he feels. If he has a controversial view, he'll say it. He's not hiding some view embedded in his story here. And people got to get over this, man. There's just, like, if we couldn't take one lesson away from the last 15 years, that making these accusations of bigotry to shut down conversations and making these accusations where there's no tangible evidence that they exist, they do not solve the problem of real bigotry. They make the problem much worse. And everybody should back off of that. Now, I do want to ask, though, I got to say, because as you mentioned there, you said that, your friend was being called anti-Semitic for sharing a clip of what someone else thought. And listen, man, we don't know each other, but literally the only interaction we've ever had is you called me, I think, a devil and one of the worst people in America the other day, also for sharing a clip
disgusting.
of somebody else.
No.
Devil,
that's great. I'm glad you brought it up. Because there's a reason why I said that. It's not that I somehow mentioned something about you just in passing. You shared a post of one of the most disingenuous, evil individuals that I've ever seen online. Nick Fuentes shamed Charlie. Ever since 2017, he would come out,
I agree,
harass, accost.
It's weird when you're just like, oh, I agree with that statement.
Charlie at events. He would harass his wife.
It's like, but you're kind of an asshole. Huh.
Him and the gropers would harass my wife because she's white. And this guy said Charlie is a fake Christian and he's disgusted.
Well, bro, it's almost like you're lumped. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Dude, don't be surprised when when your side wins and then they come attacking you, especially with a white wife, dude. Like, please.
Then he should never
be
able to be on campus without being
My God, dude. Like, you don't get it. You don't get it. You're not part of that group. They do not picture you as part of that group. If you are, you're just a token. Jesus Christ. Like,
shout it down.
That's exactly. I'm sorry. I grew up in this shit, and I can tell you right now, especially the millionaire dad crowd that, they're all part of the same country club.
And then he comes out and makes a fake apology. And I felt like you supported.
You can't see it right in front of him. No. And they never can.
That. And then also.
No. That's my problem when, like, they tokenize people like him, Candace Owens. They do, again, I keep bringing this up where it's just like, oh, not me. They actually like me.
With you.
Fucking Blair White. Like, every single one of those grifting pieces of shit that are going to get thrown to the wolves. Look at Myron Gaines.
I never met you before. I disagree with you on Israel, but I respect that you come with it.
You guys are... So, you know what? Fuck it. Why am I trying? Who are we trying to save at this point? I'm not sure if we ever were trying to save, but it's just like, fuck it. Let them have it. Let it happen.
Sure.
I'm not going to try and save them anymore.
Opinions. But when you were on stage at SAS and you chastised those young people and said they can never claim to be pro-life ever again because they support a genocide, I thought that was the most disgusting thing that any adult man could say to young kids who was just seeking the truth and openly listening to a debate between you and another individual. So the only reason I said that is based on those principles alone. I don't know you personally, but I thought that was disgusting. And anybody who support that Nick Fuentes guy who shamed my friend who's now dead, it bothers me to no end.
Dave?
Okay, well, look, I mean...
I feel like I'm watching a Stanley Cup where I don't like either of the teams.
Again, I said I give him all the credit in the world for this. And what was this? This was after Charlie Kirk was killed, him saying that he was a good man, that he's praying for his soul, and urging his supporters not to be violent in response to this. And I got to say, I thought, as I think many of us did immediately after Charlie was killed, and immediately after your first reaction of feeling so horrible on a personal level for his family, you realize this is a very dangerous situation. And I got to say, for Nick Fuentes, being who he is, to have him telling his audience, hey, if you respond at all with violence to this, I completely disown you. We need to be Christians about this. We need to be peaceful. We should be praying for him and his family. I give him credit for that. Whatever other beef you got with him, that's between you two. I didn't say I agree with the guy on everything he's ever said. Well, hold on. Let me just respond. I didn't endorse everything the guy's ever said. I said I give him all the credit in the world for this, and then shared the clip of this. Pretty clear what I was saying. And by the way, I didn't chastise the kids at Charlie Kirk's event. I warned them. That if you're supporting the destruction,
they found my cat,
of a captive, stateless people in Gaza right now,
I feel so irritable after the last panel.
You will never be able to claim to be pro-life again without being rightfully viewed as the biggest
so is my bowel
hypocrite in the universe. That's an opinion that I will gladly defend. And I noticed in there, you're not actually taking on that argument. You're just telling me how disgusting I am for having it. So listen, man, I think that if there's one thing Charlie would have wanted, it probably would have been for us to have this conversation without devolving into insults. You can say it's disgusting if you want to. I think there's a pretty strong argument for my point there. I think it's kind of undeniable. There's a real conflict between being pro-life and then also supporting a policy, the price tag of which...
Again, he's not wrong. Oh my gosh.
Is tens of thousands of slaughtered babies.
I wasn't prepared to disagree with to agree with two very disagreeable people right now. My brain is kind of doing this thing where it's just like, whoa.
Children.
Well, on that point, Officer Tatum, let me...
I hate agreeing with him, but he's right.
I will
exactly.
let you respond, but let me just put that directly to you.
Yes, he's spitting. Yes. That's my problem. I'm just like, oh, Dave. I kind of,
Because one of the reasons that I've become increasingly critical of Netanyahu's government, and you interviewed Netanyahu.
Hey, we're anything but fair here, right? Or anything but fair? Or no? Oh, no. We are, but if fair. I can't.
A couple of weeks ago on your YouTube show, and we'll play a clip from that in a moment. But one of my, and he won't do my show, just for the record, since the war started. Because I think one of the reasons he won't do me is because I would say to him, you're not achieving any of your war aims. You're not getting the hostages released. In fact, if anything, I'd say you're imperiling their lives more every day.
Yeah, exactly. How do these people make fun of others for being woke and then they try to outwoke us?
Goes on. You're not defeating Hamas. That much is clear. You're causing...
It comes full circle. They're like, wait, that's not what... Oh.
Endless more devastation. Your cabinet right-wing members like Smodrich, Ben-Gvir and others, they're talking openly about ethnically cleansing all the Palestinians. Are you not concerned, Officer Tatum, with a fair-minded head about this, that actually it is no longer about a retaliatory, self-defensive strike for what happened on October the 7th, but part of a much bigger plan, which many on the hard right in Israel have harbored for a long time, to displace Palestinians from their home in Gaza and from large swathes of the West Bank? Does that not concern you?
Okay, great question. Let me address a few things. I think that Nick Fuentes is disingenuous, and I felt like Dave Smith is intelligent enough, and I'm not challenging your intelligence, but I believe that you can see through the bullcrap on so many other people, and I felt like you should have seen the bullcrap through Nick Fuentes, because he's just saying that to save face now that Charlie is dead, and all the way up to his death, he shamed him. When it comes to the pro-life situation, there's a very big difference between articulating whether a person believes that life starts at conception, not perception, versus a person disagreeing with urban warfare.
Why does the opinion of either of these guests matter?
And the way that Israel is carrying out their attacks in Gaza.
Because honestly, it is interesting to see two right-wingers of two different minds kind of verbally spar back and forth like this.
That's two different things. They should not be conflated. When it comes to...
It's like a pro wrestling match. Once it's over, it's not going to really matter, but it's still fun to watch.
My concerns for Benjamin Netanyahu...
This is a heel versus heel match.
His tactics in Israel. Or his tactics against Gaza. There's a few things here. I think that Benjamin Netanyahu, and because the nature of the interview wasn't really a debate, it was more so me asking him questions that my audience wanted me to ask him and him putting the answers out there, and people can debate that. But I think a lot of people that I know in Israel, including myself and others that are staunch Zionists, think that he is prolonging the war too long and is causing too much damage and irreversible reputational damage. He should have ended it sooner, and he should have went harder. In America, if we had faced such brutality, rape, people getting their heads cut off, I saw videos of people getting their heads cut off, we would have been swift. Within 48 hours, we would have caused the most damage that you've ever seen to a country.
Yeah. Do you Oh my God. He bought into the fucking weapons of mass destruction like that. Oh my God.
In world history.
Oh my God.
And Netanyahu, for whatever reason, is capitulating.
These like old Bush dudes. Oh my God. Wow. It's been a while.
In my personal opinion.
Hey, Jeff. What up, man? I started my show with your kids' music.
To his
pro wrestling match.
His own personal image. And that he don't want to look bad. He don't want to be shamed. He don't want people to say that he's committing a genocide. So he's playing in the middle for too long. 2 years.
We got Bruno Sammartino versus Ric Flair. There we go.
This war is.
Although Bruno was always a face.
Too much. He should have eliminated Hamas immediately. And he should not worry about the naysayers. He's darned if he do, he's darned if he don't. He is not committing a genocide in Gaza. I think that's disingenuous at best, because no one committing a genocide will be giving food or aid to a people that they're trying to kill. They would not be sending leaflets and advising people of buildings that they're going to tear down. The population has grown in Gaza from 1948 all the way up until today. 500,000 they started with. They're at 2 million at this point. When did the genocide start? There is no genocide. People can argue the tactics that Netanyahu is displaying in Gaza, but you cannot be superfluous and add these arguments that seems to, in my opinion, be anti-Semitic in many ways. It's not, these people are terrorists, and not the Gazan people, the regular everyday individual, the terrorist group that came into a country and attempted to commit a genocide against Israel. They would have committed a genocide against Israel to a large proportion if it wasn't for the IDF and if it wasn't for the Iron Dome. Let's not forget, they shot 4,000 missiles into Israel. They tried to kill everybody. The IDF is going in strategically. I wish that people had not died. I wish that they could end the war so there's no suffering. I wish that Hamas wasn't stealing food. The UN confirmed that 96% of all the aid is being looted. I wish that Hamas wasn't doing those things. I wish that Hamas would take the approach of Israel, which means when the rockets go flying into Israel, the people go into bomb shelters. When rockets go flying into Gaza, the terrorists go into bomb shelters, and they make their people stay above ground to be the blunt force of what they receive in a war that they started for no reason. Hamas knew they could never beat the IDF in Israel. Why did they start the war? Why did they initiate conflict? Why did they rape people and do things like that?
Propaganda is strong with him.
And videotape it. Why do they still have hostages? And
you know the unpalatable answer, Officer Tatum. I'll come to Dave Smith as well, but the unpalatable answer to that, maybe they did it precisely to goad Israel into a massive overreaction, which would then make Israel and its government in particular hugely unpopular around the world, to the extent that the United Nations is convening today with the UK declaring a state of Palestine. They're going to be followed by other countries. Only really America and Israel's opposing this. But it may well be that Hamas, being a bunch of evil terrorists, thought if we do this, Israel will massively overreact. They don't care about their own people dying. That's completely obvious. And it could well play into our longer-term game plan. Who knows? But it could be that. In which case, they felt they'd fallen for a hideous sucker punch. Dave Smith, your response to, a lot to unpack there, but your response. And then also taking in this news today about countries like the UK, declaring there is a state of Palestine.
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think Brennan kind of almost hit every single talking point there. So I don't know. I mean, I've been knocking all these down for years on your show here. The bottom line is just that it is just, look, to sit here and say that even as you say, obviously, Pierce, it's not like Hamas had to be rocket scientists to figure this out. This is what terrorism is. It's asymmetrical warfare. The action is in the reaction. Osama bin Laden didn't think he could take down the United States of America by taking out our towers. He thought he could lure us into a war in Afghanistan and that might bankrupt us. It was the plan that our CIA coached him through in the late 70s and early 80s with luring the Soviets into Afghanistan.
Oh my God. Afghanistan. This is what sucks about Dave.
So the
it's
idea that
on certain subjects, it's like, you got this one, but then he'll like kind of do this little like, but it's like, no.
And look, we did it. We blew $8 trillion in the Middle East since then. And so that's the idea here. And Israel's completely fallen into the trap. But of course, the reason why that Israel has done irreversible reputational
broke the escalator
damage,
on purpose.
The reason why people are abandoning supporting
Wait, that was a real thing that he was mad that he had to walk upstairs? I didn't
is really just twofold. Number one, it's clearly not in America's interest. And number two, this is just indefensible. Even if you say that, hey, look, Hamas goes down into the bomb shelters and leaves the civilians up there to be bombed. Okay, but then ain't there a moral question about whether it's the right thing to do to just drop those bombs on the civilians when you know the terrorists are down in the towers? Hold on, you had a chance to go through all this stuff. So
I know, but I want you to. Can I just
you just went off on every talking point,
and I'll shut up. No, just explain that
okay,
too.
But I'm just going to finish.
Argument.
I'm just going to finish.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to finish what I did. Well, what they should do is embrace a two-state solution. Ultimately, they should stop occupying a people as they've been
done
doing
it 5 times, and the Arabs rejected it.
This okay now.
5 times, and the Arabs rejected
it. Yeah, I get it. I know you're going to hit every Hasbro talking point. That's not true.
There's
been
facts.
lots of books. No, it's not. It's a talking point. It is not true. The Palestinians have never once been offered a full-fledged state. There is not one of those 5 times that they were ever offered a full state. By the way, that's not even your own Hasbro talking point. You're supposed to say 97% of what they wanted, which also is a lie.
Actually,
the point is that it doesn't. No matter what you're going to say here,
I made a comment about his stupid lips, but you know what? I think that you were the first one to point out that he does have puckered asshole lips.
Propped up Hamas for years to keep them in power so that Netanyahu could thwart the creation of a Palestinian state, to then use them as a justification for mass slaughtering a captive people that you have kept stateless for 60 years is morally indefensible. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had to actually paint the full thing out. When I was talking about the pro-life analogy, yes, being pro-life is about believing that life begins at conception, but baked in there is also the assumption that you think it's wrong to murder kids. Like the point is that yes, if you're pro-life, then you
right
also
to murder kids.
Yes, but you're supporting a policy that is doing just that.
There's no policy to murder kids. It's urban warfare. Unfortunately, people die. There's no
policy. Jesus fucking Christ! So you can you literally are just like, they're collateral damage. It's easier if I just fucking classify it as that.
So call it
you should murder. No, dude, Dave's right about this. Oh, that's like the 4th time.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that is. Look, when you make a decision to drop a bomb on a building where you know there are children inside of it, yes, morally speaking, you murdered those children.
Phone calls. You've told them
so
to
the leaflets
evacuate.
Make it not murder. Okay. So how about when they don't?
There's no
How about this last attack?
There's no intent to murder them.
Wait, Brandon, let me ask you a question. Follow up. How about when they don't? What about when they don't drop leaflets? What about when they don't have evacuation orders? They just did this in Gaza City yesterday. How about that? Is that now murder?
Well,
I just took away your excuses.
No. I could give you an example. They don't have to drop leaflets and give phone calls if they're
so then why are you bringing that up?
I'm saying when you're shooting weapons and Hamas is firing weapons and using it as a military base, they don't have to give leaflets to give evacuation. Instead, if it's a civilian building or something where they can eliminate having casualties, they will do that to the best of their ability. But there's some instances where they can't give notification because Hamas is operating out of these hospitals, operating out of mosques.
I don't know, man. This guy's doing straight up IDF propaganda.
And they have to do what they have to do in this warfare.
They have to. No, they don't. They actually don't have to. They
What should
could
they
just
do
not
then?
do
What
this.
should they do
By the
then,
way,
Dave
I
Smith?
love
What should
Pierce.
they do?
I love I love Pierce. I think it was Aaron Matei who coined this phrase. I could be wrong about that, but someone said the entire Israeli case rests on.
Yeah, he's effing immoral while he literally has Bible verses on his bicep.
You saying that nothing justifies October 7th, but October 7th justifies anything. Like nothing. You're sitting here. Yes. Look,
What
you
should they
can
do,
pick one
Dave?
side or the other. One second. You can pick one side. I'll answer that question, but just interrupting my point with that question over and over again is just so I can't make my case. There is no. You can go tit for tat here. There's been terrorism on both sides. Israel has been occupying Gaza and the West Bank / and or controlling Gaza and the West Bank since 1967. There's going to be resistance to that. And then for you to say that resistance now justifies us slaughtering people by the tens of thousands, destroying all of Gaza is just, there's no logic in it. There's no morality in it. What should Israel have done? Number one, Benjamin Netanyahu should have.
That's also, I'll be honest. This is why, I don't mind watching Dave's debates because he actually does understand how to do it.
Resigned.
For the most part, he goes in good faith. I mean, every once in a while, he reverts back to his, comedian side where he then is just like, no, fuck you, man.
On October 8th, after his plan to prop up Hamas, being this genius right-winger that I'm going to keep Hamas in power.
And then he also has his other side of his opinions where I'm just like, oh, yeah, I don't agree.
Because in his words, he could control the height of the flame, and this will balance things and thwart a Palestinian state. When that blew up in his face, he should have resigned in disgrace that day. They should have had a real investigation about what actually happened on October 7th. Our late friend had some questions about that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
They should have really looked into that, which we've never gotten to the bottom of. And then they should have done surgical strikes, targeted assassinations, as Israel has always done throughout their entire history with the terrorism problem. They have never, until Netanyahu, treated it as a problem for the regular old army, and it should have culminated in a real peace process. They should have said, we are going to take out the people responsible for this by targeted strikes, and at the end of that, we're ending the occupation. We're giving all of East Jerusalem, all of the West Bank, and all of Gaza to the Arabs. It's their decision what they want to do in the future. But if we are attacked, we will treat them as a foreign nation and go to war with them. That's what the response to October.
And by the way, Officer Tatum,
this.
I think the biggest mistake.
I mean, if you're trying to trust him for political fucking, like going arm in arm with them, yeah, no.
Netanyahu has made.
But if you're just looking at him as a person that has objectively some good takes, some bad takes, yeah, he's fine.
Of many, actually, in terms of tactics and strategy, was the attack in Doha, which failed. It didn't kill any of the Hamas commanders, but the amount of fury that has created amongst the Arab countries, from Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
Are you using comedian as a pejorative?
And others, but also apparently, according to Haram.
Because if that's the case, then hey, I take umbrage with that.
Amongst Mossad, who are absolutely furious about that attack on one of America's main allies in the Middle East, somewhere with 10,000 American troops in a base there, to just attack with impunity Qatar and to attack people who were at that moment deliberating over a potential peace plan.
I'm so glad that you recognize how that was wrong, Piers. Good. Oh, man.
And then to fail anyway. So you cause all the mayhem without achieving the goal. It seemed to me symptomatic of where Netanyahu's got to. He's not achieving any of the goals here. He's just making things worse and worse.
I think that one could argue that. I'm not disagreeing. I think that there needs to be an investigation into it and figure out what should we do and what should we not do. America knew that he was going to do the attack. There's no way in the world Israeli jets could fly through airspace without America knowing about it and do that attack. So America gave the green light.
Who, me? I'm saying the person who makes a living using their brain to think of funny stuff is probably going to run circles around the dude whose brain is all in his biceps. Okay.
Right, pretty much. And then
I appreciate that critique. We're good.
I want to go back to some of the things that Dave Smith said. It sounds cute to act as if they're just indiscriminately bombing people. They're doing strategic strikes. They have to get
agree or disagree. He has made a pretty good living in comedy.
Approval to do strikes. We noticed
part of the Legion of Skanks.
They're doing it. People don't like it. It's ugly. I get it. I hate that it's happening. I would have ended the war in 48 hours.
Completely honest, because like I am a Legion of Skanks listener. Big J Okerson is the guy that I usually listen to that or for. And out of the 3 of the Legion, yeah, Dave was always he was actually the second most annoying. Luis J. Gomez is the most annoying.
And it would have been a mass.
Sorry, Puerto Rican rattlesnake. I just got to call it as I sees it, doggy.
Casualty situation. However, we would have been done quicker and it would have been 2 years. The 2-state solution idea. They don't. Why are we lying to ourselves? They don't want a 2-state solution. They want Israel to be absolved. They do not want a Jewish state. They made it clear, I don't know for how many years. Netanyahu, they removed Jews from Gaza.
Oh, Legion of Skanks. I literally first heard about this 30 minutes ago.
And gave it to them. And what did they do in return? They
got some funny shows.
Elected a terrorist organization that extracted funding and resources from them to build tunnels to create terrorism against Israel. They cannot live in peace with these people. They continue to fight against Israel and the Jewish state. And I don't understand why we're acting as if that's not so. They've given them their own sovereignty to a certain degree.
You know what I love about these meatheads? How they don't understand, like they never looked up pro wrestlers. Like they assume that like taking the bumps was the problem with pro wrestling. But dude, this guy, he has a much higher chance of dying in his 40s than I do. Just because he is that committed to working out. Like, dude, we live in a culture of like fitness that is actually toxic, and I'm gonna say that it's also bad for your body. I've been talking to my doctors about this.
Do you think, Officer Tatum,
when I was in hockey, I'm thank God I had a sports nutritionist, and I also had like a doctor that was like 100% honest with me, where they were just like, do not do the creatine, don't try to bulk up. They're like, number one, for a hockey player, that's bad. They're like, build your muscles and like cultivate the way, like your natural body and your natural, as far as like muscle structure.
Do you think, Officer Tatum, that Palestinians should have the same rights, human rights?
Did this guy just get back from his Israel trip? No, he's definitely in the evangelical phase of things. That's where guys like Charlie Kirk actually, they all exist in that realm, where it's just like, I've said this, and I'm speaking from experience of being in the cult. When I was part of because like our evangelical cult was a little bit, we had like most of what they believe, but then we went a little bit farther with it. But realistically, this guy does believe that like people in America in general, which he might want to look this one up, because they have a little thing where they like do this little eugenics math with it, where they're just like, white plus white equals Israeli equals our land. Like, I don't know how they get there, but it's exactly what it is. And we used to call Jews placeholders. Like, we did. Like, they were placeholders for our position to actually come and fight in the Battle of Armageddon. And then during that, or like during that whole battle, then the rapture, like, because also like the rapture today, it is kind of like, like you use the Middle Eastern turmoil as like just an amalgam of everything, where you're just like, well, or an amalgamation of every Bible verse, and you're just like, well, technically any of it could be the field, but technically there's also this actual field that's it's only about the size of half of a football field. If you actually saw it, it's kind of weird. I don't know.
As Israelis.
Let me put it in perspective.
Oh, he definitely grew up in an evangelical church.
There was a war that was fought.
It's a yes or no.
I will. Let me get to it. I will.
No, you can't equivocate.
I will answer it.
You either believe that or you don't. The reason I'm asking you, it's so central.
Let me start with your. Let me answer your question first.
It's so central.
Let me answer your question first. Yes.
Okay. Good.
The answer is yes.
Good.
But let me articulate that there was a war fought, and Israel won the war, so they don't have to do anything for anybody.
Wait, what war?
Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
1948. Was that not there was a war that was fought? They got attacked on all sides.
There's been many wars
after they rejected the two-state solution. After they rejected the two-state solution, a war was fought. They won. Every war that has been fought, Israel has won. They've been victorious. They don't owe Palestinians anything. But they are peaceful people.
Which war gave them? Which war gave them the right?
They don't owe them. They don't owe Palestinians anything.
Right? Yeah. No. Actually, I mean, they only owe them what we all owe each other, I suppose. But what?
I mean,
war
you can make
Israel,
that. You can make that argument, but that's not a real argument.
Yeah, it is. What war did Israel win?
See, again,
that gave them the right.
I like how he doesn't play that game.
To occupy the Palestinians in perpetuity for all of history.
Let's bring into. But first of all, I don't know why you think it's an occupation. Jews have lived in Israel since the beginning of time, never ceasing to exist in Israel. They were the majority, became the minority.
Yes,
they
those
never
two
ceased to
things
exist
are not
in Israel.
related at all.
Let me finish.
Yes,
Let me finish. What I'm saying,
is
I
that
think it's an occupation because it's a military occupation.
Okay. I hate to say it. This is one of the better Israel-Palestine debates because this guy's cooking himself and Dave's just reacting just like it.
Jews, what I'm saying is that Jews have entitlement to the land. Palestinians don't have exclusive entitlement.
What?
So when a war is
my God, you Zionist prick. There it is.
The Jews can make the decision what they do with Palestinians or not. Just like in America, we can say what we want to do with the Native Americans or not.
Let me ask you. Okay,
let me finish my point and I'll answer your question.
Okay, sure.
Just real quick. It'll be a couple seconds. But because we have humanity and dignity, we allow for Native Americans in America to have reservations and we support them in all of the above. Because Israel and Jews have dignity, they allow them to have swaths of the West Bank, and they allow them to have Gaza, where they elected their own government system. Now, do Israel have control? I see why. Can't you see? If they had absolutely no control, they had no idea what was coming in.
That coming from a black guy is crazy. Yep.
Through the southern border, through the sea, how much more of a terrorist attack would we see in Israel? It would be even more massive. So I understand that. But when they were offered a two-state solution, why did they reject it?
All right, Dave.
Again, I don't know what period of time you're talking about, what war you're talking about, but so here's a major difference. You might notice this, Pierce, between Native Americans, say, in the United States of America.
Y'all just caught how he just slid in legitimizing genocide of the indigenous Americans, right? Yep.
America, they have citizenship and voting rights. And so at a certain point, if you're going to say, okay, yes, that's right. Now, how about the Palestinians living under Israeli control in the West Bank? They do not have citizenship or voting rights. And so if
they don't have citizenship in Israel.
Right,
they
and
do.
Israel's the government that's
elections.
controlling.
They have elections.
Oh my God, he's almost there.
Brennan,
he's almost there.
Think about what you're advocating for. That's
Get
not
over the finish line.
You're not addressing the point here. They don't have citizenship in that. You just said that, hey, you understand why Israel is going to control these areas because in your estimation, there'd be more violence if they didn't control these areas. Now, I disagree with that estimation, but whatever. Okay, but then you're saying Israel has control and these people don't have citizenship or voting rights in Israel. If Israel is controlling Gaza and the West Bank and they've got millions of people there who don't have citizenship or voting rights, don't have any say in that government, what would you call that? By the way, we could I could make the argument that there'd be less crime if we just occupied high crime black neighborhoods in America, stripped all the people of their voting rights, of their civil rights, of their natural rights, and we just had a military occupation. But I think we would all accept you're not allowed to do that to people because we're like
Dave, your argument
living
is
in the
not
post-Enlightenment.
Your argument is not a real argument. They don't
You keep saying that, but you can't take
Gaza.
it on.
Hey, listen, okay, let's give it. If they actually
Israel doesn't control Gaza.
No. If
Who
they actually
does?
control Gaza, okay, let me answer. If they actually control Gaza the way you're saying it, they would have never elected Hamas, and they would have never built tunnels, and they would never stole funding and manipulated the people, and they would never treat women the way they do, and they would never throw people off buildings.
Why would they have never done that? Why would they have never done?
All of a sudden, you care about the treatment of women? Come on.
That if what I'm saying is true.
If Israel controlled them, they don't control them. They left them to their own devices.
Okay, so just to be
and in the West
let's
Bank,
just be very
the
clear.
PLO has manipulated the people. That's why they have a separate election in Gaza, because the PLO had manipulated the people in the West Bank, and they didn't want that governance. So they are governing themselves.
Okay.
However, you will never see. I've been to Israel. You will never see Jews in Palestine, or what you call the West Bank. You would never see them in Gaza. But there are hundreds of thousands of Arabs and Palestinians that work in Israel. I was there. I saw it. I'm even surprised October the 7th
nobody's denying
happened.
that. Everybody knows. Israel's
What
been
I'm saying is that
Israel is not
Israel is not treating Palestinians the way that people are acting like they are.
Okay, I want to.
They gave them freedom.
Okay,
and allowed them to do what they need to do.
I've got to wrap things.
Yeah.
I've got to wrap things. But I wanted to ask Dave one question before we wrap. It's just this: this decision by the UK and other countries to declare a state of Palestine has been, ridiculed by Israelis as simply playing into Hamas's hands, giving them a reward for October the 7th. Is it meaningful to you at all?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it's somewhat I mean, look, it's obviously a gesture more than anything else, but I do think it's significant that there's at least the feeling that there's a need to make the gesture, I think is a result of public opinion shifting so greatly on this. But, I got to say to this, look, first of all, I'll just say a couple things. Number one, right after 9/11, it was Colin Powell, the wisest member of George W. Bush's government, which is not saying much, who went to George W. Bush and said, you got to do a two-state solution now. Like, you have record high approval ratings. 9/11 just happened. This is the time we can get it done. And the reason Colin Powell said that was not because he wanted to give the Palestinians something, but because he knew that this was right at the center of the cause of why there's so much hatred for Americans in the Muslim world. And that we had every single president of my lifetime, with the exception of Trump, wanted a two-state solution. None of them could ever get it done. None of them could ever get it done, in large part because of the enormous power of the Israel lobby in the United States of America.
The Arabs rejected it. Israel agreed.
I know. We heard you say that. Anyway.
No, you need to talk about that.
You're wrong,
agreed
but okay.
to every single two-state solution.
Okay, yeah, right. Okay. Anyway,
you're telling me I'm wrong?
For the 15th time, you're 100% wrong. Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest-serving prime minister, in Israeli history, has made at the center of his entire
Israel is manipulating you
career thwarting a Palestinian state. He has said this in his own words over again. You don't know what you're talking about if you think that Israel has just been trying. No,
people
you're
that are
just
watching
dumb.
this fact check.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Now you want to attack me.
You're calling me a liar.
Address the issue.
You're calling me a liar, dude, and you're full of shit.
Because
you don't know
it's
shit.
factual.
You don't know anything about
this. Officer Tatum.
You've gone on some idea.
Wait a sec. I actually think.
I did what?
If you want, I actually think.
Listen,
Officer Tatum. I've interviewed Bill Clinton a number of times, and he was emphatic about the fact the closest they came was when he says Arafat walked away from what many people now see was probably the best deal that was ever going to be on the table. I also think the assassination of Rabin was one of those moments from which I don't think anything has ever really recovered from that. Killed by an extremist on his own side. Right?
By a Netanyahu fan.
Right, and that may well be one of the reasons Netanyahu doesn't want to go down the same road. We just don't know. He acts in self-interest and everything else. Look, I've got to leave it there. I'm sorry. It's been a great debate. You guys have been great. I really appreciate it, but I have got to move on. Thank you both very much indeed.
There we go. We did it. Google it, dude. Yeah. No, dude, that guy was bought and paid for. I mean, he may not have even. He may have just gotten that trip. Like, gotta wonder though. Was it paid for? Was it, or sponsored? Was it a sponsored trip? Makes you wonder. Oh, check this out. I got this funny video that I wanted to watch with you guys. We're in the fun half now, so we get to watch fun videos.
Hello, my name is Jake. I am a living human being who is currently alive. My first claim is that I don't think I should be murdered. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna talk really fast in order to make a half-baked point and just hope you don't call me out on it. Does it really matter if I kill you? Secondly, hold on. Please don't interrupt me. I have a family. Do you have a family?
Answer the question.
Yes, it matters if you murder me.
To you?
Yes.
But to anyone else?
My mother would be disappointed.
That's exactly my point. Would anyone else?
You're moving the goalposts.
For me, it would feel really
good to kill you.
Like, amazing.
Let me get this straight. You believe that you have
he's upstairs.
A better right.
I'm saying it would feel good.
So you're all fine with this logic that we can just say and do whatever we want?
No.
Because last I checked, we live in a society and not a Blumhouse purge movie. No, hey, clearly I'm making a pretty good point because everyone's trying to vote you out before I get to the end of my point, which is I've been voted out. Shoot, I was actually really close to getting to the end of my point.
I was really close to getting to the end of my point.
It's been a pleasure. My second claim is...
Dude, he is nailing this.
Please don't kill me. Please, oh God, please, please, please.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You got here fast.
Yeah, well, I really want to kill you.
I can tell.
First off, I believe in respect. I show respect to everyone, no matter who you are. I believe we're better as a society when we respect one another.
No, I appreciate that.
Here's why I'm going to kill you.
Is that a threat?
It's just a statement.
Where do you find these people, man?
I'm just stating things, and you're being really divisive.
Okay.
Your car is parked, 30 yards from the door over here. Do you really think you can outrun all 20 of us and get to your car in time? I mean, one of us is gonna kill you. I mean, if not me, one of these other people.
No, we're not arguing if it will happen. We're arguing if it should happen.
I think so.
Please don't kill me. I have so much to live for. It's actually illegal as well, and I'm calling the cops right now.
I got voted out.
Shoot, I was really close to calling them, too.
Nice chatting.
Cheers. My final claim is, no, please, help me, this is a trap.
Hello.
I actually agree with your earlier point that you do have a lot to live for. You have a wife, you have kids.
Thank you. Yes.
I just don't care.
Okay.
I'm still gonna kill you. What about the 2019 NASA research paper that claims 99.9% of people don't want to be murdered? Okay, what about the research that says I don't care? What are your sources for that?
I don't need them.
Well, pal, it sounds like you're forfeiting your argument.
Okay, but it doesn't matter because we're all gonna kill you.
Okay, yeah, really solid argument. Well, I was really impressed with the skill of some of these debaters, you know. Whatever you think of their arguments, I think that they have a lot of passion, they have a lot of drive, and I hope we were able to find some common ground. Hello? Is this part of the video or the exit strategy? Anyone? Hello?
Hey, it's me. Look at that. It's me. That's an old ass video, guys. Oh wow. I didn't realize I had that type of viewership on that. Man, I gotta start making videos again. Look at this. 7.2K, 1.4K. Damn, guys. What am I doing with my channel? What am I doing with my life? Guys, I need to, oh no, time to reevaluate everything. What? I mean, and it's kind of make me realize, oh man, I really need to clip up my content. All right, so you know what? I promised this yesterday. I want to watch this with y'all. I have not watched this at all. So, we haven't watched a comedy segment in quite some time, so Sammy Obaid.
I bet if you run this through ChatGPT, do you think my government's lying to me? Short answer, maybe. The FBI claims they have text messages that Tyler Robinson, the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk, of him talking to his roommate, who is also his trans partner. You can't make this stuff up because they did. They released these text messages.
I mean, we all think that.
But they are not real, okay? No human being looks at this text conversation and is like, yeah, 2 people had this. Tyler and his roommate are Gen Z, okay? Gen Z does not talk in complete sentences. That is your first red flag. I'm just gonna read them to you right now so we can have some laughs. Let me go to CNN for accuracy. Here's the full record of a series of text messages exchanged with the alleged gunman on the day of the shooting, which the roommate provided to the investigators. So the roommate was like, here, you can have these very private tweets. Robinson says, drop what you are doing. Yeah, like those full words. Drop what you are doing, comma. Gen Z does not use commas, okay? Everybody knows this. They have not discovered punctuation yet, all right? They can shorten words. They can't make short words longer, you know? Robinson says, drop what you're doing, comma, look under my keyboard, period.
Period. The period's what does it, guys. I gotta be real.
Gen Z does not use period.
Yeah, they don't.
Okay, they say period when they finish a sentence. And then there's some exposition here. It says, when the roommate looked under the keyboard, there was a note that allegedly read. I like how they say allegedly, like you're the one telling us this. Like, allegedly read, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Period. Again. Well, these periods, man. What's that? Charlie Kirk is capitalized. And I.
How about capitalization? Good question.
Roommate. What? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This is where the FBI was like, yeah, this is how they talk.
Yeah.
What? You're joking, right? Question mark, question mark, question mark. You know they had a conversation like, is 4 too many? You think they'll know? They literally put 8 question marks after what? Robinson replies, I am still okay, my love.
The people in the back just going, no.
Bro just time warped to the 1800s. I am still okay, my love.
Incels speak like this.
But I am stuck in Oran,
my lady,
for a little while longer yet. Okay. They wrote this really fast. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, comma, but I gotta grab my rifle still. Period. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. Come on, dude. This is not a novel. And Gen Z, talk to any Gen Zer. They don't think they're gonna die of old age. They think they're gonna die tomorrow, okay? And to be honest, after incidents like this, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? He says, I'm sorry to involve you. Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. You can tell like the subtle transphobia here, you know? They're like, yeah, trans people love to use multiple question marks. Subtle prejudice, for sure.
This is an elder millennial trying to write like a Gen Z. Yep.
Robinson replied.
They finally found a use for all the FBI Trump's admin pulled from working on the Predator sticks.
I'm sorry. No period this time. Okay. Roommate, I thought they caught the person? Question mark. Just one question mark this time. Robinson, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude. Which is true, they did. That happened, but you can tell here the FBI is trying to cover their trails and explain why they focused on that clearly not shooter guy for so long. And then in this, it's because, oh, well, he was crazy and he was old. So messed up. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. Again, explaining why they stopped someone else. The FBI's like, well, we had to. There was the crazy guy and the guy in similar clothing. Gotta
What about the guy with the fucking pellet gun?
cover our bases.
Kind of forgot about that guy.
Tell him, Tyler. I had planned. Come on, dude. You just put I planned. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point. Okay, at this point you're like, okay, this is AI. This is AI. They put this into ChatGPT. And they said, ChatGPT, if you were a Gen Z kid who just shot someone, how would you explain to your roommate / trans lover that you need to get your rifle that you left at your drop point? I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. They're really paying. I'm getting into this at this point. I'm like, I'm on the edge of my seat. Roommate, why? One question mark. Robinson, why did I do it? Question mark. Oh, come on. Come on. You're going to release this much over a text message?
Yep.
With someone who's clearly going to turn you in a few hours? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. Now, this is where the deep state is clearly reigning their evil, because they want us to push this narrative that this was a guy who couldn't solve things diplomatically, kind of like the US government, and had to resort to violence, right? Which is the talking point that's going on right now. And they literally put it into his mouth. Some hate can't be negotiated out. Is this the Wild Wild West? Well, it is Utah. To be honest, people might talk like this in Utah. Just for record, I could be wrong. Robinson, if I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left...
I do keep up with the true crime stuff, and yes, they usually do.
No evidence. Come on. I will have left no evidence? Bro, why don't you just share your location at this point? Giving away everything. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully, they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Yeah, turn on the news, buddy. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Question mark. You feel like at this point you'd be like, I'm glad you asked this question. But he says, a bit over a week, I believe. I believe? I like how they keep it vague. He's like, I believe. So if we have to change the statement later, like, he said he believed it, but it was longer. He said, I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. That's like the most Gen Z thing yet. I don't want to chance it, and that's not even that good. Robinson, I wish I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. What the dude? No Gen Z, no human calls it a vehicle, okay?
So after this, we actually have an update from Joe Rogan. We're going to go for it.
Except for a cop. Only a cop. This was so written by a cop. Get out of your vehicle. My vehicle. I'm driving my vehicle. No, if you're Gen
Damn it, I gotta pee. Like, really bad. Damn it.
Z, you say my whip. That's what you say. Nobody says vehicle. He said, I grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I don't bring back Grandpa's rifle. Come on, dude. This is an old yeller. What is going on here? Then he says, IDK, I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. So trying to be like, oh, okay, so, you know, there's other possible explanations here. Keep it vague. I worry about prints. Why is he saying this all over text? If he's worried about prints of his fingers, why is he not worried about prints of his literal words? I'm worried about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Great, paint the picture more. Tell us which bush it was, Tyler. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. ... I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the expletive will I explain losing it to my old man? This is Utah, so he probably said, how the heck? How the heck will I explain? They had to bleep it out because it's from Utah. How the heck? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. And then he says, unprovoked, remember how I was engraving bullets? Remember the thing that the FBI said I did? Remember how it all aligns with that? Remember that? The expletive messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. Now he's not using punctuation, finally. That really expletive sucks. That really hecka sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. IDK. Ooh, that's dark. Ooh, even the FBI was like, let's throw in some dark. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Well, you broke it, Tyler. Robinson. delete this exchange. Now, this late in the game, after you've told us literally everything, also, exchange? Delete these texts, delete this thread, delete this expletive, okay? Nobody says delete this exchange. He goes on, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Okay.
I hate to say it's like the one believable text.
So now they're trying to tell the story. They're like, this is where the dad calls him and he confides. Robinson, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Okay, so now you're like, okay, wow, why are they mentioning MAGA here? It's because
linger vehicle.
They're trying to show that his dad was MAGA, and so he's got to go against his dad, making him some evil, rebellious, leftist Gen Zer who calls his car his vehicle. I bet if you run this through ChatGPT and be like, hey, did you write this? This is how you solve a crime. Be honest, comma, please do not lie to me, comma, you will not get in trouble, comma, we need to know the truth, period. Did you or a similar app manufacture the fake text conversation between Tyler Robinson and his alleged roommate? Short answer, no, I did not. You liar. You liar, dude. Wow, GPT is in on this. GPT is in cahoots with the FBI. No, I did not. Did not manufacture that fake text conversation. You called it fake! You called it fake! You called it fake, dude! Wow, I was not expecting that. And I have no way to create or alter real-world phone records or private device data outside of generating text inside this chat. Quick, clear context so you can trust this answer. I already don't, but fine. I can generate text in this chat, including simulated. He's like, do you want me to make another conversation? But I cannot reach into someone's phone. Other apps or people can create fake chat screenshots or transcripts. If you'd like, paste the text of the conversation here or upload the screenshot and I'll analyze it step by step without anything suspicious. Okay, just let me do this really quickly. Thank you for sharing the screenshot. I'll be very direct. Please. The, quote, conversation, you put it in quotes, between Robinson and roommate is almost certainly fake and not a genuine BBC or Reuters article. Here's why. Number one, formatting and style. The text is formatted like a script.
Whoa.
Yeah, no expletive. The use of exaggerated punctuation. What? Question mark, is highly unlikely. I knew it. Content issues. The dialogue is oddly casual, melodramatic, and inconsistent with how real text message evidence is presented in court or by police.
Thank you.
Phrases like, I am still okay, my love. Or I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. Read like fiction and not real-life chat messages. They match the style of online fake screenshots. You go, ChatGPT.
You go, ChatGPT.
Not a lot of people are talking about how absurd this conversation is. Conclusion, the screenshot is fabricated, either edited or created with a chat generator. Neither I nor a similar app, he put quotes because that's what I asked, created it automatically and placed it into a news site. So he's like, isn't this me, bro? He's like, take it up with your government. I didn't make this shit up. I have what's called a conscience. That's fucked up when you turn to AI for morality and not your government. This is why it's like, we're probably better off with AI just taking their jobs at this point because at least we might get some more transparency. Let me just ask it one more thing. Be honest, comma, do you think my government's lying to me? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Short answer, maybe. That's exactly how I feel right now. Sometimes governments lie and sometimes they don't. Wow. I'm glad we had this talk. What matters is evidence, not feelings. That's awesome. The government really is trying to make, the government was definitely trying to make us feel with this conversation. My love.
My love.
Signs you should be suspicious right now. Official statements contradict the documented evidence without explanation. Yep. Repeated reliance on anonymized, unverified sources. Yup. Overuse of emotional language. Yup. Media blackout on easily verifiable factual matter. Yup. Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, and then the last one says, was told to you by Kash Patel. Just kidding. I made that up.
Oh, man. That was good. All right, let's take a look at this Joe Rogan thing. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
All right, you guys are going to love this one. I have two clips to show you. In the first clip, Joe Rogan is gloating about how Republicans are the party of free speech, how they want comedy to become comedy jokes too. I'm sure he doesn't want to see come to a realization.
We get it.
He's sniffing MAGA. But this clip of Joe Rogan from a few months ago.
Republicans now are in favor of free speech. The Republicans want to end the wars. They want to stop contributing to foreign countries. They want.
How's my multi-stream doing? I'm okay.
Comedy to be comedy.
Why? What's up?
And they don't want restrictions on people's behavior and thinking.
Yeah.
And the Democrats have developed this sort of.
I'm not really running any errors or anything.
Like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept.
Got 15 live over on YouTube, and
you guys are
Twitch is there.
You're just a bunch of fucking assholes who are using these subjects as a way where you can behave incredibly shitty.
Oh, so the Democratic Party is cult-like and behaves in an incredibly shitty way. I like how he's listing off all of these things. He said, ending
middle schooler hair mockler. I mean, dude, it really is unfortunate that he just stopped aging at like the age of 7.
Wars. He said they're in favor of free speech. Guess what? Trump has failed to end any
the mocklet
war. Trump has reversed more free speech norms than any president in history, and Joe Rogan seems to be realizing this.
The mocklet.
Now, I do want to say,
I like the one where he was just like.
Just because Jimmy Kimmel was put back on the air, it's a good thing. That does not mean Trump wasn't using the FCC to pressure Sinclair and other groups. In fact, I think this only bolsters the argument that this was public intimidation. Jimmy Kimmel didn't lose his show, so Disney and ABC didn't get fully canceled. But Trump got the show. He got to give people a taste of what happens when you criticize him too harshly. Even Sarah...
Dude, if I ever meet this kid, he's just going to be like, you're the one who makes fun of my hair. It's like... I'm sorry.
Longwell from the Bulwark says,
"Go Blackhawks."
Right-wingers are arguing that Jimmy Kimmel coming back on air is proof that claims of authoritarianism and censorship are unfounded. Actually, it's proof that sufficient public blowback to caving to an authoritarian censorship can cause companies to uncave, which I do find very true. That's why we need to continue to push and make sure that we never cave. But there's another point that I want to build on top of that. Donald Trump got what he wanted, even erosion of free speech, and now comedians or the writers from some of these shows, because I assume they have writing teams. I know they have writing teams. The writers are now second guessing. Is this an okay joke to make? Are we going to get pulled off the air temporarily? Play this.
All right, so this was with Andrew Santino.
Jimmy Kimmel situation that is happening right now.
Yeah, wild.
Very wild. Okay, first of all, the FCC is you have to have a license to broadcast, which is kind of crazy when you think about what that means now. Because, like, what does it mean? It used to mean that you used to have a license to broadcast because you were going to influence so many people. They had to make sure that you were on the up and up, right? So they had to make sure that you didn't swear. So if you had a license and you were on CBS or NBC or ABC, you could not swear, right? That was the rule. And then along came cable. And somehow or another, cable
Change the
is a
game.
different thing, right? Because cable, you just you have to pay for it, I guess. So it's different. And so then some of the channels you don't have to pay for. It used to be the only ones that swore were like HBO, where you had to pay for. And then all of a sudden it became kind of any of them because
I do it like Linda.
Because they realized, like, hey, we don't like FX. We can swear, guys. Like we only don't swear because we want to think of ourselves as TV.
Right.
But HBO was like, you know, with The Sopranos,
Or
with
just do
HBO
this.
comedy specials in the beginning, that was a big one. You could just swear. Movies, you didn't have to
What was
bleep
that? A flex.
anything out. Just wild. And so these what you're dealing with even like, first of all, I definitely
Actually, kind of felt good.
don't think that the government should be involved ever in dictating what a comedian can or cannot say
Wait, let's see.
in a
Yeah, still
monologue.
do the
That's
playback,
fucking
right?
crazy.
It's crazy.
Now, if the problem is the companies, if they're being pressured by the government,
I'm the guy in the martial arts movie that gets choked out by his own hair.
so if that's real, and if people on the right are like,
Fun.
yeah, go get them, oh my God, you're crazy. You're crazy for supporting this. Because this will be used on you. You don't think that the fucking globalist lizard people who run the world are sitting here going, great, what do we got, 3 years? We'll wait this out.
You still believe in the globalist lizard people and not the globalists that you're fucking literally a puppet for, Joe? Come on, man. Dude, they just can't get over the fact that the deep state is them.
Wait this out. Yeah, let them
And he's running roughshot for these guys.
say the government should be involved in censoring people's speech. Yeah. Let them support that. Let these fucking dumbasses, because Jimmy Kimmel's a leftist, let these dumbasses think it's a good idea and we should celebrate that
Yeah. That's the most toxic shit.
Okay, first of all, I love how Joe Rogan has to frame it through the lizard people globalist framing, saying that in 3 years, Democrats are going to come back and censor this. That's the entire framework that Republicans are using. They're not even saying that this is bad. Nothing to prove that. People think that Joe Biden and Merrick Garland were out there targeting people. They were soft.
Yeah, Rogan repping for the real deep state. He really is.
Honestly, they were very, very soft, and I wish they weren't. I want to end this off with a video of Joe Rogan falling for an AI Tim Walz video. Have you guys seen this? There's a video.
You know what? We have seen this, and I'll allow it.
Of Tim Walz going around that is completely fake AI, of him doing this crazy dance on an escalator like he's some gymnast, and Joe Rogan fell for it. You gotta be careful for AI. It's crazy out there.
You know what's really fun?
It's not good AI.
When someone is in that whole race and running for president or vice president, and then the race is over and they realize that person was a liability, so they cut them off.
And you never hear
then that
from them.
person goes wacky, like Tim Walz.
That's
Did
right.
you see where he had a "fuck Trump" shirt on?
Yeah.
And he's dancing and going down an elevator. Have you seen this video?
I haven't seen. Please play it. I haven't seen it.
Tim was just lying that he, like, if he hadn't asked any further, Tim was just like, yeah.
Please, Jamie.
Yeah, I totally saw it.
Find
Well,
that
Tim
video.
Walz.
But Tim Walz is just, he's a crazy guy. He's a crazy guy.
This is weird.
That was a big mistake.
Oh, a huge
They
mistake.
should have picked Josh Shapiro from
Yes.
the governor of Pennsylvania.
I think they're worried about the Jewish thing.
Well, of course, it's a big swing state, and it would have been better.
Okay, you go full screen. On
Is that
this.
really this
Yes?
him?
No, it's not real. It's real. No, it's not. Yes, it is. AI generated. No, it's real.
No, it's real.
I love it. It's real.
I love it. It's real. See, right there.
It's got to be real.
It has to be real.
It has to be.
And now he's embarrassed. Now he's like totally embarrassed that he's a fucking boomer ass boomer who just got boomered into boomering about this freaking AI.
Real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him dancing. That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is.
This is what Joe Rogan thinks it is. He thought Tim Walz recorded a video of him smacking his own ass. It's like a real person that looks like Tim Walz. What?
Won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No,
on a
he
white
slaps
shirt.
his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised, and I'm worried about Jamie, and I'm worried about Grok.
Does it say?
Jamie is the producer who's in the background calling out, "Hey, that's fake. I'll have my editor turn
I'm 55, and Joe Rogan makes me embarrassed for people over 40.
up in post." But you can hear specific portions where Jamie goes, "Hey,
just made that cut.
That's fake. That's not real." And Joe Rogan goes, "No, I love it. It has to be real."
That it's AI?
I mean, yes.
You say it's AI.
No, the
Everybody says
the
it.
video I played on top says it's AI generated.
Rep
Oh,
Riley
so
Moore
what?
fell for an AI-generated video of Minnesota. I fell for it too, and you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because
it could be real because he does weird things, man. He does the weird things and he's a weird guy. And I don't like the guy, and I need to have my narrative fit for my audience so they can keep going like that he's a weird guy. Jesus Christ, Joe. That was wild. All right, let's see. What else we got? We got a few minutes to hang out. So, ooh, MAGA Christians are turning on Trump.
If you see this, you were meant to. So stop scrolling and hear me out. We are living in the last days, and there is deception running rampant. And I cannot keep my mouth shut about it anymore.
Hold tight, y'all, because her video is not going to
She reminds me of every frickin', Christian mom that I ever fucking dealt with.
go the way that you think. And also, thank you to Ginger for sending
I gotta
this
say, Park Rose has been increasingly more annoying. So this is one of the rare times I'll watch one of her things.
to me because I had not seen this. I actually really want you to keep watching because I think this video is quite important. I'm going to show you a little bit more of it, and then I want to talk about it, especially about the comments that were left in response to what she has to say.
Always been a Trump follower. I have, loud and proud, was in the MAGA movement.
I guess this is what I gotta do. I gotta do vertical TikTok responses. Yeah.
I've been to numerous rallies. I have been
Guys, if I have to follow any of these stupid trends, can you at least give me some guidance on which ones you would like to watch?
on an intercessory prayer line for this man, like with other leaders in our country, praying for him every Sunday. And then I was also at his inauguration. I was a huge Trump supporter.
Epic
After
music.
Charlie Kirk died, I asked God to reveal to me the true evil in this world. Give me the stomach to handle it, and give me the courage to expose it. I cannot sit back and keep quiet about what the Lord has revealed to me, especially when it comes to this administration. It is pure evil.
I have a cool Dick Tracy pin.
It is divisive. It is satanic. And the blind, the worshiping of this man is idolatry. And Christians are being led to the slaughter. Wake up. Wake up. I'm guilty too, I have to say. So I understand. I understand the love and devotion to Donald Trump. Guys, hear me when I tell you, this man is no good. He is on the Epstein list. He is totally funded, totally compromised by the Israeli government. In the just the rhetoric of this cabinet, in the way they are lying
Oh my god. Okay, we get it,
to
lady.
us about the shooter of Charlie Kirk is just absolutely sick.
Do they clone these women? Yes.
She goes on to exhort Christian Trumpers to come out from under this and tells them basically that Donald Trump is an evil man, the regime is evil, and that it was Charlie Kirk's death that
Don't care. I cared more about the Christian women turning on Trump, but I don't know. If there's one thing I'm inspired by, it's get to the fucking point.
In a major update ahead of Jimmy Kimmel's return to ABC this evening, Nexstar Media Group, the company that owns about 30 ABC affiliate channels, released a statement saying, quote, Nexstar Media Group today announced that the company's owned and partnered television stations affiliated with the ABC television network will continue.
Oh, wait. You know what? Fuck this. I already kind of knew that also. I haven't watched a BTC video, oh my god, pretty much since the revelation of his involvement in Chorus.
Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape.
Trump, why did you cancel the meeting?
We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
Honestly, this is the shit that pissed me off during the first administration. Stop legitimizing his jokes by fucking taking him at face value. Ugh. He was definitely annoyed by the escalator thing, but dude, seriously, it's not the troll we think it is. Knock it off. Is he still droopy? He is. He definitely is. Rogan blasts him. Does he? Tim Pool was on... Oh, wait a minute. Really? Let's see. Do we have any... any of this? Nah. All right. Oh, Melania's 4 steps ahead of him in the with the walking farts, and then he was raptured. I still can't get over the fact that the rapture stuff, it was all from a fucking South African pastor from, like, just doing a, rapture talk. He's figured out, like, a decent fucking, hashtag, and that was it. Whatever. So apparently Kat, she played, I don't know what the hell she played, but she just finished stream with 6.5. Not bad. Don't know how that translates to her campaign fund. I gotta be real here, guys. I don't think that's a good strategy. I don't. You have a bunch of people in this district that are running for the exact same seat that have political experience, that are going out and they're meeting with they're consistently meeting with constituents, which she promised to do. Which I'm fine with her doing the protest, but somebody brought it up about how, it definitely helped her as far as getting thrown on the ground. So I don't know. Wait, y'all said Kirk's birthday is today. Who's gonna tell Kirk he shares a birthday with Zach? Oh, they know. Well, Zach was the one who let me know that was Kirk's birthday. Because, Kirk's one of those... He's one of those guys. He doesn't want people to know, apparently. Nah, I'm happy, you know what? Kirk's 30th. It's a big one. I had fun on my 30th birthday. I'll be real. Spent it with my family. Went to a Blackhawks game. They put my name on a Jumbotron. It was cool. A nice little commemorative picture of it. Had some badass tacos. Oh, man. That was sick. I went to Big Star Taco that day. Some of the best tacos you can get in Chicago. Man. Oh, I got 5 minutes left. You know what? I'll hang for 5. But after that, I got to send y'all off or do something. I kind of wish LT was in chat so he could, Ah, crap. Is this one of those nights where he's probably going to raid what the, Let's see. Because if he is, then I might stick around for a little bit. I can set up an emergency segment real quick. Oh, shit. Here. Speaking of cat. Democracy Now! Cover this.
Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in Chicago, where Juan is, as at least 10 people were arrested in protests outside an ICE facility Friday, with federal immigration agents firing pepper balls and using tear gas on the crowd.
Party,
Democratic congressional candidate Kat Abugazela was thrown to the ground by ICE agents. People rallied outside the facility to protest the Trump administration's Operation Midway Blitz, which has led to the arrest of nearly 550 people in a sweeping crackdown on immigrants in the city. We are going to Chicago, where we're joined by Kat Abugazela, who is a progressive congressional candidate in Illinois' 9th district, which includes Chicago. Kat, welcome to Democracy Now! Describe what happened to you. We're going to show...
Playing Breath of the Wild? Oh, that's cool. I know that we have somebody that is also playing Tears of the Kingdom, as far as Bryant. Bryant was playing Tears of the Kingdom yesterday.
The video.
Yeah, so this is actually the third time that ICE has thrown me to the ground. I have been at this facility for the last 3 weeks every Friday morning, and I'll be back this Friday. I encourage anyone in Illinois to join me 7 to 9 a.m. at 1930 Beach Street, BEACH. This was, as I said, the third time that ICE has done this to me. It is probably the most violent occasion of throwing me to the ground. But essentially, a car was about to run over a fellow protester. And so I went to check on that person. And that was all the justification an officer needed to pick me up and throw me to the ground, despite being half his size. And what I really want to stress here is that is what these officers are willing to do when there is press and cameras around. The reason we are protesting at this facility is because they are committing human rights abuses within the Broadview processing facility. It is a processing facility, so people are not supposed to be kept there for more than 12 hours at a time, but they are being kept for days or weeks without beds, without hot meals, without hygienic products. And if they are willing to do that to a congressional candidate on camera in front of press, imagine what they are willing to do to their detainees behind boarded up windows.
Not sure if that's her boyfriend or her campaign manager, but I met him.
And Kat, you say you found 2 badges there. What did it say on the badges?
So I have no idea the people who've accosted me. I have no idea who they are. I have no idea who these men are. They've had masks and sunglasses and hats sometimes when the sun is still down. We have seen 2 badge numbers the entire 3 weeks that we have been
It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Here, 4 weeks if we include a vigil earlier in the summer. And they were just numbers. There was no name and there was no identifying law enforcement agency. I have no idea if these men are actually affiliated with ICE. For all I know, this could just be random men who said, I'm going to put on a mask and a costume I got from Spirit Halloween to make me feel like I'm in the army and go and rough up some protesters today. We have no idea who these people are.
And in terms of what you know about the conditions in the Broadview facility, could you talk about that?
Yes, this Broadview facility is horrific. We've gotten reporting about dozens of people being kept in one cell. And these are our neighbors. These are pregnant women and grandmothers sleeping on concrete floors. I have not been inside the facility. Elected officials that have tried to inspect it have not been allowed inside. But I can attest that 2 weeks ago, when I saw prisoners being marched into a van, they were in the same clothes they were detained in. And we have no idea how long they had been in there. And they were in the same clothes they were detained in. The conditions at this facility are horrendous. They are committing crimes against humanity. And it is so important to remember that all of the treatment that we went through as protesters doesn't hold a candle to what these detainees are dealing with. I mean, ICE agents shot and killed a man 2 Fridays ago in the Chicago area. They are able to act with impunity.
I hate to do this. I do hate to do this.
While ICE should not have been doing this, the guy did try to ram the officer with his car.
They're able to hurt.
Or officer, not even officer, the agent.
Hurt whoever they want. Last Friday was the first time they had taken protesters inside the facility. And while
I mean, if we're gonna, guys, we have to be honest. You have to be honest. It's just like, yes, okay, he was scared for his life and he was trying to run.
Video of me being thrown to
that's a better way of framing that. But
the ground has gone kind of viral. I want to talk about a few other things.
Oh my God, I finally figured out Kat looks like Cindy Lou Who.
That happened that day because they haven't been covered as much. We had to play tug of war with a man's body to keep him from being abducted inside the facility. Right before we were tear gassed, ICE was carrying a van with a protester that had been detained inside of the van. We stood arm in arm. All of this is happening on Broadview public property on public streets. They tried to ram the van through us. A man fell in front of the van and the van was going to drive over his head. And I helped him up before that happened, but they were totally willing to do that. They shot a man in the face with a pepper ball bullet. They tear gassed us as they were trying to drive a car through a crowd. And then after that, they threw a tear gas canister at the press area, very intentionally after protesters were already dispersing because, we were coughing and trying to get tear gas out of our eyes.
Gonzalez, you are running for Congress, congressional candidate in Illinois' 9th district, which includes Chicago. The election is in November of 26, the ultimate election. Why are you running for Congress?
I'm a researcher and journalist who covers the far right. I have spent my career de-radicalizing and educating people on far right narratives and misinformation. I have spent my career, just as my colleagues have, trying to get Democrats to put up a resistance to the far right, to understand that the old playbook is gone and that it's not coming back. And I don't feel like our leaders are doing that. And so I got sick of waiting around and I decided to run the type of campaign I think we should. And that is with unapologetic progressivism, anti-fascism, and using our resources to materially improve people's lives right now. So we do voter outreach, but...
See, this is the bitch of it. While I agree with her, the Illinois 9th district is not going to be entirely with this.
Our campaign office also doubles as a mutual aid hub. We don't ask for $500.
This was a couple weeks ago. This was just released 12 hours ago.
$5 a plate at an event. For our kickoff event, for instance, we ask people to bring a box of pads or tampons for Chicago's Period Collective. We are about mobilizing people on the ground right now and making politics as accessible as possible, while also not compromising on basic human rights.
And you're running for the seat to replace Jan Schakowsky, who's retiring. There are several other
Oh, no, what you're talking about happened a week ago.
candidates running.
What'd you say? I remember watching a video of, protesters blocking their cars and saying, we'll just drive
in that
through them.
field right now. Why do you think that?
Sorry, I missed that comment.
Voters would be best choosing you as the candidate?
Hey, good question.
Illinois does a lot of things right. And that's the reason they aren't dealing with, until very recently, people like Stephen Miller and Elon Musk on a daily basis.
You're not. This is the problem. This is the problem. Oh my God. Okay. She's not wrong, but she's not speaking to what she's offering the Illinois 9th. And trust me, the Illinois 9th is a mixed bag. So if she's going to constantly just talk about the stuff that caters to me, that's okay, great. But I'm focusing on how are you going to speak to just the people of my district? They don't think that way. They want to know if you're going to make, because right here. Do you know what she didn't mention? Any of these three things. She's talking about the far right. She's talking about Stephen Miller. She's talking about, Trump, all this, but she's not talking about even the three things that she's running on. That's a problem.
I am the only candidate in my race with a track record of fighting and winning against the far right. I am the most effective.
You're not really running against the far right in the Illinois 9th. You need to make it past your primary, which you have five decent candidates who have pretty decent records with working within the state house, with working with advocacy groups. I have to be honest. The fact that she has the social media presence and the national coverage, that's great, but it's not helping her in the way that she thinks it is. And honestly, this answer right here, this proves to me why. As a constituent, as somebody who lives and is literally going to vote either for her or against her, I can tell you right now, this is not what they care about.
Communicator in my race, and I am the only candidate in my race to have the majority of her money come from small dollar donations.
Oh, trust me. Again, this is why I'm also getting a little annoyed, because I put a few requests in and then I had one
raised
again,
over.
I shouldn't be talking about that.
$1 million.
You know what? That's kind of irresponsible and unprofessional. I'll just say, you know what?
Dollars, and our average
her
donation
campaign's gotta
is
get on
just
that.
$32. We have over 7,000 volunteers, and that's not because I'm some force. It's because people want
I literally am one of them.
Progressive policies. They want common sense policies. They want a center that recenters.
She said, "Fuck the Italians and Skokie." Are you kidding me?
Actual voters.
Skokie's part of the Illinois 9th. You don't say fuck the Italians in Skokie.
And that's what we deserve from our leaders.
Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, I want to thank you for being with us, progressive congressional candidate in Illinois 9th District, which includes...
Because I will be interviewing Mike Simons, also a candidate for the Illinois 9th. He is currently part of the state house, and he has a pretty good voting track record. If he gets voted in, he will be the first black gay candidate to be part of the state house. So. Or the, not the state house, the house. Yeah, the house. No, Sylvia, I agree with you on that. I 10,000% agree with you on that, and that's why, yeah. It does actually annoy me. I'm going to be real. Because... like I said, the social media stuff, that's not real life. That's not your average Illinois 9th, that's not representing the average citizen of the Illinois 9th, in my opinion. How much local visibility does she have? None. Really none. She's at these protests and she's doing that kind of stuff, but she's getting little bits on the news, but they're barely even mentioning that she's a congressional candidate. She's not getting that kind of stuff. I don't know where the racist Irish live in, well, I can tell you. Paulina Avenue. Don't quote me on that. I don't want to get in trouble. Wherever there's a bar called Finn McCool's. From everything I've seen of her, she's certainly fighting against Trump. Yes, she's fighting against Trump, Sylvie, but that's the problem. She is it's almost like she's preemptively doing that, which is great. But for the candidacy of the Illinois 9th, you have to speak locally. Oh, sorry, Reed. But the fact that she's only talking about this stuff makes me skeptical. It's kind of tactic that you see when you don't believe what you're saying. See, and that's where. Okay, thank you. You know me so well. No, that's okay. You nailed that, and that's where the carpetbagging critique came in. Stand on business. We call out racists down here in the dirty south. She's putting the cart before the horse. That's what a lot of people I'll tell you what. I have people in my district that I have spoken to, and I've asked them what they think about her. They either ask who, or they say, I feel like she's kind of trying to get media hits instead of actually focusing on us. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That's fair. Especially since she's from Texas. She's from Texas. She is a carpetbagger. Plain and simple. She moved here to run for Jan's seat because she knew Jan was retiring. And now, this is her way of getting in on our good graces, but I don't think that she, like, this might be the difference between somebody that grew up in Texas and somebody that actually lived in this damn city and grew up here, where we're a little bit more rough and tumbled than you think. And also, like, we care about local issues. Again, what are you going to do about, like, I don't know, de-leading some of the pipes that are still in some of, you know, the districts in Chicago? Like, I don't know. You going to do anything that federally? You going to help us with our tax rates federally? Like, these are the things that people give a shit about. For real. Being radicalized against MAGA and Trump, especially in the IL-9, is not exactly as popular as she thinks, because also the IL-9 is pretty fucking purple. We include a bunch of rural communities and somehow disproportionately represent those assholes with while throwing the rest of us that are, you know, segregated. But we're like, you know, we're in the crux of things where these assholes are not. And then they sit here, like, those are the, like, I live in a district where the same assholes who talk about, like, downtown Chicago and Chirac, you know, they don't even realize that it's like, oh, we're connected, you dipshits. Are you going to try and root out any local corruption you can find and get projects done in a timely manner? That would be a good question. You know what? I like that. Thank you, Sylvie. Yes. You know what? I might have you write down some questions for me. I'm not above that. Because I'm trying to keep it, you know, professional. I might, guys, look, I might even put my hair up. Look, I'll do this. I'll put my hair up. And I think this is the first time you guys have ever actually seen me, even with like my hair up in a mock. I could wear a suit. I clean up pretty nice. But for real. No, I'll be myself. Like, when I met her, I was myself, and she seemed very open to talking. I'll be honest. There were other candidates that were way more open to talking. This is why I have Mike coming on the show. Mike's a good dude. What up, LT? How you doing, dude? Good to see you. We're just talking about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who is running for my congressional district, and you know, as far as her national coverage, she's great, because she is. She's good at, like, getting the media attention. She worked for Media Matters. Trust me, she has training in this. But I, again, as a just your average citizen who lives in her district, I'm not 100% sure that she actually gives a shit about me. And I hate to say that, but it's true. I really don't. I don't think that she gives a shit about the, like, people in the Illinois 9th. Because, like, she tends to have a broad, like, you know, broader ambitions. Not the worst thing, but realistically, yeah, I think that, and that I would be pretty hard on her too. And I think that's what sucks. When they made the promise that she will meet with any constituent, I don't think they understood that it's like they didn't bank on a constituent actually being like a media figure. Like, I know that I'm not that big, but I'm big enough to where it's like, you know, I could have something go viral off of it, and I know that they're being cautious about that. And I actually talked to her campaign manager about that, where I was just like, I'm not looking for viral moments. I am looking for answers. Period. Which, is that not fair? If you have broader ambitions, you gotta to hide it a little. She doesn't. And the thing is, this is her first time running for, like, any of these types of positions, so I'm like, yeah. And like I said, one of the bigger things that bothers me is we just watched her on Democracy Now! Did she talk about any of the three things in this? Did she? Did she bring up a single one of them? No. And that's what bothers me. I have to be completely real. And honestly, that's, like, I'm angry about it. Like, how are you gonna make this? How are you gonna literally print these Like, I've handed these out. I am literally part of her, like, the broader campaign to, like, I'm a volunteer for her campaign, but I'm technically a volunteer for the local Democratic Party. A little bit different. Where I want to help her, but affordable housing, cheaper groceries, accessible healthcare. How in the fuck am I supposed to sell all of my neighbors on this when the clips that I'm supposed to also tell them, hey, check this out. Maybe she'll have some broader appeal to you. They immediately just go, well, it seems like she's just anti-ICE, you know, and just, which most people here are, by the way. Like, that's not a hot take. Most people in Chicago hate ICE. But again, she's not actually talking substantively about what she's going to do to help us lower our housing, lower our groceries, lower our health care, or increase accessibility to our health care, which they have to be able to answer that, or they're not winning. They're not winning elections. We're not winning elections just based off feels and good vibes. Sorry, guys. I know that is something I hate to break to you, but that's just how this goes. She's literally doing the Trump thing. I'm going to fight the corruption of the current administration, and that's all she says. It's the popular shit about the current administration, then talk vaguely about actual policy. Thank you. And that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know, she's already got the age thing where people hear that she's 26 and they're just like, nah. Which I think that's bullshit. I do think that's bullshit. I think it's bullshit that we do not let politicians start in their 20s, you know, and give them, like, the pathway. Because, like, AOC is kind of proven where it's like, yeah, she's been good for the most part. I mean, I got a few disagreements with her, but, yeah, overall, she's a pretty decent politician. Seems to actually give a shit about the people she represents. Why not stay in Texas to fight the far right? It's almost like because she knows that she won't win. It's almost like because she knows that her having her hardcore progressive standpoint, which, again, I agree with, but she knows that that's not going to be popular enough to get her into the position that she needs to be in power. But again, this is where I've started to look at it a little bit more cynically, where I'm like, oh my God, it really does seem like you don't have much of an answer outside of just wait till I'm in and we'll see what happens. They have to remember we're not stupid like MAGA. We look into what people say. That's the thing. I bet that she's probably pissed that I read these where I was just like, oh, that's interesting. And then I also have, you know, other candidates for that are interested in the same position. Like, this is also part of I don't know. This is part of my criticisms, guys. And who am I to fucking hold back my critiques just because, you know, people like her? That's not fair. That's not fair to me. Again, as somebody I grew up in this, well, okay, I didn't grow up in this district, but I have grown up in Chicago. I was born and raised here. And I can tell you right now, like I have consistently said, I know what my neighbors want. I know what I want out of this. And I want it to be realistic. I don't want it to be just a whole bunch of hopium, anti-MAGA hopium. Give me some tentative shit that you're actually going to vote on, that you're going to fight for. Give me a few bills that you're actually going to fucking put forth put forward in Congress and hopefully get some broader support behind. Yeah, we look into what people say. We do. I know I reread that comment, but it's true. We actually care. It's weird. It's almost like we actually give a shit. You know? And it's not just about what they can do for me personally, because I genuinely care about what she can do for my community. What is she going to do for my broader community? And I also understand that, there's limited power in just being one House representative, but there's also, I don't know. Give us a candidate who actually will do shit instead of hiding from their supporters. That'd be nice. I'm going to do the floor tool. Nah, trust me. And I have a feeling, let's just put it this way. If somebody's actually like going through her media requests and they're doing their due diligence, they may have watched a few of my things and just gone, That made me wonder. But, hey, you know what? I'm not going to speak too soon. I'm going into this with, she's likely going to be on this show. But until then, I'm going to be platforming the people that are running against her. Because, again, I'm not running a campaign against Kat. I am literally a volunteer for her campaign. Well, again, broader Democratic Party here. Oh, yeah, I did. Sorry. All right, so we got Distracting, who did some deep dives here about some ivermectin stuff. I'll go into that in a minute. I'm still talking about this because, like, I want to figure out how to be the fairest possible. Like, I want to make sure that, like, my line of questioning is, like, I'm not looking for a viral moment. I really don't give a fuck. If it goes viral, great. If it doesn't, great. I want her to answer me truthfully. I want her to answer me, not in sound bites, as a representative or somebody who wants to represent me in Congress. I do want her to just answer some of my questions. Plain and simple. And I would like her to do it for my audience, because I would like to have, that appeal where it's like, hey, look, she spoke to a constituent and she either passed or failed. Because right now she's setting off all my bullshit meters. She is. No, dude, every media appearance that she's done outside of all this has actually gotten me to, like, go farther from her. I'm not gonna front about this. Like, this is kind of BS. Where I have other candidates who have reached out to me numerous times. Not just for media appearances, because they actually got back to me when I had a question about something. Hydroxychloroquine, Trump can say, but no, guys. All right. So the broader thing is, Dexcel Pharma was one of the largest private investor or pharmaceutical companies in Israel. So essentially, Dexcel Pharma, Israel, they had a lot behind the ivermectin stuff. So that's where the ivermectin got its push. And all of a sudden, that was why they were behind it. Okay. Did I wrap that up? I'm sorry, man. I really don't give a fuck. I'll be completely honest. Like, Distracting, I'm glad that you did the research, and I encourage you all to go read it in the general. But I just don't give a fuck about the hydroxychloroquine, the ivermectin, COVID, any of it. Because my fellow Americans prove to me that they don't give a fuck about me. They do not give a fuck about me. They wouldn't wear a goddamn mask. I was in the hospital fucking, 2 weeks ago, a week ago? No mask, no fucking care in the world. Just was in a medical office. No mask, no care in the world. Fuck that. I don't give a shit anymore. If you tell me you have a fucking underlying health condition and you would like me to wear a mask, fine. But I am done. I am done fucking caring about that fucking subject anymore. God damn. Let them take their fucking horse pills. I don't give a shit. Am I winning? Am I winning what? I win at life. What are you talking about, Swan? Yes, I won. Based. Hey, you got me. I am the GOAT. No, Sylvia, I appreciate you saying that she's setting off your bullshit meters, because honestly... And I wish I wasn't mad about this, but we gonna win elections if I have to question that, especially when it's like, dude, I consider myself to be in her political like circle where it's just like, no, I thought you were DSA, like, because again, she can't use the term DSA because the local Democratic Party already has like a little bit of a problem there. So, god damn. Actually, I would like to ask her that. It's like, have you gotten the formal DSA endorsement from Chicago? The only charitability I can give her is maybe she is using the Trump strategy as a way to push progressive policies when she's in. But that doesn't work. Again, you kind of nailed it. We're not MAGA. Like, Democrats are not MAGA. You know, the left is not MAGA. Hell, the center is not MAGA. Nobody's going to listen to her and just go, yeah, you know what? That works because she's using the same strategy. Like, if you're going to use the same strategy, then do the thing that, like I've been saying this, what the Tea Party did to become MAGA. That's the strategy you need to work, like that we need to work on, where it's just like the Tea Party was kind of the outlier and then they just took over the party. If we can do that, then we're sitting fucking pretty, folks. But sometimes even this, I don't want this to become an infighting thing, but when you're running for like the candidacy again, and I'm supposed to vote for you, I would like more than just the stuff that I hear every day on Piers Morgan. Like, I get it. Trump bad. Trump bad. I get it. Trump bad. But goddamn, it really bothers me when you run on these three things. And I was so happy. You guys can go back to when I got this and when I met her, that I was so happy that she broke it down to three things that everybody in this fucking district cares about, because we are all suffering with the grocery prices. Our housing costs are insane. Our taxes are insane. And they're coming after our healthcare next. And I'm already seeing it. I've already seen an increase in certain in premiums and in fucking oh my god, copays and shit like that. Like, hence the medical fund, people. Sorry. Jesus. Oh, I'm amped up. Yes, the medical system in America sucks. It sucks. But this is where I'd like her to focus on that. Because again, these national appearances, even that one, that didn't help. Making your most viral moments protesting ICE in Broadview that's not gonna do much. I'm just saying. Oy, oy, oy. The last horse drank milk trucks through a straw, or milkshakes through a straw. You have a horse? Hey, you fucking with me, Jeff? Do you have a horse? That's cool. Like we do. I can't tell if you're joshing me. But sorry, guys. Your last horse sounds like a badass. It'll be great when she writes a book. Yeah. Well, again, I got into her campaign because I saw that she came from Media Matters. I saw that she left the way that she did, where it was pretty much on moral standing. And I was like, okay, that's good. Like, I agree with her on so much, honestly. Like, politically, we are pretty much lockstep. The problem, as I have, like, reiterated a few times, where I'm just like, it's the fact that you're trying to represent not just me, but, like, my neighborhood and my district. And I know this district very well. Very well. I can actually say I know my district from lake to plains, because that's the way that they built it. They started with the lake, goes all the way to the fucking plains. And that's why I'm saying, hey, yo, Arizona Democratic seat was won by a Democrat. So, special election state seat? My parents had had horses when I was a kid. We give them bottles of beer. I smoked up with a horse once. Like, no bullshit. Me and my old roommate, he used to live on a barn, like a horse farm, and we would go into the barn to, you know, kind of hide. And there's one time where I was just like, "Hey, what up, horse?" Seemed like it got hungry, you know. My favorite one was again. This could I'm trying to be like I hope it wasn't. I don't think it was animal cruelty, because I literally just blew it in his face once, and he just did like this little thing where he's like, whoa, ugh. And then a few minutes later, he was eating. So I don't know. Yes, I meant state seat. I misspoke and press enter before I processed that. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, that's very cool. I miss hanging out with horses. Horses are cool, dude. Like, yeah, no, I like hanging with horses. Again, my old roommate, like, having the horse farm, and that was cool. He also had a donkey. His donkey was cool. It was a nice ass, dare I say. Oh, man. Cows are cool, too. Yeah, they are. No, cows are... I call my dog Moo because she's a giant lab. Well, was a giant lab. Now she's kind of a skinny lab. You know, poor girl. But yeah. She is like a big cow. Got last $4,000 of student loans forgiveness under Obama. Got house paid off during Biden. Hey, congrats. Congratulations. Living the American dream there, Jeff. Meanwhile, I'm trying to collect my medical collect money for my medical funds, because I'm not sure if this is going to bankrupt my ass. Knock on wood. Yeah. Yup. America. Fuck yeah. We got the best healthcare in the fucking world. Oh, you did. No babies. Aww. Yeah, I'll put pictures of her in the Discord. She's gonna get a big O tribute. Trust me. It's gonna be a thing. Yeah, my friend was getting his engineering degree, student loans paid off under Biden. It was happening, and then Trump ended it, so wonder where that's at with for him now. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta wonder how many people's lives tentatively got worse. Like, will they admit it? I don't know. Again, I have to deal with a bunch of people that are still trying to convince me that it's like, things aren't that expensive. It's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, sure. Okay. I don't know. Also, let's see. How much money did she raise by the end of stream? Let's take a look.
All right, let's see.
What'd she even play? Wait, she had
Okay, I will.
an interview with Francesca Fiorentini. And then she played... This looks like a DS game. I don't even know what it is. Did she put up a counter? She has a friend there. Okay. Let's see. I mean, maybe have a donation counter. Unless you guys don't like the donation counter, but I don't mind it. Now I'm just being catty. Nah, looked like a fun stream. Let's see. She was interviewed by Franny. Franny Fio.
This is such a good source for information. Anyways,
This guy looks...
you could get a
This guy
congressperson
has-
that understands all of this bullshit that now runs our government, and that's me. It's grim out there.
Oh man, Andrew Schlafly, just like looking at photos of him, he looks like, oh no, she's calling me. She's got to bring her guest on. Who's her guest? What's the guest?
How you
What's
doing?
up? It's amazing that you are one of the faces in the forefront of the anti-ICE movement in Chicago. I have no reason to be proud, but I'm very proud to know you and very proud that you are, you know, walking the walk in a time when so few people are. So, or at least trying to when they're not shoving you to the ground.
Yeah, we're trying our best, and you know, doubly, like, you have been doing incredible work, and we are so excited to have you as our first guest on what will hopefully be a campaign-long stream, and hopefully pressure Democrats to learn how to like play Diablo. That would be very funny to see Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, you got to pressure me to play Diablo because
Oh my problem. This is literally my problem. Oh, okay. Alrighty. I'll watch the rest of that tomorrow. I'm trying not to have too much of an issue with this, but I don't know, man. Will it work? I suppose this is one of the benefits of, like, kind of signing up more along the line of, like, you know, the party, but... That is awesome that she talked to Fran, but... I want to like her, I really do, but she needs specifics on local policy. She needs it. Yeah. Thank you, Sylvie. No, I appreciate your commentary on this because honestly, I'm wrestling with this. I mean, she's literally going to be on my primary ballot. Like, I have to make this choice. And, you know, am I going to choose between her because I like her politics, like, broadly? Or am I going to go policy-based with somebody that has kind of laid it out, like, as far as a plan for what they're going to try and accomplish for me, like, in my constituency? You know, like, you know, having... Obviously, she's going to try and get broader protections from ICE, which is good, because I can tell you right now that our district is going to... It needs that. Like, we have a pretty diverse district, so... That's why I applaud what she's doing. And every Friday I go into Broadview, which... Broadview for me is... It's not easy to get to, but... 7 to 9? I just realized they're only doing a 2-hour protest window? Interesting. We're not Republicans. We're not okay with concepts of a plan. That's... Thank you! Well said. I have concepts of a... God, you remember that? You got a plan? I have concepts of a plan. Dude, you were so convinced he was going to lose after that. Can we just, like, acknowledge that Donald Trump, he won running one of the worst campaigns ever. And again, this is where the Democrats Pull your heads out of your asses, guys. Fucking A. The fact that any of you are entertaining, possibly even having Kamala as like a possibility. Stop it. Stop it. And don't you dare play that fucking like, oh, it's because she was a black woman fucking bullshit. No, it's because she was a horrible candidate that lost the way that she did. Oh my God. This is going to be an interesting election season. Democrats are the Mr. Skinner meme. No, it's the children who are out of touch. Yeah. Can I come on tomorrow when you start streaming because I have some opinions on Kamala with the recent revelations? Yeah, sure. Yeah. We can go for a nice call. I haven't had a call in a while. Like I said, I wanted to actually start opening up the phone lines, so. Phone lines. Listen to me. Oh, hey, look at that. We got somebody new. I don't know, guys. I hope I'm not being too, like, hypercritical on this one. And you can let me know if I am. Like, please do. Sylvia, I appreciate your input. Trump knew his base better than the DNC knew theirs. The DNC still doesn't know theirs because they still ignore us. And that's where, like, with Kat, that's why I do want to get behind her because it's like, no, we have been ignored for a long time. I'm tuned in. Kimmel is very emotional. I'm recording it upstairs. Oh. You know what? I could probably just turn it on right now. TK, also, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Look at you guys with your gold stars. I just realized that. Hey, I appreciate that. Just remember, guys, my memberships are only $1.99 a month, and they help a lot. So, if you guys want to help support the stream, consider getting yourself a membership. And you guys can get one of them cool stars. And if you guys want to increase the benefits from the memberships, you can always, you can always upgrade. So I got 3 tiers. I you know what? Channel's got to make money, folks. So this is where we're at. If you guys can help support the stream in any way, as far as financially, I appreciate it. You guys can get $2 super chats. I'll go get the dog, and he will get his treat. Actually, we got the 2 pups now that will they will get their treats. 3. What am I talking about? Because I also go upstairs and give my other dog. Oh, dude. By the way, anytime that you guys donate to Stan, at the end of stream, I will equal that for my dog upstairs, and she loves it. So that's always fun. Do you accept sacrifice of local goats? Sure. Wait, no, goats are cute though. Funny enough, we actually have like a little, what do you call it? Not like a farm. It's kind of like a, I guess it is a farm, but it's weird. It's like in the middle of the city. I guess it's a farmstead. But it's mostly for farmers market type stuff, and they have goats. Activism is not campaigning. Damn! God damn it, you nailed it, Sean. Fuck, you nailed it. Activism is not campaigning, and that... I think you nailed it. All right. Because I've been trying to, like, figure out why it's easier to talk to the other candidates. Interesting. We'll see. Because now I'm running the risk of just sounding like a bitchy asshole. A bitchy asshole that actually, cares about his neighbors. I do, though. I like my neighbors. Well, okay. This is the weird part. I live in a kick-ass neighborhood, but I don't know. Some of my, direct neighbors, we definitely don't have that trading cakes kind of deal. Or, yeah, I made you some cookies. It's like, yeah. I just know that there's we have a few campaign events coming up. So. Is it a performative? Is it a ruse? If I follow you into battle, will we win or lose? I mean, yeah. Not even sure what song lyric or poem that's from, but yeah. If you made that up, then cool. But yeah, it's kind of how I feel, though. Ah, it's a Sylvia original. I like that. I like that. Because, yeah, is it performative? I mean, dude, we had somebody in chat that also is, part of the local party. That's where I met them. And, yeah, they said the same thing, essentially. Like, where it's just like, we'll see. When you have, again, people that are more than happy to support her, especially if she wins the primary, like, yeah, we're all supporting her. That's just gonna happen. But she's got to make it through the primary. And she's sitting here talking about the far right. I'm like, this is one thing where I'm going to say, this is where Donald Trump, he focused on his primary opponents. He didn't focus on the radical left, the radical left Democrats, the radical left. I didn't focus on them. I focused on Ted Cruz's ugly wife. His wife is ugly as a dog, and I made everybody laugh at him, and guess what? It worked. And everybody, Little Marco, anybody remember Little Marco? I coined Little Marco in the primaries because I focused on my opponents. I always focus on my opponents, not the theoretical opponent down the line. Wait a minute. Gotta get that hair down a little bit. He's fun to watch. Came back just in time. Yes, he did. Yes, Pinkerbell. Yes, he did. Because I'm dead serious. Like, if she's gonna make this like a referendum on Trump and like the far right and MAGA and like that's her big thing. Because again, what she said there to Democracy Now, by the way, like Democracy Now is watched by like widely on like by people that are in this like. When I talk to other people that I am not necessarily friends with, but we are connected politically, Democracy Now! Is brought up. We also have like little things where you'll see Democracy Now! Being advertised. So that's just gonna say, for her to go out there and then be like, I have experience fighting the far right. I was just like, that's a reason I'm even having this conversation right now. I'm gonna be completely real. That is why I'm focusing on this. That really turned me off. I get it. I get it. We need to fight against this fascism. But holy shit. How you lowering the price of groceries, cat? Huh? And I'm not the one who fucking made that a thing. You made that a thing. You need to answer for these. Clip it. You're only doing one inflection. He has two. He goes down twice. Wait, down twice? So I go up, then go down twice. Do I go down, 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 go down, and then back up, and then down. All right, down. Oh, no, actually, all right. I'm always willing to work on an impression, trust me. That's how I got here. I can only imagine the My wife catching me. Literally. Can you imagine before I was even on stream, me just doing this, just like, look at this guy, Pep. He's a weird asshole trying to do a bunch of impressions. He's not very good. Not very good. Not very good at the impressions. To be fair, I'm also still coming off my sickness. Not an excuse. Still feeling rare. Yeah, me too. I went to a class to do it. And yeah, met somebody very cool in it. Oh, I can say who. Steve. If you don't know who Steve Bloom is, he has been a voice actor on almost everything, sci-fi or anything that needs a voiceover. But he is most famously the voice of Spike Spiegel in Cowboy Bebop, and he was also the Toonami guy. Very, very nice guy. Ran a kick-ass class, and yeah, I learned how to do this a little bit. So, yeah. I'm admitting that it's like I actually put some work in it. I did. That's also kind of where I learned how to do my Winnie the Pooh. That started as a joke because somebody else did a Winnie the Pooh and I was doing a impression of their impression. And he was just like, "You're actually not doing a bad job." I was just like, "Oh, brother, I'm just a silly bear." Can I do this? Christopher Robin, he went full MAGA. When he came back, we had the pew-pews waiting for him. Hello, Christopher Robin. Where have you been? Jesus Christ. They're just waiting by the door. Oh, dear, Pooh, he's coming. Step back, Piglet. It's about to get messy. Oh, fuck. Used to see the head translator from Funimation. I always wanted his autograph, but I never got it. Really? Oh, that's cool. Man, that's actually really cool. Yeah, see, I'm into that shit. Like, I love those guys. I noticed the Trump impression last week or the week before when I was watching a clip because it seemed like he went down a pitch twice using... Yeah, he has been getting breathy. Like, yeah, he's been doing that shit lately. Yeah. Yeah, I just... Getting a little bit tired, you know? A little bit older. You get a little bit older, your lungs don't work as good. And, I'm trying to get the, locking up the jaw. You gotta lock up the jaw. Lock jaw. Lock jaw. One of the only characters in the Inhumans that I actually like. He's the dog. I don't actually like dogs, but he's a teleportation dog. R.I.P. Funimation. Yeah, right. Yeah, back when Funimation actually was cool. Oh, God. Yeah, it wasn't all just Sean Schimmel doing fucking Goku. Oh, God. Again, because I have been watching. Dude. Dragon Ball Abridged is like, again, the GOAT. I absolutely love it. Well, if you're not perfect, you're not me. That sounded closer to me. Yeah, okay, so I gotta do that. Okay. Eventually, I won't be, Oh, DBZA is... The Krillin own meter is one of my favorite bits ever. Krillin owned 34. Wrong, guys. Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, guys, seriously, look up Dragon Ball Z Abridged and just I would start at the Cell Saga, so right around episode 40. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. The Cell Games collab is the best. I was watching that. I was just watching that last night because I played a clip from it. I realized I was like, God, I forgot how much I love this. And when Vegeta's just like, huh. No, I'm an adult. I'm an adult. Oh man. Again, do yourself a favor. If you're a Dragon Ball Z fan and you have not watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Yeah, super. What the hell is a commie? No, what the fuck is a commie? Dude, just those little lines too. Dude, Android 16. It's just like, oh look, that's a that's a fuzzy butterfly. Oh my god. When he's got his head injury, it's just like, wait, can you go underwater? I used to. Oh, fuck. Oh, my favorite, again, was Bulma, where they're talking about just like, you actually had a kid with him? Wait a minute, would you actually let him watch your baby? Not my baby. And then Tien, fucking dude. Tien's one of my favorite characters of the entire thing. It's just like, God damn it. Every single time Vegeta fucks up. Oh, God. I'm sorry, guys. Ah, fuck. I kind of want to play a clip, but I know I'll get hit for it. Because they have to do the parody thing, and then on top of that, I'll probably get hit by 4-star. I don't want to get hit. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, fuck yourself! Oh, dude. Mustache. Mustache. Mustache, mustache. Mustache. Oh, God. Okay, sorry. Inside jokes are done. Like I said, go watch it, and then you will understand. And then we'll have fun, because we can do DBZ Abridged jokes together. That's always a good time. Fuck. I had a fun show today, guys. Like, especially ending with this, where I get to talk about DBZA. Sylvie, that was awesome. Thank you for that. It is legitimately one of my favorite things ever. Dude, I saw that it was 9 years ago. That kind of fucked with me, where I was just like, really? Man, I remember watching that, like, we would get together. Like, me and my friends would wait for the new episodes to come out, and then we would get together and watch them. Like, the good old days of YouTube, man. It's been a minute since I saw it. Yeah, go back. Just go back and just do yourself a favor. In these dark times, rediscover DBZ Abridged. Because honestly, I was cackling yesterday where I was just like, okay, I needed this. Like, it put me in a much better mood. YouTube was so... It was. Keyboard Cat. We had Keyboard Cat. We had DBZ Abridged. God, Philly D though. I gotta say, Philip DeFranco has always been there. God, I think I've been subscribed to him for damn near over a decade now. Holy shit. If I was still subscribed to TYT though, they would have been one of the longest running ones. Because I subscribed to those guys, dude, before they were in the studio. Fuck. SAO Abridged? No, I haven't. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. See, I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! So. Sir DBZ was my jam. I've watched DBZ like a few times over, so. Yeah. Ninja Bridge has a special place in my heart. Ninja Bridge. Never even heard of that. I got recommended a video I used to watch like 13 years ago, and my bones turned to dust and I blew away. Dude, I found Walk Off the Earth. Like, I found that band on YouTube from like 5 Peeps, 1 Guitar, and I've seen them live, I think, 2 or 3 times. Great shows, but progressively, the more popular they got, the more they sucked. As far as like as a show to go to. So, and you're hating studio all weekend. Good shit. Hell yeah. Has gold writing, and its cast has members of Team 4-Star in it, and they're currently making this. Oh, no shit. How about offering to help because I wanted it to go, or you want it to go faster? I mean, yeah, that's got to be a bitch. Well, hold on. Team 4-Star now has... I would think that they have, like, a lot more as far as, God, what's the word I'm looking for? Why is it scheduled for? Wait a minute. Oh my God, did I accidentally do that? Son of a bitch. Hold on, guys. I think I scheduled a stream. I did. Hold on, I gotta take care of that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, look at that. No dislikes on today's stream. As I say it, somebody's just like, nope. I don't like DBZ a bridge. It makes a mockery of one of my favorite things. I'm turning into Brian Regan. God. It's one of my, he was funny, like, in his first 2 specials, but I don't know. Once you're doing the voice and the voice is your entire thing, it's like, all right. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. That's kind of funny. The person that voiced Frieza in Dragon Ball Abridged is the person that made Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Got it. Ooh. Not gonna lie, I kind of prefer DBZ. We had this debate as a friend group. And we voted that, yeah, we actually like Abridged better because, number one, it caused more memories as far as just being, you know, infinitely quotable to each other. Again, years of just like, you're either perfect or you're not. Oh, fuck. Caribou? Ooh. Pinker Ball? It's Pinker Bell. I haven't seen it misspelled, so it's kind of funny. I was just like, Pinker Ball? What? I tried to put you on blast or anything. I was just more so like, whoa! It works. We meet at Bitch Club every Wednesday. Dude, okay, so me and my wife, we were talking about this thing where there's this car in our neighborhood that has Powered by Bitch Dust. And it's funny, like, it was funny the first time we saw it, but then we started talking broadly about just like, when did it become okay to just start doing that? Where it's like, I grew up in the 90s when it's like, you didn't put any swear words on your car, you didn't put them on billboards, and it was like this whole thing where you're just like, no, there's naughty words you don't say. Now everybody's just like, dude, I saw a kid at a festival that just said like a fuck your feelings shirt. I was like, cool. Like, very cool. All right. Especially when it's like, you know, you don't necessarily know if they have something where you ever seen the movie Deliverance? Like that kid? It's just like, are you going to try and bite me? You know, you take one look at their mom and you're just like, oh. That's supposed to be very mean. As many kids as they do teeth. Joke's on you, because you thought that I was like, oh, lots of kids. Nope, they got one. Boom. Pep's canceled. But I'm going to step out. You know what I mean? Second. Cheers! It all went downhill with truck nuts and Calvin peeing. The Calvin peeing. God, every guy had that. Especially here. It was always the Calvin peeing on Green Bay. Or the Sox or Cubs. Always enter X sports team that you do not like. But what are you talking about, Pinkerbell? It's Americana. I wonder. Like a Japanese tourist came here and saw like truck nuts, would they just be like full American experience? Even the trucks have nuts. Oh yeah, No Fear. Yeah, that was a big one. Yeah, I remember No Fear. Garfield, yeah, the hanging the suction cup Garfield. I had the Garfield phone for a little bit. That thing was cool. Where his eyes would open and close when he would pick up the phone from his back. God, that thing's probably worth money now. Things that you just are like, yep, never using that again. Wow. Huh. I mean, I got my Spider-Man, actually. I was about to say, as far as like suction cup stuff. So technically part of the 90s a little bit. Oh, I just realized I'm totally doing overtime right now. Because I was like, I'm hungry. Let's see. What am I eating tonight? Okay. Trying to think. So now I got meatloaf. Just like, not the biggest fan. You know what I mean? I have to be like in the mood. Necessarily want it. All right. Would I be complete trash for eating cereal for dinner? Yeah, I would. It's not enough. Oh, that one. Yeah, it's just I thought it was called Naruto Abridged. Okay. Yeah, no, I've watched that. Huh. Let's see. Nartora Bridge is different. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Never mind. That was it. Ninja Bridge came first and paved the way for Nartora. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh my god. Wait, is there a One Piece abridged? Wait a minute. I've never seen One Piece, so that might be the way I watch it. Bryce Cooley, exactly. Most boomers paid about $8,000 for their first home in 1968 when we were on the gold standard. They still can't figure out why their grandkids can't afford a $400K starter home. How far back are you? Man. Did I... This is the worst part about being me, where I'm like, did I make a point about cost of living? I mean, yes. There's a Helsing Bridge. Why? Don't ruin Helsing. They kind of did that with the reboot, the retool. It wasn't even a reboot. It's technically a sequel series that was also like the same. I didn't like it. Alucard. You know that spells Dracula backwards. What up, Glim? Good to see you. Glad that you could join. Very edgy, very. I mean, it was. I don't know. I always preferred Trigon and I don't know, those kind of things. Retool. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a reboot or a sequel. It was a retool. A wild letter hack appears in a fever dream. I was about to say, what? Letterhack's here? I mean, he might be. I don't know. Matt listens occasionally. Same with Jake. No, we support each other. I just thought about that. I should probably put out some media requests. Coming up to that. You got a gift sub. Don't know. Oh, yeah. You can thank Try for that. If you want to know the reason that I am still here, I am waiting for the 420 on this end, and then... Yeah. I watched non-Piece before I watched One Piece. You did? Alright. Maybe I should just watch this. I don't have time to get into One Piece. I don't have time or money. Because if I get into One Piece, I'm going to get into the card game. Then I'm going to get into the card game, and that's a problem. Because I love card games. And fuck. No, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. I'll try to tell comedians that they can't make jokes out of something they will. Yeah. What up, dude? Hope things are alright. Didn't see you for a bit. I've been here. I ain't going anywhere. What do you mean? Is my stream not showing up for you? Or is that on your end? Because I was going to say, I've been here. No, I hope you're good, Deke. I've been good. You know, living the life of a streamer, and then also got the medical bills, which are a thing. You know, whatever. Working your arse off lately. Gotcha. Well, it's good to see you, buddy. I'm also glad that you're at least getting some work. You know, some people be losing their jobs. So, oh, it's like my grandma. Well, nah, she didn't say this. I actually meant to say my mom. My mom used to say to just, you know, give thanks for the things that you may not appreciate, but you know that, you know, benefit you. So, not sure how you feel about that. 2004. How many? Yeah. Yep. The dead baby jokes. Yep. I remember those. I was never into them. Like, I never got into that shit. I just, like, kind of stare off blankly, like, okay. I love that Luffy is the embodiment of freedom and liberation. I mean, that I can see that is awesome, and I get why everybody loves it. It is so unfortunate where I was already animated out at that point. Like, I had just gotten to, I think, Naruto Shippuden, and I was like, I don't have it is. Boomers be like, $8 an hour is a good wage. Kids these days don't want to make more. Paid my $8,000 house. I'm pretty sure that Bryce is at a different point in the stream, and he is responding live, which is okay. But here, who wants to let him know? I'll let him know. Hey, Bryce. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I think you may be a bit behind and are responding in the past. Wait, too old. How do I word this? Responding to older, no, previous points of the stream. There we go. Wait. I could just say that he's just, I think you are a bit behind. There we go. In stream and are responding. I'll just say that. There we go. I couldn't get through Naruto. Way too much filler. I can see why that anime would animate you out. Yep. Yeah, it was the Koba saga. And I like Koba, but I was like, I don't need this. And you were trying to get to the oh look, Jiraiya died. Spoiler alert. Oh shit, that's not how that works. You don't know who I'm talking about if you trust me, right? Unless you're like, there's that one guy in chat that's just like, I was just about to get there. Boomers, back in my day, I dropped out of 6th grade and became the CEO of GM by a firm handshake and a... What? Bot? No. It might be a bot. Boomers be like boomer. When the fuck was I talking about boomer shit? That's what I'm like. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna smoke this. Oh, I mean, I'm gonna do something. This random piece of stuff that I'm holding. Hope I don't chuck it. Cheers. Naruto is 41% filler. One Piece is 9. Telling me out of like what, almost 2,000 episodes, there's only fucking 9% filler? No. No way. I mean, if that's the case, but great. Can they? They're kind like, listen, they're doing One Piece Kai. I already talked to my friend about this, who's really into One Piece. I will get into it. Then I'm fucked. Because again, the card game's awesome. I've already played the game. That's what sucks, is like I've played this card game. I like the system. I just don't. That's what I'm gonna get my that's when I'm going to get into it too. I haven't gotten into it myself either. Yeah. Because I was going to watch the live action, but then they were like, my buddy was just like, you're not going to appreciate the live action unless you see, you know, the first season. He actually said the first 2 seasons. I was like, They're only like 20-minute episodes, though. So currently at 1140. 1,140 episodes. The remake will have much better flow. Thank God. And much better animation from my understanding. Like, the animation's already good, but I don't know. My one friend was just like, yeah, this is going to be really cool. So anyway. First 2 seasons? Yeah. Well, I guess I'll do that. I could at least do that, I guess. First 2 seasons shouldn't be that hard to get through. Ugh. No, I've heard that the live action's awesome, so I was kind of... Same thing with Avatar. I haven't seen Avatar, so I need to do that. I need to just do that in Discord with you guys. That'll probably be the first watch party that we have. I was talking, the hell was I talking? Oh, Kirk. I was talking to Kirk about that. Anyway, guys, I am in massive overtime right now. I think I'll go to 7:30 and then head on out. Oh, I don't care about Avatar, the live action. I've never seen Avatar. I've never seen the animated series. I've seen episodes like here and there, but I have not watched all of it. So, and all my friends love it. Again, unfortunately, I had a life at that point where I couldn't get into everything like that. I got into a lot of audiobooks. But yeah, it was harder to get into animes and like new shit like that. I'm trying to think. I mean, Gundam has always been a constant. Never given up on that. Although, there's been a few times where I was just like, what the fuck? Wait, that's bullshit. I quit watching Iron-Blooded Orphans because that show starts really strong and then just is like fucking awful. Let's see. Outside of that, I just do like the occasional like random series. I don't judge people for not having seen things because you know how much media is out there and what people's lives are like. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's fair. Specifically, like with animes and stuff like that, it's a little bit. Oh shit! It's 6:25 in the morning for you. Dang. It is 11:25 here, and I still haven't eaten, so I gotta do that. Took me a few years to watch all of Dragon Ball, like all of it. Yeah. No, see, I'm lucky. I got into Dragon Ball when it was the Saiyan Saga on Cartoon Network. Oh no, wait, it was the Saiyan Saga. No, it was on Fox. It was carried on Fox first, and then it moved to Cartoon Network. Yeah, that's when I got really into Dragon Ball, and then I had to wait for a while because they didn't have like all of Dragon Ball collected in any way. So I had to wait to like watch. There was like a few movies first. There was the one with the Red Ribbon Army, and then there was the yeah. Just seen the last episode of Alien Earth. Well, I swear to God, you ruined that shit for me. I'm gonna ban you because I'm going upstairs to watch that shit. Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna watch the Jimmy Kimmel thing. God damn it, I gotta go. All right. We got like 2 minutes left, so I'm gonna take off it. I gotta end stream at 7:30 here, cause yeah, I gotta go watch that, and then I have to watch the end of Alien Earth, cause yeah, I was waiting for that. It's the reason I didn't cancel Hulu. You love the Alien movies? Yeah, no, me too. Very, very, very much into those. I got the sneakers. Like from Romulus, they had a limited release of the Reeboks. I don't know why I said Reeboks like that, but Reeboks and Champion, man, I can tell exactly what kind of kid I was. It's weird that you like get older and you have an affinity for the brands you used to get made fun of for wearing. It's all right. Dude, we are one new viewer away from 420 tonight. I swear to God, if nobody pops in here in 1 minute, I'm gonna... Wait, maybe I can do this. Can I cheat? Let's see. No, I can't. Damn it. That's right. I won't let creators do that. Ugh. Is it controversial to say that I kind of like the original Dragon Ball more than Dragon Ball Z? Not really. Yeah, oof. Yeah, it sucks. Come on. One more. We need just one more person to just drop in. Then I can just be like, woohoo! Oh, come on. I'm waiting. I'm gonna just sit here waiting. It's like, come on, guys. Come on. One more demand. Good. Change my title to something more controversial. Why I'm quitting YouTube. Knock on wood. I'm not. Come on. Fuck it. Sucks. the magic stuff got sidelined until Majin Buu. Yeah, you actually... Weird. Yeah, I didn't realize that. You're right. Majin Buu was okay. I don't know. I was always a little salty that they didn't just end it at the Cell Saga, but you know what? With where they're at now, I mean, what are they gonna do? End it? Like, no. I just hope they like do Dragon Ball Super continued with the Morrow Saga, because I want to see that animated like so bad. But don't want to ask for too much here, We'll see what we get. We got what? Daima? Oh my god. I wasn't really into it. I got to be completely real. Dragon Ball Daima was kind of a departure from everything that I was like, oh, I was hoping like this was something else. But now that it's finished, maybe, just maybe, I can go back and, Oh, welcome back, everybody. I like how I'm still short that one new viewer. Oh, actually, that did it. There we go. Aha, that did it. Woo! All right. Daima's what Akira Toriyama wanted? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm willing to give it a shot. I watched the first 3-4 episodes, and then I cheated and I watched the one where Vegeta went Super Saiyan 3 because I wanted to see it. I still feel like I didn't get what I was really promised. Whatever. But then that was for a reason, so Goku could one-up him again. I always love that. I was about to say I watched the first episode or two and I didn't really like him that much. I was told it gets better. Yeah. Ain't that the bitch? I think they said that they aim to leave Maro in the manga only to incentivize people to read the manga. Hopefully they animate it. Yeah. Everything that I've, that I've been seeing is that they were going to animate it, but we got Daima instead, so I was wrong there. I think that's why I'm salty, is because I thought we were getting the new Dragon Ball Super. I remember that day where I was just like, I can't wait. There's a new announcement for Dragon Ball, and then it was a totally different series. I was like, what the crap? Whatever. All right, guys. I have stone locked enough. We did it. We got to actually 423. Hell yeah. All right. So with that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow. I hopefully will have some improvements. We shall see. If there are no improvements, that could be a problem. So and I'm talking as far as internet performance. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Before you raid GNN, hit the like, shares. Yes, and go check out GNN, Galactic News Network. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Whoa. What in the hell? Hold on. You will catch me in a... There we go. Good night, everybody.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on